برحب بيكم في مكتبة اسكندرية، المنصة الرائدة لدعم البحث العلمي والابتكار. أهلا بيكم في افتتاح فعاليات هاكاثون الاسكندرية الكمي 2025. ده أول هاكاثون مصري في مجال الحوسبة الكمية. بيشاركنا المتسابقين من مختلف جامعات مصر. يسعدنا ويشرفنا إن احنا نفتتح الحدث المميز ده، الذي يجمع نخبة من العلماء والخبراء والباحثين والمبتكرين من مصر والعالم، وذلك في إطار الاحتفال بالسنة الدولية لعلوم التكنولوجيا الكم 2025. هنبدأ كلمتنا الافتتاحية مع دكتور أحمد سمير حبيب، رئيس قطاع تكنولوجيا المعلومات بمكتبة اسكندرية.
مساء الخير. في البداية، اسمحوا لي إن أنا أنقل تحيات الأستاذ الدكتور أحمد عبد الله زايد، مدير مكتبة اسكندرية، وتمنياته بحدث فعال ومفيد للجميع إن شاء الله. سيد الدكتور محمد سليمان، نائب مدير مكتبة اسكندرية. السيد الأستاذ الدكتور هشام البدوي، مدير الإدارة المركزية للبحوث والتطوير بوزارة الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات. سيد المهندس سعد رشدي، رئيس الإدارة المركزية للموارد بوزارة الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات، نائبا عن السيد وزير الاتصالات. السيد مارتن جاستيل، رئيس الشراكات والتعاون بمعهد الكمية المفتوحة بجنيف. الدكتورة رنا حسني رفاعي، منسق التعاون الدولي بأكاديمية البحث العلمي. دكتورة أمل القصري، رئيس العلوم الأساسية والابتكار والهندسة باليونسكو. الأستاذ الدكتور أحمد يونس، أستاذ الحوسبة الكمية بجامعة العالمية الدولية وممثل الدول العربية في اللجنة العلمية للسنة الدولية للعلوم والتكنولوجيا الكم 2025. الأستاذ الدكتور طه سليم، الأستاذ في جامعة أمستردام للعلوم التطبيقية والمدير العام لشركة مولكات في فرنسا. الدكتور أحمد بطاتشم، المدير التنفيذي في أي بي إم في الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا. السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، يسعدني أن أرحب بكم في مكتبة الإسكندرية، هذا الصرح العريق الذي شكل منذ العصور القديمة منارة للعلم والمعرفة والابتكار، وهو اليوم يواصل رسالته التاريخية باستضافة أول هاكاثون في مجال الحوسبة الكمية في مصر. إنه لشرف عظيم أن نفتتح معا هذا الحدث البارز الذي ينعقد في إطار احتفال الأمم المتحدة بالسنة الدولية للعلوم وتكنولوجيا الكم 2025، والذي يجمع نخبة من العلماء والباحثين والخبراء والمبتكرين من مصر ومن العالم، بهدف استشراف آفاق المستقبل وإيجاد حلول رائدة للتحديات الكبرى في مجالات البيئة والصحة والتخطيط العمراني وغيرها. لقد حرصت مكتبة الإسكندرية بالتعاون مع شركائها الدوليين والمحليين على الإعداد الجاد لهذا الحدث من خلال برامج تحضيرية وأنشطة علمية امتدت على مدار عام كامل، تضمنت ورش عمل ودورات تدريبية ومعامل متخصصة في تقنيات الحوسبة الكمية لتأهيل المشاركين وتمكينهم من خوض هذه التجربة الفريدة. إن هاكاثون الإسكندرية الكمي ليس مجرد منافسة علمية، بل هو خطوة استراتيجية نحو ترسيخ مكانة مصر في مجال العلوم المتقدمة وتعزيز التعاون الدولي لبناء مجتمع علمي متكامل في الحوسبة الكمية. إن مكتبة الإسكندرية تفتخر اليوم أنها منصة تجمع تحت سقفها هذه الكوكبة المتميزة من العقول المبدعة من مصر والعالم، في تعاون يعكس إيماننا العميق بأن مستقبل الإنسانية يتشكل بالعلم، وأن المعرفة المشتركة هي الطريق الأمثل لبناء غد أفضل. مرة أخرى أرحب بكم جميعا، متمنين أن يكون هذا الحدث محطة مضيئة في مسيرتكم العلمية، وأن يفتح آفاقا جديدة للتعاون والإبداع. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
شكرا دكتور أحمد. والآن ندعو المهندس يوسف الدكر، مدير المعهد الدولي للدراسات المعلوماتية بمكتبة اسكندرية و the actual driving force behind the hackathon.
شكرا جزيلا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله بافتتاح الهاكاثون النهارده في مدينه الاسكندريه، في مكتبه الاسكندريه، بكل ما يحمله الرمز من عمق وتاريخ. وصلنا للحظه خاصه انتظرناها. ولو سئلنا بما يرتبط مفهوم الهاكاثون في أذهاننا، فأنا لما راودني السؤال في وقت قريب خلال اليومين اللي فاتوا، قفز إلى ذهني عنوان كتاب لهنري بتراسكي To Engineer is Human. وأعتقد أن هذا هو ما يوفره الهاكاثون، تشالنج، تحدي. تحدي إن احنا نواجه مشكلة، نتحدى نفسنا، نواجه مشكلة تواجهها الإنسانية، ونعمل كفريق على هندسة أو بناء حل للمشكلة. كل إنسان فينا داخله بناء، بيلدر، وكل إنسان فينا عنده فرصة إن هو يعمل حاجة تحل مشكلة العالم بيواجهها، ومن خلال شغلنا مع بعض ممكن نعمل الكثير. البناء الشاطر بيشتغل بالأدوات الصح، والأدوات كثيرة، وده يرجعني لنقطة البداية. جزء من رسالة مكتبة الإسكندرية في القرن ال21 إن إحنا نسبورت ريسيرش ثرو تكنولوجي and tools. ومن الأدوات أكيد الكمبيوترز اللي إحنا بنستخدمها وأشياء أخرى كثيرة، لكن موضوع الهاكاثون النهاردة هو الحوسبة الكمية، مجال واعد نقدر من خلاله إن إحنا نحقق أكتر، وده ما يجيش غير من خلال الكولابريشن. ووجودنا في ايفنت زي دوت فرصه لتحقيق الكولابريشن. ما كانش ممكن نعمل اي حاجه من غير تعاون على نطاق واسع. فاحنا حقيقي نشكر كل شركائنا اللي هم ساعدونا ان احنا نحقق اللي وصلنا له النهارده. نشكر الاوبن كوانتم انستيتيوت OQI انها وفرت لنا الاطار اللي من خلاله قدرنا ان احنا نمضي قدما في الحوسبه الكونيه. نشكر الكوميونتي على تعاونه وتضافر جهوده، مع الكل تضافر عشان نبتدي المشوار اللي ابتديناه من اكثر من سنه. نشكر اي كافيه اكاديمي على تعاونها الوثيق في المونثلي سيريز والبي اللي كانت بتحصل على مدار الاشهر السابقه. اكاديميه البحث العلمي IBM، كي وورلد، كي بريد، وكذلك نشكر NYU ابو ظبي هاكاثون ان هو قدم لنا نموذج رائع قدرنا نحن نستفيد كثير من خبراتهم. شكرا، اتمنى لكم ايفنت موفق ومتشوق للفاينل برزنتيشنز. بكل توفيق، وان شاء الله تجينا فرصه نتكلم اكثر.
شكرا باشمهندس يوسف. And now we move to Dr. Martin Jastek, Partnership and Engagement Lead at the Open Quantum Institute.
Sabah al-Khair. Thank you very much for having us here at Biblioteca Alexandrina. As Dr. Youssef said, this is the cradle of science and knowledge, and we are super proud at OQI to have been involved in this event, to have supported it. And yeah, we're hoping that a lot of good things will come from it. And how do I put my slides? Seems to be frozen. So just to, in a few minutes, what I will try to do is to explain why the Open Quantum Institute was set up as a multilateral initiative. Where a lot of countries are part of our advisory committee. We were also born in Geneva through a foundation project. And we are very young. We were born officially at CERN in March 2024. So these hackathons, like the other initiative that we are developing, you could say are still ramping up. We are still in a trial mode. And so every time we have a hackathon like here in Alexandria, we really intend to learning more about how to make our events better. So now that the slides are here, let me explain a little bit where we came from. If you look back at the last few decades, every time that there was a truly disruptive technology being released to society, it wasn't without some pain, let's put it like this. So if you look at the GM food or artificial intelligence, when this technology came upon us, societies were not ready, but also the legal framework of the states were not ready. You know, today with the generative AI, you can put some absurd stuff on the internet and it's nobody's fault, right? If it was printed in the press, there would be legal consequences. We believe, or the initiator of the Open Quantum Institute believed that the next big disruptive technology will be quantum computing. And therefore, it was thought as reasonable and desirable to do better to prepare the arrival of quantum computing. That's what we did for the arrival of AI. And one solution that was collectively designed to ensure that our societies are ready for quantum computing was to share the technology widely, meaning not only in the countries with the highest level of access to technology, but everywhere, equitably and freely. So big words, big ambitions. Now, CERN, after 70 years of existence, knows how to pass on technology to society. Today, we probably know, we are using the web in our phones, our computers. This was created at CERN and is free to use, right? This is what we do. But we also have more recent technologies that are passed on, like for the treatment of cancers. So CERN was seen as the right vehicle, the right mechanism to turn the idea of the Open Quantum Institute into an implemented, let's say, a mechanism to share this technology, to develop it collectively and share it. We are at CERN, non-profit. We also have a commitment to open science. And very important, we have partnerships with over 700 universities worldwide. So we have this ability to project and share technology all around the globe. We have 13,000 scientists at CERN. So again, we have the critical mass to push the technology when needed and to make sure that the knowledge can be reaching all parts of the world. So how does that work? What is our model? Now, I'm going to focus on one aspect, which is innovation, and particularly the design of quantum computing applications. We're not talking about hardware here. CERN is not going to try and compete on the hardware side of quantum computing. We are focusing on algorithms, so how to use that hardware. Because frankly, we all know the industry is way ahead of the public sector on that front. What we do to push the development of application is to build partnerships between public and private entities. We keep it as an open science fundamental, which means that all the algorithm that we produce can be accessed. You know, we got a GitHub repository, so that's very important, sharing the knowledge, which was one of our missions. Now, at CERN, we believe that when you have a challenge in innovation, it is best addressed by maximizing the diversity of the teams working on these applications. And in our case, we have this model where a team of designers for these applications should have NGOs, UN agencies, universities, of course, startup companies, but also established heavyweight tech firms and governments also. So this is all very nice. I mean, each type of background provides a different take on the problem at hand, provides different skills to the design team. But how do you make people who are essentially from a for-profit culture work well with people from a non-profit culture? Well, the solution that we found and seems to work is that we only focus on applications related to sustainable development goals. Because whether you're for-profit or non-profit, it's very hard to be against eradicating poverty, right? It's very hard to be against preserving biodiversity. So this is the model of OQI. We develop with extremely diverse teams applications related to sustainable development goals. The aspect that we are looking into also is to make sure that the teams come from all over the world, right? So we have a special attention to getting these proposals for applications coming from the global south. In an ideal world, we would like to have to ensure some independence of all the potential designers around the world from, let's say, having the knowledge concentrated in a very few hands, like it's the case for AI. We would like the minimum amount of knowledge to be spread out so that even if we need to buy computing time on quantum computers, we can actually design the applications ourselves. So this is the foundation. How does it work in practice? Because maybe among yourselves, there are people with great ideas for quantum computing applications targeting sustainable development goals. We have an open pipeline on our website. So you have the URL there below. If you have a use case or application, a use case idea that you feel could be eligible for support by OQI, you can drop it onto at this link. To be selected, you need first to develop an application related to SDGs, so Sustainable Development Goals, but there are many. I mean, there are 17, so it's very broad. More difficult, you need to convince the jury, the selection jury, that your solution is better implemented on a quantum computer than on a conventional computer. And to be honest with you, this is where 80% of the proposals fail, because we are still, quantum computing is an emerging field. So it's very hard to predict, what is going to be actually suitable for quantum computer and not that good running on a conventional computer. Let me take you through a few examples of projects in our pipeline. So if I focus on SDG 13, which is climate action, we have two projects. There are more, but I'm going to talk about these two ones. One is in Malaysia. It's the prediction of floods, which is something recurrent in that part of the world, with two universities and the support of the UNDRR. We also have another one closer from here in Lebanon, where our team of researchers from Lebanon are designing a model to predict how the underground water resources of the country will evolve with global warming. So again, something very concrete with potentially a very high impact. And this is where the NGOs and the UN agency play a fundamental role. We don't expect NGOs or UN agencies to provide technical knowledge of quantum computing. That's not their job. But what they can do is give us their assessment of how impactful the solution is. Essentially, are we trying to solve a problem that is worth solving, right? And this has to come from what we call the domain experts, so NGOs and UN agencies, governments. The most advanced use case that we have, and again here, I really want to spend a minute just to show how concrete our projects are. This is water leak detection. In very big cities, you've got thousands of kilometers of pipes bringing drinking water to the inhabitants of the cities. These pipes have many, many branching, right? And 100% of the cities in the world have leaks in their drinking water network. Now, how do you catch that, particularly in a country that is of a gigantic size, like Cairo, or in our case for this project, Mexico City? Well, this is a typical problem we are solving with an algorithms running on a quantum computing platform. We are taking the blueprint from the water drinking network, so nodes and where we see the branching, and we are using a quantum computing algorithm to optimize the position of the leak detectors, so that we know where the most significant leaks take place, and that allows the maintenance crew to go there and fix the leak. Well, that's the end game. Today, this algorithm is running on a simulator. By the end of the year, we intend to have it running on a real quantum computer using the hardware from the French company Pascal. And because it would be too much of a jump to go from simulation to Mexico City, which is a massive jump, we are training the algorithm using CERN data. So at CERN, okay, we're not a city, but we have 18,000 people, we have 700 buildings. So we have a very nice blueprint, and this is what you see here. So this is an OQI intern measuring the flow meters, and this is the CERN campus with all the nodes. We extract it, and now this is fed into the algorithm. So just to show you that we are already, after even just a year and a half of existence, reaching the point where one of our teams is prepared to deploy a quantum computing application related to water, in that case, on a real quantum computer. So what do we as OQI provide? And here it is at no cost, because again, our mission is equitably and freely to share the technology. First of all, we're going to provide a panel of experts, both in quantum technology, but also in domain expertise. So, that's what the UN agencies and the NGOs are doing, to assess or to polish the proposal for a new application. Then we will guide them. Once they go through that initial selection process, they will be assigned a quantum computing expert that's going to mentor and guide the team throughout the development of the algorithm. First on simulator, or first detailed proposal, then on simulator, then on emulator, eventually on QPUs. At some stage, when the algorithms has reached a maturity that is sufficient, our partners, the big tech companies that you see here on the bottom right-hand side of the screen, will pick up the teams and give them free access to their QPUs and help them also to move from simulation to real deployment on QPU, which is a significant step. We also have some targeted seed funding to help the teams. And all this, again, is something we intend to provide free of charge. To complement that initiative on innovation, we also, and that's why we're here, doing capacity building and education. The first thing we are intending to do is to compile all the educational resources of our partners so that they can be reused by the rest of the community. So it is a database that we are building right now that will be searchable, and material like the seminars, posters, exercises, slides will be made available to the greatest number. Another initiative that we are floating is to try to design the spine of a curriculum to kickstart the development of courses for universities that are lacking the time to get started, to just give them an easy access to the creation of a new course. We know that lecturers are almost saturated with teaching, so it's very hard to find the time to create a new course. So we'd like to help there too. Hackathons like today. So we believe that hackathons are one of the new tools for young talent to be trained. So this is one of many that we are running. Again, targeting sustainable development goals, and we do our level best to organize as many as possible in the Global South. And finally, we also have a program that we are just launched, which is an internship program, which is very competitive. So of course, there are no promises, but I'll take you through this. Oh, something wrong with that slide. Anyway, so in 2025, when we talk about hackathon, we went first to Lebanon, then to Abu Dhabi, then we went to Ghana, then we went to Thailand, and now we are with you here in Egypt, and we'll end the year by going to Uruguay. In 2026, we already know where we will be going, and close to here, we will go enough. So in the African continent, we will go to Morocco, to Kenya also. So we, again, are trying to really put a lot of emphasis on the Global South. So in the internship part, we have secured some commitment from tech companies. And by the way, that's an old version of the slide. There is one more partner here that have accepted to look at our recommendations for potential interns, right? So typically when we have a hackathon like this, some individuals will, reveal themselves, and their CVs will be sent to our partners. There's no guarantee of getting an internship, but they'll be able to apply. And of course, it's up to the tech companies to select the people they need. But it is, for us, it is a way to show that a hackathon is not a one-off. We want to build on a hackathon. First, to engage with the partners of the region, and then to give the high potential individual that are shining throughout this hackathon an opportunity to go even further and to do an on-the-job training in the tech industry. Also want to just remind you guys, you know it, but 2025 is a special year. It's the year of quantum. And as OQI, we are hoping to further the cause of sharing the knowledge of on quantum computing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, مارتن. والآن مع كلمة الدكتورة رنا حسني رفاعي، منسق التعاون الدولي، أكاديمية البحث العلمي والتكنولوجيا.
ثانية واحدة. فين هي
معلش انا قصيره شويه فعلا، وميرسي جدا على الكومبلمنت. انتوا فاكريني انا الشخص الصغير اللي كان موجود، انا اكبر بكتير. طاول على حضراتكم. اولا صباح الخير وويلكم اول هنا في الايفنت الفظيع ده. يعني احنا دايما بنحب نتعاون مع مكتبه اسكندريه وعندنا تعاونات كتيره جدا، دايما بصراحه بيحكمونا بكرمهم في استضافه الايفنتات الكتيره. ودايما برضو بنتعاون مع سيرن، مع مارتن، يعني مغلبينه معانا، بس شكرا ليه. ودايما هو سبورتنج لمصر والتعاون مع مصر في حاجات كتيرة جدا. خليني ابتدي بان احنا النهارده بنفتح هاكاثون في ايفنت وساينس جديد جدا ببوتنشال فظيع جدا في حاجات كتيره جدا، من اول الزراعه، تعزيز الطرق الزراعيه والانتاجيه الزراعيه، للادويه واكتشاف الادويه الجديده والبيرسونلايزد ميديسن، للسايبر سكيورتي. فكوانتم كومبيوتنج بيفتح لنا احنا كمصر بلد فيها بوتنشال فظيع جدا ان احنا نرتقي لحته ثانيه خالص. فانا سعيده جدا ان في انترست كبير جدا من الشباب، لان هو ده مستقبل مصر وهو ده كاباسيتي بيلدينج الاكاديميه ملتزمه بيه دايما، ان احنا نسبورت الشباب، لان هو ده مستقبل مصر وده مستقبل الدنيا كلها. فأنا سعيدة جدا إن أنا أكون هنا، وسعيدة جدا إن أنا كنت بارت صغير جدا 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 من الإيفنت ده. وأنا فعلا متأكدة إن حضراتكم كمشاركين في الإيفنت هتبهرونا جامد جدا. وأز أولويز مكتبة اسكندرية بالسبورت بتاعها وسيرن بالسبورت بتاعها الدائم لمصر. we're hoping to see something that is actually amazing إن شاء الله. شكرا لحضراتكم.
شكرا دكتور رنا. والآن ندعو السيد الأستاذ الدكتور هشام البدوي، مدير الإدارة المركزية للبحوث والتطوير بوزارة الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات.
السلام عليكم. طبعا يعني شيء يشرفني ان انا في وسط هذه القامات العلميه والاداريه الكبيره في مصر والعالم العربي وقوتنا في الاتحاد الاوروبي. في الحقيقه هذا الحدث المرموق والهام اللي يعتبر احد الانشطه المصريه في مجال تكنولوجيا حديثه بالفعل، ويعتبر one of the emerging technologies، خاصة للحقبة الرقمية أو الديجيتال فيوتشر بتاع مصر. في الحقيقة مصر زي ما حضراتكم عارفين دائما وأبدا هي كانت بتبني الحضارات وتعمل جاهدة على حماية التطور العلمي والتقني والحضاري في العالم كله. ويمكن نحن الآن في عصر ما يسمى بالانفورميشن ايرا أو عصر المعلومات الرقمية، وكلنا أصبحنا نعلم مدى أهمية المعلومات، وتصبح هي حاليا الثروة الحقيقية لأي مكان. وكما يقولون دائما knowledge is power، أو المعلومات قوة. ومن أحد هذه التحديات في الحصول على المعلومات وتحليلها هو ما يسمى بتقنيات الكم، والتي نحن بصددها اليوم. وعلى مدار عقود شهدنا العديد والعديد من البريك ثرو أو القفزات العلمية في تطوير الحاسبات ونظم الحوسبة بشكل عام، ولعل أهمها ما يحدث في العالم من تحويل حلم فيزياء الكم إلى تكنولوجيا الكم، والتي يمكن تطبيقها في المحافل والتطبيقات الحياتية، ولم تصبح جست أو أحد أنواع الهايبوثيسيس فيزيكس، ولكنها أصبحت شيء ملموس على أرض الواقع. يمكن لا زال هو not mature enough، يعني مش في مرحلة النمو الكامل، ولكنه خرج من المعامل ومن النظريات العامة والنظريات الفردية إلى تطبيقات حياتية. وذلك لأن تكنولوجيا الكم في مجالنا، خاصة في الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات، والتي أشرف أن أكون أحد جنودها، أصبحت تكنولوجيا الكم تمثل تحديا كبيرا في تأمين المعلومات أو كسر الشفرات. وده أصبح يضع على عاتقنا جميعا مسؤولية جمة، لأننا لابد أن نتحرك سويا كل الدول معا، هاند إن هاند زي ما بيقول، من أجل تعزيز وتعميق التعاون الدولي في هذا النسق من أجل الحفاظ على المعلومات، وإلا ستصبح هذه المعلومات متاحة وغير مؤمنة. وهذا لم يعد فرضية نظرية، ولكنه أصبح واقع يستوجب علينا العمل جميعا. ولعل وزارة الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات المصرية أخذت على عاتقها بالتعاون مع الشركاء من الأكاديميين والصناعة والشركات العاملة سواء المحلية أو الدولية في السعي الحثيث نحو تطبيقات الكم، وخاصة في الأمور الحياتية مثل تطبيقات البيئة والزراعة والصناعة وتأمين البيانات. وتمتلك مصر فرصة ذهبية في تلك الآونة من أجل أن نضع ركائز للتعاون تتمثل في بضع النقاط. أولها أننا نمتلك excellent human capital، يعني احنا لدينا ثروة قومية من الناشطين، من الباحثين والمبرمجين والمهندسين الشغوفين وأصحاب الخبرات في هذا المجال. وحدث اليوم يعتبر مثالا حيا على مثل هذه الأنشطة. وعلى الجانب الآخر لدينا بنية تحتية رقمية قوية جدا تتميز بحداثتها، مما يتيح لها العمل الجاد على إنفاذ وتحقيق التكامل مع التقنيات الناشئة والبازغة مثل تقنيات الكم. بالإضافة أن هناك رؤية استراتيجية واضحة لتحسين الصورة العامة وللتكامل بين التقنيات الحالية والخدمات المستقبلية المعتمدة على تكنولوجيا الكم. وعلى هذا فإننا لدينا عدة محاور نقترحها للعمل سويا في المرحلة القادمة، لتكون محاور عمل متوازية تتمثل في أولا الدعم في الحثيث والقوي لتطوير الكفاءات والمهارات الشخصية، أو ما يسمى بالinformation and quantum capacity building. وهذا يتيح لنا العديد والعديد من فرص الاستثمار في العقول التي هي تمثل القوة الحقيقية لأي مسيرة في العمل البحثي أو العمل التطويري. وعلى جانب آخر تعزيز الشراكات مع الشركات صاحبة الخبرات، والشركات تتمثل في الشركات الدولية، بالإضافة إلى تحفيز الشركات المحلية والشركات الناشئة والصغيرة والمتوسطة التي قد تعمل على إبراز وإنتاج بعض البروتوكولات التي تؤدي إلى تحسين الخدمات والتطبيقات المبنية على تقنيات الكم، بالإضافة إلى وضع محاور لما يسمى بعمل بايلوت بروجكت أو مشروع تجريبي يتم تحقيق وتنفيذ تلك التقنيات وتلك الخوارزميات التي أو الالجوريزمز التي قد يمكن تطبيقها وتحويلها إلى أرض الواقع. وعلى هذا فنحن جميعا بصدد أن نعمل سويا على تشجيع ال R&D أو البحوث والتطوير ولتحقيق مستقبل أفضل. وفي النهاية اسمحوا لي أن نعترف أن المستقبل ليس سهل، ولكنه ممكن تحقيقه والتعامل معه والتفاعل له وتقديم الفرص من خلال العمل الدؤوب والجاد والمعلومات. واليوم نحن نأخذ في هذا الحدث الهام خطوة سباقة قوية حاسمة للتأكد من أننا نعمل في مصر والعالم العربي وأصدقائنا الاتحاد الأوروبي وأصدقائنا الأفارقة على أن نكون سويا معا في حملة التطوير والبحث عن الحلول التقنية القابلة للتحقيق تطبيق على أرض الواقع في تكنولوجيا الكم. وفي النهاية أنا أشكركم جميعا على الحضور، وأشكر الحضور وأشكر المقائمين على التنظيم لدعوتي. وهذا المكان عزيز جدا عليا، وهذا لسبب شخصي، لأن سنة 2002 أنا كان لي الشرف إن أنا جيت ركبت جميع شبكات الموبايل في هذا المكان. فأنا طبعا جاي مبسوط جدا إن أنا في يوم من الأيام رجعت تاني عشان ألاقي المكان بهذه العظمة والقوة والمكانة المرموقة. شكرا جدا. السلام عليكم.
شكرا دكتور هشام. نرحب بكلمة الأستاذ الدكتور أحمد يونس، أستاذ الحوسبة الكمية في جامعة العالمين الدولية وممثل الدول العربية في اللجنة العلمية للسنة الدولية لعلوم وتكنولوجيا الكم 2025.
صباح الخير. السيد الأستاذ دكتور محمد سليمان، نائب مدير مكتبة الإسكندرية. السيد الأستاذ دكتور هشام البدوي، رئيس الإدارة المركزية للبحوث والتطوير بوزارة الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات. المهندس سعد رشدي، رئيس الإدارة المركزية للموارد بوزارة الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات. الدكتورة رنا حسني رفاعي، منسق التعاون الدولي، أكاديمية البحث العلمي. السيدة الأستاذ دكتورة أمل قصري، رئيس قطاع العلوم الأساسية والبحث والابتكار والهندسة في اليونسكو. الدكتور أحمد سمير، رئيس قطاع تكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصالات، مكتبة الإسكندرية. المهندس يوسف الدكر، مدير المعهد الدولي للدراسات المعلوماتية بمكتبة الإسكندرية. دكتور طه سليم، المدير العام لشركة ماركت بباريس والمؤسس المشارك لمبادرة آي كافيه. دكتور مارتن جاستل، بارتنرشيب اند انجيجمنت ليد اوبن كوانتم انستيتيوت. الدكتور احمد القطاتشا، اي بي ام كوانتم. الساده الحضور الكريم، ابناء وبنات الطلاب. خليني في الأول كده يعني يعني حابب إن أنا أعبر عن سعادتي الشديدة إن أنا أكون بينكم اليوم، لأن يعني تنظيم مكتبة الإسكندرية لحدث بهذا الحجم في الحوسبة الكمية في الإسكندرية هو يعني حلم يتحقق. يمكن الحلم ده بدأ قديم شوية، بدأ سنة 97 لما كنت في ثالثة جامعة وبدأت أهتم بالكوانتم كومبيوتينج. فكان يعني حلم ده يعني ان احنا نشهد ايفنت بهذا الحجم في الكوانتم كومبيوتنج في اسكندريه. ده حلم يعني قديم قوي. على فكره يعني مشروع التخرج بتاعي كان سنه 99 وكان في الكوانتم كومبيوتنج. فدي يعني رساله للطلاب بالاهتمام بمشروع التخرج بتاعكم، لان هو ممكن يعني يشكل مستقبلكم بشكل كبير قوي. معلش يعني ايه، المشروع كان قديم شويه ولكن يعني ما فيش حاجه بت ويعني وعند عودتي إلى مصر بعد انتهاء دراسة الدكتوراه في الخوارزميات والدوائر الكمية في إنجلترا سنة 2004، كان هدفي الأساسي هو نشر علم الحوسبة الكمية في وطني. خلال السنوات الأولى بعد ما رجعت يعني من إنجلترا، كان بعض ردود الأفعال بعد أي محاضرة أو إيفنت أشارك فيه إن التخصص ده نظري أو خيال علمي غير قابل للتطبيق. لكن الواحد يعني ده ما خلاش الواحد ييأس. الرحلة استمرت من خلال تشكيل مجموعة الإسكندرية للحاسبات الكمية والإشراف على يعني رسائل الماجستير والدكتوراه، ويعني مشاركة في بعض ورش العمل والمدارس الصيفية. وخلال السنين دي يعني واحدة واحدة كده التخصص بدأ يزيد في مصر، وبدأت بعض الجامعات المصرية يعني تهتم بالتخصص ويتم نشره يعني أكاديميا وبحثيا. لكن يعني التخصص ده فضل حبيس الأكاديمية لسنوات طويلة. التحول الحقيقي بدأ خلال العامين السابقين، حيث شهدنا تشكل نواة لمجتمع كمي مصري حقيقي. وشهد التخصص دفعة قوية بدخول جهات حكومية رائدة مثل وزارة الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات، مكتبة الإسكندرية، أكاديمية البحث العلمي، مركز المعلومات ودعم اتخاذ القرار. بالإضافة إلى تزايد عدد الجامعات المصرية المهتمة وتكاتفت فيها الجهود لدعم هذا المجال الواعد. لكن يعني 2025 شكل نقطة تحول فاصلة ونقلة نوعية للتخصص ده، لتنظيم بعض الفعاليات برعاية حكومية وتشكيل شبكة مصرية وشبكة عربية وشبكة أفريقية في هذا التخصص. ومصر يعني لها دور مؤسس في تشكيل هذه الشبكات، خاصة مع إعلان الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة بتنظيم اليونسكو إن 2025 هو العام العالمي للعلوم والتكنولوجيا الكمية. وأنا يعني أتشرف بتمثيل الدول العربية في اللجنة التوجيهية في هذا العام. هذا الاهتمام الرسمي والدعم المؤسسي هو يعني حلم برضه يتحقق. ولعل ابرز مظاهر هذه النقله النوعيه هو تبني مكتبه الاسكندريه لانشاء المجتمع الكمي المصري، والذي يجمع المتخصصين والطلاب والمهتمين. وتنظيم هذا الهاكاثون اليوم هو خطوه عمليه رائده ونقله نوعيه حقيقيه تضاف الى سجل هذه الجهود المشكوره. ودعوني أدعو رجال الصناعة وأصحاب الشركات في الاستثمار في هذا التخصص بقوة، لأن وجود صناعة مصرية في تكنولوجيا الكم هو ما تبقى لتكوين بيئة متكاملة في مصر. احنا عندنا كل حاجة، فاضل بس يعني ناس يبقى عندها قلب جامد كده من المستثمرين ان هم يبداوا يستثمروا في هذا الموضوع، خصوصا ان احنا عندنا يعني كاليبرز خلاص بقى، عندنا ناس متدربين كويس قوي ويقدروا يشتغلوا في هذا التخصص بشكل كويس. أشكر مكتبة الإسكندرية على الدعوة الكريمة، وأتطلع إلى دعمها المستمر لهذا المجال، لأن المستقبل يتطلب منا جميعا أن نعمل يدا بيد. وأتمنى التوفيق لجميع الطلاب والمشاركين في الهاكاثون. وشكرا جزيلا، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
شكرا دكتور أحمد. And now joining us online, Dr. Amal Kasri, Chief of Basic Sciences, Research, Innovation and Engineering at the UNESCO.
Thank you very much. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me well? Can you hear me? Can you confirm, please? Okay, I think I will start. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm really happy to be with you online. I apologize for not being there in person. Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, participants, it's really a great pleasure and honor to join you today at the Alexandria Quantum Hackathon. On behalf of UNESCO, I would like to warmly thank the Biblioteca Alexandria, the Open Quantum Institute, iCafe Academy, and all the partners for creating this platform that empowers young people to showcase their talents and ignite their creativity. This year, 2025, marks the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology, proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly. It is not only a celebration of science, but also a global mobilization to raise awareness of quantum science and to engage the governments, the academia, the industry, and the public, of course. More importantly, it is a commitment to the future. Quantum science and other emerging technologies, such as artificial intelligence, hold the promise of transformative change for our societies. Yet, their success will rely on the passion and the innovation of today's young scientists. Hackathons such as this one embody the very spirit of the International Year, fostering collaboration, creativity, and cross-disciplinary innovation. UNESCO is also advancing the Global Quantum Initiative as a first step towards a broader global quantum agenda. The initiative aims to ensure that the development of quantum science is open, responsible, and inclusive, benefiting all nations and all people. Here, I wish to emphasize the central role of youth. A quantum future without the active participation of young people cannot be a fair or sustainable one. Your creativity and energy are essential drivers for connecting quantum science with the needs of society. Hackathons are a unique way of combining education with innovation. They bring together learning and practice, science and teamwork. Through this process, young people gain not only the knowledge and the skills, but also the ability to address complex challenges. UNESCO is committed to continuing its support through open education resources, teacher training, and international exchange programs. We aim to create more opportunities for talent youth, particularly from Africa and the Arab region, to work hand in hand with their peers around the world in exploring and applying frontier science. Dear participants, the challenges you will be addressing are complex, but complexity is itself an invitation to innovate. I encourage you all to remain curious, bold, and collaborative because the future of quantum science will not be built by one person or by one country. It will be built by all of us together. So on behalf of UNESCO, I wish you every success in this hackathon, and I look forward to seeing the creativity and the new partnerships that will emerge here in Alexandria. Thank you very much. أتمنى لكم جميعا إن شاء الله event موفق وتحياتي للجميع. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا دكتور أمل. والآن نرحب بدكتور أحمد الكتاتشا المدير التنفيذي لآي بي إم في الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية إنه من دواعي سروري أن أكون هنا في مكتبة الإسكندرية العريقة، هذه المؤسسة التي لطالما كانت منارا للمعرفة والابتكار. Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here at the legendary Biblioteca Alexandria, an institution always stood for knowledge, curiosity, and innovation. Today, we are here for something truly exciting and most transformative technologies of our time. It has the potential to solve problems we once thought impossible across science, industry, and society. But to unlock the potential, we need more than just powerful hardware. We need people, innovators, builders, teams like the ones here today. That's why IBM is so proud to sponsor this event, not just with technology, but with the mentorship, access to tools like Qiskit, and the global experience of IBM Quantum Network. This hackathon is not just a competition. It's a chance to explore, to collaborate, and to help shape the future of quantum in the Middle East and Africa and beyond. To all the participants, we cannot wait to see what you are creating. Let this be the start of something bigger. To all respected guests, we look forward to working with you all. Thank you and best of luck.
شكرا دكتور أحمد. نختتم جلستنا الافتتاحية مع دكتور طه سليم، المدير العام لشركة ماركت باريس والمؤسس المشارك لمنصة آي كافي.
ماشي، شكرا جميعا ليكم. انا بحيي طبعا كل الضيوف وكل الساده الكرام، وفي مقدمتهم طبعا الاستاذ دكتور احمد زايد ورئيس المكتبه، والدكتور محمد سليمان نائب رئيس المكتبه، والدكتور احمد سمير معانا هنا، وطبعا صديقي واخي العزيز الباشمهندس يوسف البكر، والاستاذ الدكتور هشام البدوي، والاستاذ الدكتور احمد يونس، والدكتوره رنا حسني الرفاعي، والاستاذ الدكتوره امل القصري، والدكتور مارتن جاستل، والدكتور احمد القطاطشي. تحياتي للساده جميعا في الافتتاح الخاص باول هاكاثون قومي للحوسبه الكميه وتكنولوجيات الكم في مصر، ونشكركم على الدعم. وحقيقه احب اشكر مكتبه الاسكندريه على المجهود الرائع والاستثنائي. هي دايما على مدار العصور والتاريخ بتعمل انشطه ونشر المعرفه بالعلم. وشكرا لكل الشركاء، المعهد الكمي المفتوح واكاديميه البحث العلمي وكيوبريد واي كافيه اكاديمي. والان تاريخ جديد بيبدا في مجال التعليم الكمي وانشاء كوميونتي او مجتمع للمهتمين وشغوفين بالكم. طبعا مجال الكم هو مجال جديد جدا زي ما تفضل اساتذتنا الكرام شرحوا في السابق. هو مجال صعب، فالاهتمام بيه وتعليمه بيحتاج وقت طويل جدا. لازم الناس يبقى عندها شغف وعندها باشن وصبر عشان يعرفوا يتعلموا المجال ده بسهوله. ومحتاج كمان تعاون ما بين الباحثين ورواد الاعمال والخبراء والعلماء وشركاء الصناعه، وحتى كمان ممثلي الحكومه وممثلي الصناعه بشكل عام. كل ده مجهود تعاوني بيؤدي اللي احنا عايزين نطمح فيه، ان يكون في حاجه اسمها كوانتم ايكو سيستم او نموذج صناعي وتعليمي للمجال الكوانتم. طيب انا حقيقي سعيد احنا وصلنا للمومنت دي، لان احنا بدانا طبعا التعاون بشكل تطوعي مع الباشمهندس يوسف فريق المكتبه العظيم ان نعمل الهاكاثون ده. ويبقى الهاكاثون ده هو بالفعل يشمل كل الناس من كل انحاء مصر تقريبا، من كل الجامعات، ويكون هاكاثون يعمل على زياده القاعده الجماهيريه للطلبه والباحثين والخريجين، بيعمل على نشر المعرفه للكوانتم وتطبيقاتها بينهم. زي ما حكى كمان الدكتور احمد من شويه على فكره مشروع التخرج. دي حاجه جميله جدا ان الواحد يبقى يبدا يهتم من الصغر، من اول الاندر جراد في مجال الكوانتم. وزي ما قال اساتذتنا الكرام وقال كمان الدكتور هشام، ان فعلا هو مجال هيعمل ثوره في مجالات كتيره جدا زي السنسنج، المجال الحساسات والكوميونيكيشن والاتصالات ومجالات كتيره. فالعالم دلوقتي مليان بزخم الذكاء الاصطناعي، وطبعا المجال ده تطور جدا وبقى سابق لعصره. في كل حاجه بتتعمل زي الديزاين، التصميم، كتابه الاكواد، التصميم، كل ده بيتعمل بشكل اوتوميتد او بشكل بيتعمل بطريقه سريعه باستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي. وبقى متقدم جدا. لسه دلوقتي تحت التطوير هو المجال الكمي، لان المجال الحوسبه الكميه او تكنولوجيا الكم لسه البحث والار ان دي فيها شغال، ولسه في فرصه ان يعني يتم ركب القطر بتاع التكنولوجيا دي او الثوره الصناعيه الثانيه لمجال الكوانتم. كان عندنا واحده في القرن العشرين، ودلوقتي ده المجال الثاني، بحيث ان الحوسبه الكميه هتوفر او متوقع منها انها توفر قدرات عاليه جدا، سواء في محاكاه الكيمياء، تصميم المواد، المجال بتاع الاوبتمايزيشن، المجالات الخاصه بتصميم اللوجيستكس. كل الحاجات دي كلها متوقع انها تحصل لو احنا عندنا البيرفكت كوانتم كمبيوتر. وطبعا في ريس، في سباق شغال، كل الناس بتتسابق عشان توصل في الريس ده للكوانتم كمبيوتر او الحاسب الكمي اللي يقدر يشغل يوز كيسز قابله للتنفيذ وفعلا مفيده للصناعه وللبحث العلمي. فالمستقبل بيضم المجالات دي في الكوانتم وتكنولوجياتها، والمجال ده مفتوح امامنا ان احنا نتفوق ونتعلم في المجال ده، وده بيبدا من الهاكاثونز او الانشطه التعليميه. وعشان كده السنه اللي فاتت تقريبا كان الباشمهندس يوسف كان تواصل معايا، بدانا يبقى في تفكير مع المكتبه وفريق من المنظمين والشركاء ازاي يحصل هاكاثون قومي، وبالتالي يضم كل الشباب يبقى ممثلين بشكل متساوي، وفي نفس الوقت يكون عندهم فرصه انهم يتعلموا الكوانتم ويسمعوا عنه. لان طبعا الاساتذه العظام في ريسيرش جروبس كتيره بس الناس مش عارفه عنهم هم فين في مصر. معروفين ومشهورين عالميا، بس طالب مثلا في جامعه عايز يعرف عنهم. فالهاكاثون والانشطه دي كانت بتبقى طريقه يبقى عمل فيه علاقات عامه او الناس تعرف عن بعضها. عشان كده بدانا بالسلاسل الشهريه، كان في سلاسل شهريه بتتعمل كل شهر بيجي فيها خبراء وممثلين للصناعه وسبيكرز من مختلف الدول ومصر، وبعدين بقى في انشطه اسبوعيه. وكل ده كان بيساهم في تطوير الانشطه العلميه، لان الانشطه العلميه وبالاخص الهاكاثون او الماراثونات بتعمل على تطوير المهارات بشكل مستمر، ودايما بتساعد على ان الناس تبقى اوير بالجديد، ايه الجديد دايما في التكنولوجيا دي. وحقيقه بشكركم كل الناس اللي شاركت طبعا في انه الايفنت ده موجود. بنشكر كل المتسابقين طبعا اللي بداوا يدخلوا النهارده. كان الموضوع ده بدا بقاله شهرين في التدريب، دخلوا هاكاثون تجريبي، بداوا يتعلموا ازاي فكره الهاكاثون، لان فكره الهاكاثون هي فكره جديده. بعدين بدانا يبقى عندنا مدرسه صيفيه نبدا نعلم الناس شويه شويه. كان في طبعا الاستاذنا الدكتور احمد يونس كان عامل مدرسه كبيره في العالمين ضم كل الناس في مصر، وكان فيها طلبه كتير جدا ما شاء الله جاي منهم ناس في الهاكاثون. كل ده كان موجود على يعني شغال في الصيف، والحمد لله كل ده صب في الاخر على الهاكاثون اللي احنا موجودين فيه دلوقتي. وان شاء الله نتمنى التوفيق للطلبه، وان ده يستمر، الهاكاثون ده يستمر بشكل دوري مع الشركاء، ويضم عدد اكبر من الناس المشاركين سواء طلبه او باحثين او شركاء من الصناعه، زي ما ندى بعض الاساتذه في الصناعه ان هم يشاركوا اكثر. وبنشكركم دايما تاني، ونتمنى ان ده يبقى حدث متكرر. وشكرا اخيرا لسيادتكم والحضور الكرام وضيوفنا في الافتتاح، وشكر خاص لمكتبه اسكندريه وفريقها على التنظيم الجميل، وشكرا للشركاء. وان شاء الله تطلع ان يبقى في ايفنتات جايه بهذا القدر وهذه العظمه في السنين الجايه ان شاء الله. وشكرا.
ختاما نتمنى لجميع المشاركين التوفيق والنجاح في هذه التجربة المميزة، وأن يكون هاكاثون الإسكندرية الكمي محطة ملهمة لمزيد من الإبداع والابتكار. شكرا لكم. معلش بدعوكم للجروب فوتو في الخارج عند سمول ثياتر، كلنا ممكن نجوين توجذر.
احنا بنستعد عشان نبدأ السيشن الحالية، فنتمنى ان الجميع يلحقوا بينا في القاعة. السيشن تبتدي حالا ان شاء الله. شكرا.
طب إيه الأخبار؟ نطلع نقدم؟ ماشي، مستنى هو كده. إيه can we start the presentation? You still have more people are coming. طب تمام. طبعا في الاول هحاول اتكلم شويه عربي وشويه انجليزي. العربي عشان البارتيسيبنت اللي معانا يبقوا فاهمين احنا هنتكلم على ايه، والانجليش هيكون بيسمرايز الجزء العربي. آه، طبعا في الاخر هو ليه الحوسبه الكميه او ليه الكوانتم كمبيوتر يعني. وفي نفس الوقت الجزء الثاني هو ان الهاكاثونز هي بتستخدم كطريق ان هو يفوستر الايكو سيستمز او يقوي النظام الصناعي او النظام المجتمعي الخاص بالتكنولوجيا الكوانتم. ماشي، مبدئيا كده تو ورم اب عموما بقيه الناس يجوا. دي حاجه تي دي ال ار كده في الاول. انا دلوقتي بشتغل في عندي كده اكتر من بروفايل. اول واحد الريسيرش، واحنا بنحاول نشتغل في الريسيرش على كوانتم انفورميشن وكوانتم ماشين ليرنينج وكوانتم كيمستري في الاديوكيشن. مفيش ترانسيشن يعني نشتغل انجليزي على طول. اه an educator, like as a quantum education officer at Amsterdam University of Applied Sciences and co-founder of iCafe, an online platform to teach quantum computing and AI. I also have an entrepreneurial level, and we have a startup called Molkit. It's Molkit SaaS, so it has been established in Paris. تم إنشائها في باريس. And this is a quantum computing and quantum AI consulting and software company. We are now part and a member of QUIC. This is the European Network of Quantum. احنا أعضاء من المنظمة بتاعت الكوانتم بتاعت الاتحاد الأوروبي. And QEDC, and this is the equivalent US version of QUIC. And those also have Google and other international companies abroad. And I also have science communication, so we do like tech YouTube videos to introduce complex topics in a simplified way. لما جيت بقى بدأت الدكتوراه كان في مشكلة أو بس اتكلم جنب المايك كده. لما جيت بدأت الدكتوراه كان في مشكلة خطيرة عندنا، وهي الحسابات اللي بنستخدمها computations that we are doing during the PhD work takes very long time. بياخدوا وقت طويل جدا. Can eat up few months, even up to 6 months to run one full simulation. بياخد حوالي 6 شهور عشان يرن full simulation. المشكلة اللي موجودة هي ايه؟ ان كان الشغل كان على جيمس ويب سبيس تلسكوب، وجيمس ويب ده واحد من التلسكوبات اللي طلعت في الفضاء عشان تانلايز. جيمس ويب سبيس تلسكوب كان واحد من التلسكوبات اللي طلعت عشان تديتكت البريزنس اوف اورجانيك مولكيولز ان انترستيلر ميديا، عشان تديتكت المولكيولز دي اللي موجوده في الانترستيلر ميديا. والمشكله كلها احنا ما فيش حد يقدر يسافر بقى ويعدي كام مليون سنه ضوئيه عشان يعرف يروح للمكان ده. It's very distant celestial objects. فالحل الوحيد to analyze the spectra. والspectra from the spectra we can identify the fingerprints of the molecules and even the abundances of these species. كمان كمياتهم قد ايه في الفضاء عامله ازاي. طبعا جيمس ويب هو واحد من الادفانسد تلسكوبس اللي كانت موجود، بيقدر يديتكت في النير اند نود انفراريد اوبزرفيشنال كابابيلتيز، وبيقدر يشوف حاجه بنسميها بروتو بلانيتري ديسكس. بروتو بلانيتري ديسكس دي السحب الكونيه اللي طلعت منها الكواكب او اتنشأت منها الكواكب على مدار ملايين السنين. نقدر نتخيل ان نشأة الكواكب اللي احنا بنشوفها طلعت بالفعل من quantum mechanical effects. The planets started just from quantum mechanical collisions that happen between molecules. بدأت من النظام ده and then sparked life, and sparked the all existence of organic species. فكان الفكرة كلها ان في gigantic clouds بتبدأ تكولابس لحد ما تفورم الانترستيلر ميديا او البيتزا شيبت كلاود اللي احنا بنسميها بروتوبلانيتي ديسكس. جوه البروتوبلانيتي ديسكس بتطلع كواكب، وبتطلع في النص شمس جديدة كده بنسميها بروتوستار. And from the protostar, because of due to the conservation of angular momentum, the whole system starts to spin very fast due to the conservation of angular momentum, and then it flattened. بيعمل بقى شكل البيتزا كده. And بعد وقت طويل بتبدأ الكواكب تتكون. طبعا ده انا مش هدخل على level of details. I'm not gonna discuss the level of details of this equation, but we all start from first principles or Hamiltonians, and these Hamiltonians describe how molecules interact and collide at the most fundamental level in these interstellar media. الجزيئات بتصطدم ازاي، بنوصفها بهاملتونيان. وعشان نحلها بنستخدم بقى كيرنلز كبيره جدا. الكيرنلز دي بتاخد وقت طويل. فمن هنا انتوا بتشوفوا البروبلم بتاعت الكيمستري جايه منين؟ البروبلم بتاعت الكيمستري او الفيزيكس سيميوليشن they emerge from the need to do full simulations that include very large computational space. يعني هم جواهم الفضاء الخاص بالحسابات كبير جدا. وده مثال احنا بنشوفه لو احنا عندنا 100 معادله بنحلهم. If we have 100 equations we need a half a second to solve them. 300 we get about 4 seconds, and suddenly it scales up to 6,600 seconds if we have around 5,000 equations, and you see a pattern that's close to the exponential. عندنا دلوقتي باور 3 بس بعد كده بيدخل على الاكسبوننشال. ولو انت هتضم بقى مولكيولز كل ما السايز بتاع المولكيولز جيتس بيجر الكومبيتيشن بتكون مور اكسبنسيف. فمن هنا كانت هنعمل ايه طيب، يعني هنوصل لفين؟ ففي كلاسيكال كمبيوتر سوبر كمبيوترز بتستخدم وكنا بنستخدمها في وقت الدكتوراه عشان نعمل السيميوليشنز دي. بس كانت المشكله ان برضه ستيل عندنا ليميتيشنز. وي هاف تو دو ابروكسيميشنز. فجه البروميس لما كنت في سنه ثانيه درست كوانتم انفورميشن في الماستر، فكان المرشد بتاع الدكتور بتاعي كان بيناقش بيقول طب احنا ممكن نحاول نبروجكت الكيمستري على الكوانتم كمبيوتر ونحاول نسولف ده بطريقه efficient. طب نعمل ايه بقى على الحكايه دي؟ طبعا الترانسليشن ما بين الثيوريتيكال كيمستري والكوانتم كومبيوتنج واحده، الاثنين زي بعض بالظبط. يعني في ناس كتيره كوانتم انفورميشن ساينتست كان بيشتغلوا ثيوريتيكال كيمستري، فالسويتش كان يعني ايزي خالص. فقعدنا نفكر طب هل نقدر نرن كل الحاجات دي الابلكيشن الخاصه بالمولكيولر ديزاين، ماتيريال ديزاين اند دراج ديزاين. ومن هنا بقى في السنه الرابعه بدات اسويتش ناحيه الكوانتم كمبيوتر. Quantum computing it has this phenomenal power due to the ability to have a superposition. لو انت عندك عربيه راكنه كده ماركه مثلا فيات او اي حاجه، وعندك مثلا عربيه سريعه جنبها زي مثلا لامبورجيني او اي عربيات من العربيات بتاعت فورمولا 1 موجوده جنبك، الاثنين في الشارع، في شارع صغير هيمشوا بنفس السرعه بطيئه، بس واحده فيهم لما تطلع على الطرق السريعه في المانيا بتاعت الاوتوبان هتروح قرب ال 500 كيلو في الساعه، والثانيه مش هتعرف توصل للليفل ده. فمن هنا الكيوبيتس هي الوحده بتاعت الكوانتم انفورميشن في الكوانتم، وهي اللي بتعدي الكلاسيكال بيت لان عندها الابيليتي تو بي بريزنت ان 0 and 1 at the same time. ده الشكل السينمائي. طبعا بحب حي طبعا اي بي ام على الصوره الجميله اللي هم واخدينها دي، سينماتيك فيو سيستم 1. طبعا ده القديم طبعا، بس هي صوره يعني سينماتيك كده حلوه للفريج اللي معلقينها كده، وشكله حلو والله. دي حقيقه فعلا. فمعنا الدكتور احمد بعد الصوره السينماتيك دي لو احنا عملنا زوم ان جواه هنلاقي ان في حاجه شبه دي موجوده كده. دي الفريج اللي موجوده بيبقى فيها سوبر كوندكتنج كيوبيتس. فلما بنيجي نعمل حسابات في الكوانتم بنضطر نترجم الخوارزميات اللي احنا بنستخدمها كلاسيكالي على الطريقه اللي ممكن ترن على الكوانتم. We need to translate our thinking and map the classical algorithms into quantum algorithms to be able to run it on quantum computers. And to do so we need to map them on the language or sequence of gates. ممكن بقى الجيتس دي تو بي جروب نعمل بقى اوبتمايزيشن، بس في الاخر احنا بيكون عندنا ريجستر اوف كيوبيتس، بنحط سيكونس اوف جيتس وبعدين بنميجر عشان نحول المعلومات من الكوانتم وورلد للكلاسيكال. فمن هنا بنبدا نتريف المعلومات دي عن طريق الاوبزرفابلز، وبعد كده بنحصل على المعلومه. فالسؤال بقى دلوقتي ازاي بقى نستخدم الكوانتم كومبيوتنج، وازاي بنستخدمها عشان نعمل الحسابات. التفكير الحالي دلوقتي احنا عندنا الفول ستاك ابروتش، انت محتاج مالتي لاير ثينكينج عشان تترجم المساله اللي عندك. والمالتي لاير ثينكينج ده معناه ايا كانت اليوز كيس بتاعتك، سواء في اللوجيستكس او الفاينانس او البورتفوليو اوبتمايزيشن او كوانتم سيميوليشن والكيمستري او الباتري ديزاين او دراج ديزاين والهيلث كير، كله في الاخر لازم تعمل له مابينج لبروتوكولز او فورماليزم معين كان بي اكسكيوتد اون ذا كوانتم هاردوير. والمابينج ده معناه ممكن يبقى اوبتمايزيشن بروبلم، ممكن يبقى في الاخر هاملتونيان فايندينج جراوند ستيت اوف بارتيكولار هاملتونيان، او مثلا حل مثلا ماكس كات بروبلم بانك بتفاين مثلا البيست تراجكتوري لبروبلم. طيب دلوقتي دي الحسابات وده المتوقع من الكوانتم. الكوانتم has a promise to deliver very fast computation. Of course, the quantum advantage every time is being the definition of quantum advantage is being upgraded. Clark is laughing here because he's also has his own thoughts about the quantum. But the quantum advantage is now about the speed, but not only speed, it's accuracy also. How much precision you can get from that, how much power you can get, or how much information you can get from running the quantum simulation. فمن هنا الكوانتم ادفانتج كل الناس بتحطها فقط على السرعه، لا هي coupled مع الاثنين. فعندنا دلوقتي different types of quantum hardware. احنا اللي شفناه قبل كده كان اي بي ام كوانتم، ده السوبر كوندكتنج تايب، وطبعا هو موجود افيلبل على الكلاود. واي بي ام طبعا عندها اوفرنج للكلاود سيرفيسز الخاصه بالكوانتم، وتقدر تاكسس اكتر من باك اند. في انواع تانية من الكوانتم كمبيوترز متاحه في الماركت زي مثلا الفوتونيك تشيبس، عندنا الالترا كولد اند نيوترال اتوم كوانتم كمبيوتر، وعندنا كمان توبولوجيكال لسه طبعا في التطوير، وعندنا حاجه اسمها كات كيوبيتس مثلا امازون ويب سيرفيسز كانت اعلنت عنها. مش هندخل طبعا في الشرح لكل واحده، لكل واحده عندها الثيوري بتاعتها. وعندنا الايون تراب تكنولوجي. في تكنولوجيز كتيره جدا متاحه في الماركت، في منهم بقى ماتيور، في منهم اللي لسه ان ديفلوبمنت، يعني لسه قدامه شويه عمان ما يبقى ماتيور اند ماركتبل، ولسه في حاجات ستيل ان ريسيرش زي الموليكولار كيوبيتس مثلا، او بعض الكيوبيتس الثانيه اللي ممكن تكون جود كانديديت لكن لسه في الفيز بتاع ريسيرش according to the public domain knowledge، لان برضه في حاجات لسه شغاله في الستيلث مود، شغاله في ريسيرش او لسه مش معلن عنها، شغاله في المجال، فممكن يتسمع عنها بعدين لما يحققوا حاجه. وفي حاجات بالفعل كوانتم كمبيوتر موجوده في السوق زي مثلا سبين كيو عندها MRI كوانتم كمبيوتر، وهم عندهم عدد قليل من الكيوبيتس المتاح حاليا في الاجهزه بتاعتهم، وتقدر كمان ترن الكوانتم على سيميليتورز. وفي حاجات اوبن سورس كمان كوانتم كمبيوترز، يعني الاركايف مليان بيبرز وحاجات تفولو. فاحنا دلوقتي عشان الباشن يطلع في الكوانتم خصوصا في البابليك اوتريتش في اي كوميونتي بيلدينج لازم يبقى فيه اهتمام بالكوانتم، والناس تبقى اوير يعني ايه كوانتم وايه الدليفري اللي ممكن يتم منه. والكوانتم مش بتساهم فقط في الاكاديميك ريسيرش ولكن كمان في الاويرنس عن التكنولوجي او الهاي تك ان جنرال. فمثلا على سبيل المثال عشان نوصل في الهاكاثون بقى كان في مثلا بنعمل مانثلي سيريز مع المكتبه، كان بيبقى فيها انفايتد سبيكرز من كل مكان، وكل شهر بيكون في ناس بتتكلم، بيبقى في سيم معين او في توبيك معين بيتعملوا فيتشرنج. وبعد كده بدانا نتكلم على يبقى عندنا ويكلي اكتيفيتيز، والويكلي اكتيفيتيز دي مثلا زي كوانتم اي لاب اتكلمنا عنها كنا في محاضره هنا ايرلير في ابريل في المكتبه. بدأنا نتكلم على البيلدينج كوميونيتيز في الكوانتم اي وازاي مثلا ان البيلدينج كوميونتي في الكوانتم بيساعد في الورك فورس. وبعد كده عشان نبدأ نستعد للكوانتم والاويرنس يزيد بدأنا نبدأ نشتغل على فكرة ازاي بقى نتعلم فكرة الهاكاثون والناس تبراكتس الهاكاثون فعملنا مثلا اكتيفيتيز كتيرة زي مثلا كوانتم سمر سكول، الدراي ران، وهكذا. في نقطة حابب أركز عليها هنا ان الكوانتم عندها البروميس تو ديليفر ده، بس الفكره كلها ان هو علم صعب جدا ومش سهل، يعني هو it needs some time to digest all information and the knowledge, and for that the knowledge is not only like textbook knowledge, it's also about understanding the news about the technology, how to perceive them, how to distinguish between fake and hyped and also authentic news. That's also need some culture، يعني ده بيحتاج ثقافه وبيحتاج ابروتش الناس تبقى ملمه بالحاجات دي كلها. وعشان كده حضور التوكس وحضور الانشطه بيخلي الناس تبقى اب تو ديت بالنولج. واحنا في شركات كتير على مستوى العالم انكلودنج IBM بيعملوا شغل جميل جدا على مستوى العالم في مجال التريننج، في مجال الهاكاثونز، في مجال السمر سكولز، في الحاجات دي كلها. فكل ده بيضيف للمجتمع. وكان في الدراي ران مثلا كان عندنا مسائل مهمه زي مثلا استخدام الكيمستري فور اتموسفيريك ابلكيشنز، الويذر فوركاستنج، وعندنا كانت مساله ماشين ليرنينج للديسكفري بتاع نيو اركيولوجيكال سايتس. وكان في ناس طبعا فازت، وكان في كوميونتي طلع جديد لحد ما بدانا نوصل للبريبريشن بتاع الهاكاثون بتاع النهارده. في حاجه تانية حابب اقولها ان الاكتيفيتيز بتاعت الكوانتم على مستوى العالم ساهمت في انكريز السكيل سيت بتاعت الورك فورس من 10 ل 15% اكوردنج للهايست كونسلتنج كومبانيز زي ماكنسي كده على مستوى العالم. فده معناه ان كل ما بيكون عندنا هاكاثونز زي دي او ايفنتس زي دي ده بيساعد في زياده المعرفه وزياده المهارات، مش في مجال الكوانتم فقط. عشان كل الناس بتقول طبعا انا لو هشتغل في الكوانتم هدرس ايه؟ what I can do with quantum knowledge. You can do a lot with quantum knowledge because it's not only echoed or reflected on the quantum tech, but also can be used and recycled in semiconductor industry, in the semicon, but also in the photonic, in the communications, and in many fields as well. يعني النولج نفسها والمهارات ممكن تستخدم في معرفة تانية. وفي ناس كتيرة من الكوانتم كومبيوتنج عملوا شغل كويس جدا في السيميكوندكتور، وكانوا very good architects. They did very good work in semiconductor industries. وعشان كده بدأنا نوصل النهارده للهاكاثون بتاع النهارده، اللي هو طبعا أول هاكاثون قومي في مصر، Egypt first ever national quantum hackathon. وبدأ يبقى معانا تيم من المنتورز يبقوا موجودين. التيم ده عمل شغل جميل جدا، والشغل ده كان ايكوت في مراحل كتيره وسيكونس كبير على مدار الرحله. بعد ما فكرنا في موضوع الهاكاثون من سنه ونص كده،
عمل شغل جامد، خصوصا كمان كان في ناس جراديويت من الكوانتم اي اي لاب، الويكلي سيشنز اللي موجوده، وبداوا يساهموا في ناس جم البروفيشنال ماستر عند الدكتور احمد يونس يساعدوا معانا. وحقيقه كان في كوميونتي، فايبرنت كوميونتي من السمر سكول ومن كل الاماكن دي بداوا يجتمعوا، يبقى في تيم من الفولنتيرز فعلا عايز يساعد مع المكتبه. وطبعا المكتبه مشكوره مع كل البارتنرز انها عملت المجهود الرائع ده، والتيم طلع المجهود الجميل ده. انا حابب ارفلكت دلوقتي على التيم، مش هدخل بقى في شرح التكنيكال، هتكلم على التيم كمان دقيقتين لان هو برضه هيطلعوا يتكلموا معانا. حابب اتكلم على حاجتين. احنا دلوقتي عندنا 3 تشالنج موجودين في الهاكاثون. We have 3 main categories of problems. First one is about optimization, and the second one is about how to use quantum machine learning to make a prediction. And the prediction now is for a neurological disease. And then we have the third problems about the chemistry optimization, our chemistry solution for carbon capturing. Of course, this problem inspired by our colleague here, Dr. Ahmed Al-Qatacha, also proposed in one of our calls مع Dr. Ahmed Yunus والباشمهندس Yusuf to talk about carbon capture. Then we have this problem in our radar. Now it's one of the problems in the hackathon. كان عندنا الاوبتمايزيشن دايما بيتكلم برضو عنده الدكتور هشام والاساتذه الافاضل التانيين موجود معانا، وكان موجود معانا في الدراي ران. وعندنا كمان الكوانتم ماشين ليرنينج ابروتش. ف we have 3 main categories in the hackathon, and then we have very vibrant and excellent jury members and the speakers who are also gonna judge and assess the final presentation in the final day of the hackathon on Friday, where everyone basically should wrap up all the presentation and present their findings. لازم يقدموا كل الكلام ده ويقدموا الشغل بتاعهم in a specific format that will be announced today by the mentors. دلوقتي حابب انفايت التيمز بتاعت المنتورز عشان نبدا نتكلم على ازاي احنا عملنا الديزاين بتاع الراوند دي من الهاكاثون، وكمان نديهم فير كريدت للناس اللي شاركت في التنظيم مع المكتبه. ف هم الناس بقى تيجي تستيب اب هنا. معلش يا جماعه قومناكم بقى من كراسيكم، ما علينا عادي. وحقيقة طبعا عندنا تيم عمل شغل جميل جدا. Very excellent work in the dry run hackathon, the trial hackathon that we have performed, and that was very successful round of the hackathon because we have learned a lot about our participants, but also the participants have learned also about the culture of hackathon. هو تعليم متبادل، يعني احنا كلنا كنا بنتعلم من بعض. وكان عندنا بعد كده as a second preparation we had like a very quick summer school to prepare them and set the baseline and the benchmark level for the challenges. ودلوقتي انا هدعو البعض من الزملاء يبداوا يتكلموا. احنا عندنا دي اول صوره للناس، في طبعا منهم اللي موجود معانا دلوقتي، وفي اللي اعتذر لظروف اجتماعيه او عائليه. هذا دلوقتي نبدا نتكلم على الستاتستكس. فاحمد.
مساء الخير. الحقيقه احنا على مستوى المشاركين وعلى مستوى المنتورز وعلى مستوى كمان المشاركين اونلاين كان حابين يكون عندنا تنوع على كذا دايمنشن، من ناحيه ان هم كمان يبقى في تنوع في الجندر، تنوع في المستوى الاكاديمي، تنوع في التخصصات، تنوع كمان في البروبلمز اللي هم مهتمين بيها. لو هنتكلم الاول عن منتور، عندنا 17 منتور موجودين النهارده معانا. زي ما احنا شايفين يعني التمثيل متوازن شويه، ممكن بعض الفيميلز اعتذروا كانوا المفروض يبقوا موجودين. التخصص بتاعهم مختلف شويه، فهنلاقي عندنا كمان باتشلرز وبي اتش دي بوست دوك مختلفين المنتورز. ممكن الباتشلرز نحس ان هم بيساعدوا في تحسين التجربه للمشاركين لان هم اقرب ليهم في السن، معاهم في نفس المستوى التفكير، فده بييفولف الهاكاثون بصوره كبيره. احب يعني اتكلم الاول عن المشاركين وتنوعهم. هسيب ساعتها فرجاني يتكلم عن التنوع.
ماشي، وممكن بعد كده عندنا تنوع برضه طبعا في الجامعات. هنا موجودين almost 19 جامعه represented، وعندنا محافظات كتيره قوي represented موجوده. فكان فعلا السelection criteria كان بتساتسفاي الاو criteria. we make sure that the diversity is fulfilled and has been achieved, and also the diversity also of knowledge, background and universities. اتفضل.
مساء الخير. واحنا كان الهدف بتاعنا عامة ان احنا نحاول نوزع تيمز جغرافيا وتكنيكال ويونيفرسيتيز، بحيث ان احنا نعمل فرايتي ونعمل دايفرس كده بين التيمز، بحيث ان هم يقدروا يعرفوا يتعلموا ازاي يشتغلوا از تيم حتى لو ما يعرفوش بعض. ويبداوا يتعلموا ازاي يدخلوا تشالنجز من غير حتى ما يعرفوا اي باك جراوند عنها. دي كان الهدف بتاعنا، ان احنا خليناهم بعد ما قسمنا التيمز بالشكل ده خليناهم يدخلوا ديسكشن كده ان هم ازاي يختاروا البروبلمز بتاعتهم. فدي كانت اول تاسك تقريبا يعني عملناها. طبعا كان عندنا بعد
ممكن بس ندعو المنتورز الأجانب. Can we invite can all foreigner and yeah and also our foreigner mentors to come here. We have also mentors from the States, and we have from different Arab countries, from Lebanon and from Morocco, and also from Emirates are joining us in the mentorship team. Okay, so yeah, big clap for them.
الحقيقة هم عملوا مجهود يعني عظيم جدا في سمر سكول، خصوصا جيمس في الماثماتكس، وليد في الكوانتم ماشين ليرنينج، وكانت حاجة ممتازة جدا. زياد في الكيمستري. الحقيقة كل توبيك من اللي احنا موجودين النهاردة في البروبلمز كان ليها يوم مخصوص في السمر سكول، وده كان تأهيل كويس جدا. كان جزء ثيوريتيكال، جزء لاب.
طيب انا كمان حابب ان انا اقول ان احنا بنعمل كمان السيشن ده عشان كمان to know your mentors who are gonna work with you in the teams، فعشان يعرفوا الفرق اللي انتوا شغالين معاه. طب زياد ممكن تدي كومنت على السمر سكول قبل ما نقدم اور يعني جيست منتورز؟
في كوانتم سمر سكول كان حصل قبليها اللي هو الدراي ران هاكسون، فاحنا كنا عملنا اناليسيز للتيمز هم بيقدموا برزنتيشن وكودنج سكيلز بتاعتهم. لقينا ان هو في بعض النواقص في العلم او في النولج او في التكنيكال سكيلز والساينتفك سكيلز، فدي قلنا لازم نبلد عليها عشان يبقى جاهزين للهاكسون الجاي. فعملنا الهاكسون على 5 ايام بحيث ان هو يبيلد البروبلمز بتاعت الهاكسون. والبروبلمز بتاعت الهاكسون كان 3 انواع: كوانتم ماشين ليرنينج، كوانتم كيمستري، كوانتم اوتومايزيشن. فاول يوم كنا ركزنا على الماثماتكس والباك جراوند بتاعت الماثماتكس، وكان معانا دكتور جيمس بيشرح لينير الجبرا. وبعد كده دكتور طاهر شرح معانا داتا اناليسيز. وتاني يوم ركزنا على الماشين ليرنينج، كان باشمهندس عبد الرحمن هو اللي قام بالواجب. وتالت يوم كان عندنا كوانتم ماشين ليرنينج، ودكتور نهيل ودكتور وليد شرحوا المواضيع يعني فيها. ورابع يوم كان معانا دكتور ندى شرحت كوانتم انترنايزيشن، وانا كنت شرحت كوانتم انترنايزيشن برضه. وفي خامس يوم او اخر يوم كان دكتور طه شرح كوانتم كيمستري، وانا برضه معاه كنت لايف في الكوانتم كيمستري. فاحنا حاولنا نخلي الناس تستعد بشكل كويس للبروبلمز، بحيث ان هم يعملوا جود سولوشنز وجود ساينتفك.
شكرا زياد. Then we can have a word from our guests.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation, of course. And yeah, it is very good initiative to have like this hackathon in Egypt, and really important to focus on these 3-axis like promising areas like quantum chemistry and quantum simulation, quantum machine learning. So yeah, and also like starting this from an Arabic word is very promising, very important for the Arabian region, and specifically also for Africans is also very important. Yeah. So what else to say is looking forward. The teams are really working hard. I guess they already started like from yesterday, and they're doing some progress. And we're looking forward to orient them and give them help, whatever we can do from resources and technical helps. Yeah.
And very short work.
Marhaba. I'm learning. So, so I'm here to help mostly with math, but my team will hopefully benefit in a few ways from some conversations that we'll have. And anyone here is welcome to ask me anything about math at any time, and I'm happy to talk.
Yeah, so I am very happy to be here. I met Yusuf at the hackathon in Abu Dhabi and this past April. I don't see him right now, but yeah, we spoke, and then he said, "Oh, I'm going to put on this hackathon in Egypt, and maybe you would be interested." And I said, "Sure," and then we kept in touch, and so here we are. And I have Amro to thank for even introducing me to this entire ecosystem because I was a mentor at some other event back in New York, and then that led to this sort of whole avenue. And it's exciting and wonderful to work with all of you, and I look forward to what will be achieved this time.
Thank you, James. Nohaila?
Hi everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I'm pleased to be here, and I'm very happy. Usually, I already supervised or mentored for different hackathons, from UAE to Lebanon to here, so it's very nice. And every time you just explore new ideas and meet new people and the way how they work. But I would just say probably Walid and James, they said almost everything, but I just want to highlight something. Is it's always after the hackathon. So okay, you start a project, you start most of them, they are not familiar with quantum. They are open to this new paradigms, they explore it, but it's better to keep exploring after the hackathon. And based on some experience, we have some students or that becoming from masters or from bachelor to PhD, that they are just focusing and working on quantum because of those hackathons. So yeah, so sometimes the hackathons, it's a good, I don't know how to explain it, but it's good. It gives you more opportunities and more chances. So for me, during my PhD, I was mentoring different teams during the NYU, New York University, Abu Dhabi hackathon. And then I think I joined for 2 years. Then in the third year, I joined or the fourth year, I joined as a postdoc there. So I was doing my PhD in Morocco. Then I was traveling to NYU just to mentor a team. Then after that, I built connections and start working on or focusing more on quantum. Then I end up by working there. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so it's just I want to highlight that the hackathon, it's always after the hackathon. Just okay, don't think of it it's just a project, but keep exploring after that.
Okay, thanks, Nohaila, and big clap for Nohaila. Okay, Jed.
Hello, I'm also very happy to be here. Like James, I met Yusuf in Abu Dhabi, and he told me about this hackathon, and again, here we are. I think the important thing about these hackathons is building a community and empowering future students to be able to do something that's different. I think this is how we build driving forces, especially for us in our Arab world and the Middle East as well. We need to do these kinds of things to foster connections and to start empowering our students to do these things. And at least for me, this is what empowered me to be able to do other things around the world. And I'm really happy to be here to be able to learn how to be a mentor and to give that to other students as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jed. We'll have a quick sentence from Ahmed El-Fiqi about the Dry Run Hackathon.
في البداية أنا حابب أن سعيد جدا بوجودي هنا معاكم. في البداية بدأت المشوار مع دكتور أحمد يونس بمحاضرات تعريفية في تبع كيو وورلد وكيو ايجيبت. الشباب كان على قدر المسؤولية وشباب كتير انضموا للمحاضرات دي وكانوا مبسوطين جدا بتعريف الكوانتم كومبيوتنج في مصر وفي على مستوى الشرق الأوسط. بعد كده بدأت الرحلة مع دكتور طه سليم في الكوانتم AI لاب من 4 شهور اللي تقريبا ادينا 4 أو 5 محاضرات تعريفية عن الكوانتم كومبيوتنج والكوانتم الجوريزم والكوانتم بروتوكولز. أنا شايف إن التفاعل فيها كان جامد جدا من الطلاب واستفادوا والناس أشادت بالمحاضرات دي. بعد كده بدأنا إن شاء الله بدأنا مع الدكتور طه الدراي ران هاكاثون. بدأت فيه محاضرة تعريفية عن الكوانتم كومبيوتنج واستخدامه واهميته في الريل وورلد تشالنجز. بعد كده على مدار 3 ايام كان في دراي ران هاكاثون، كان في 3 بروبلمز كانت عن الكوانتم ماشين ليرنينج والكوانتم كيمستري سيميوليشن. الشباب كانت متفاعله الحقيقه كانت متفاعله. كانوا على قدر من المسؤوليه، وكان عندنا 3 وينرز تيمز. شكرا لحضرتك.
شكرا يا احمد. ناخد بقى دكتوره اسماء، الخير بقى والبركه بتاعت التيم يا دكتور اسماء.
وأنا في الآخر حابة أشكر اللي هم بسميهم الجندي المجهول للموضوع كله. لا 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 لا. هو بصراحة يعني جيت أعمل برزنتيشن عن الجورني بتاعت الهاكاثون. لقيت البداية فعلا كانت من قبل ما احنا نظهر بكتير، يعني مع المهندس يوسف ومع دكتور طه. حقيقي هم قاموا بمجهود كبير قبل ما نظهر احنا في الصورة، احنا ما كناش نعرف أصلا الموضوع يعني. فشكر كبير ليهم على ان هم بصراحة ساهموا في ان الهاكاثون يقام لغاية بالتايم اللي هم حددوه فعلا على الصفحة. كل حاجة تمت في ميعادها وتمت على أكمل وجه. حابة أشكر الطلبة. احنا ضغطناكم جامد بصراحة، ضغطوا كتير من الاو كيو اي التريننج، وبعدها على طول سمر سكول، ما كانش فيه راحة خالص. وحقيقي المجموعة دول خيرة الشباب اللي احنا اخترناهم. كانت الكرايتيريا اللي اخترنا بيها كانت صعبة فعلا. وإن شاء الله أنا واثقة فيهم في يوم المناقشة إن هم هيأدوا أداء جيد. وانتوا هتنبسطوا منهم بإذن الله يعني. بشكركم وبالتوفيق.
شكرا جدا دكتوره اسماء. لا خلصت بقى ماشي. معانا بقى هيبقى في تعريفات سريعه، وبعدين هنختم بالبشمهندس احمد سليم. كان معانا برضو مشارك معانا في الدراي ران كسينيور جادج، وكان حقيقه مدي فيدباك جميل جدا، ومشارك معانا في التنظيم بتاع الدراي ران. هنختم بيك على فكره، خلي بالك.
I'll keep it quick بسرعة.
ماشي.
طيب أنا شرفت طبعا إن أنا أكون جادج في الهاكاثون دراي ران، وعندي تو يعني زي ملاحظتين. الأولانية الشباب والدايفرستي اللي كانت موجودة، كان موجود في الدراي ران ناس هاي سكول وبوست جراديويت في جراديويتس، والحماس اللي احنا شفناه من الشباب اعتقد ده الليدرز ان شاء الله هيكونوا المستقبل في الجزء بتاع الكوانتم. وملاحظة تانية ان كان في ناس لأول مرة يسمعوا عن الكوانتم، والإصرار الغريب اللي احنا لقيناه في الفاينل برزنتيشن، ناس قدموا نتائج كويسة جدا، واستفادوا كمان من البرزنتيشنز اللي كانت بتقدم على مدار الثلاث تي ام. ف يعني انا متفائل جدا ان شاء الله بالفيوتشر، بالحماس اللي انا شفته من الشباب. unpopular opinion، كل الناس بيقولوا روح اتعلم اي اي. الاي اي دلوقتي بقى بيكتب كود، فنصيحتي اتعلم ماث وساينس. اللي هي بريك ثرو في التو سبجكتس دول اكيد هو اللي هي بريك ثرو يعني. خلاص ده رأي شخصي باي ذا واي. لا يعرف ان اي حاجه ممكن يكون صح غلط. على العموم انا بشكر يعني دكتور طه والمنظمين على الهاكاثون. شكرا جزيلا.
بشكر باشمهندس احمد، وبالفعل نصيحه غاليه جدا اللي بيقولها. انا طبعا عندي قناتين يوتيوب، واحده انجليزي وواحده عربي، واحده منها احنا بنتكلم في بودكاست كامل عن الحكايه دي. طبعا كان السي او في انفيديا يانسن كان يتكلم عن الحكايه دي، ان فعلا الناس لازم تتعلم fundamental science in order to proceed not only coding، بس لازم يبقى عندهم domain knowledge، فدي حاجه كويسه. انت اتكلمت في رجاله تروح هناك برضه. ماشي. ماشي. دلوقتي احنا بقى في حد عندنا عبد الرحمن، هو اندر جراد منتور. هو طبعا الوحيد اللي معانا اندر جراد منتور. فعبد الرحمن عرف نفسك كويكلي وانطباعك في سطر واحد، يعني عايزين 60 ثانيه.
اوكي تمام.
هنا الفن.
انا عبد الرحمن البنا، انا اندر جراد اي اي. انا كنت مع دكتور طه من اول المانثلي سيريز للاي اي لاب للدراي ران هاكاثون للهاكاثون هنا، ومبسوط عامه بالرحله دي كلها. وبس ان شاء الله مكمل عامه. بس تمام كده.
في النهارده عبد الرحمن. ماشي عبد الرحمن، انت خلصت تروح بقى هناك. ما ينفعش. مش عايزين بقى كل واحد فيكم يا جماعه هيعرف نفسه سريعا كده.
So I'm Omar Subhi. I'm part of the African Quantum Consortium. I'm very glad to be here. I started as a participant in the Dry Run Hackathon, and now I'm a mentor. يعني انا اكيد محتاج اقول ان المجهود اللي الكوميونتي بذلوه من قبل حتى ما ندخل كمنتور وفي دراي ران، من قبل دراي ران. فحقيقي هو مجهود عظيم ويشكروا عليه جدا، وانا شخصيا استفدت كتير. ويعني انا I can tell that all the teams here يعني have benefited a lot. So thank you very much.
شكرا عمر. انت خلاص تروح هناك مش نبيل؟
مساء الخير. أنا محمد نبيل، حاليا في البري ماستر كمبيوتر ساينس في جامعة القاهرة بباك جراوند كيمستري. والحقيقة أنا مبسوط إن أنا هنا، وطبعا يعني الحمد لله إن أنا كنت مع دكتور طه من أول المشوار وبس.
شكرا لكم. هو التيم حقيقة كله مجتهد جدا، فيعني احنا بنحاول نساعد كلنا بعض. مش اتفضل معتز.
مساء الخير. أنا اسمي معتز، أنا واحد من تلاميذ دكتور أحمد يونس في البروفيشنال ماستر في كوانتم كومبيوتينج، وسعيد إن أنا جزء من التيم وأقدر إن أنا أساعد الشباب إن هم يحققوا اللي هم عايزينه يعني إن شاء الله. شكرا.
شكرا جدا معتز. صباح بقى هناك. تمام، كويس انكم بتترصرصوا كده في شكل صورة عشان نبقى ناخدها في الآخر، فاهمة؟ ده الهدف كان.
مساء النور. أنا عبد الرحمن السيد، خريج هندسة اسكندرية كمبيوتر اند كوميونيكيشن انجينيرنج. كنت مع دكتور يونس في الجرادويشن بروجكت في الجي اي سيميوليتر. ان شاء الله دكتور يونس بقى هيتكلم عنه اكتر في السيشن يعني. ف وبرضه انا كنت من المنتورز المتاخرين شويه، جيت متاخر مع دكتور طه سليم، يعني كانت فرصه كويسه جدا، وان شاء الله بالتوفيق بقى في الهاكاثون.
شكرا عبد الرحمن. ماشي، اتفضل يا جهاد.
اوكي. انا جهاد سالم، خريجة AUC، كنت دبل ميجر كمبيوتر ساينس وماث. انا جويند هنا مع دكتور طه ومع التيم كله قريب قوي، بس اكتر حاجة حابة اقولها انه enjoy every single moment because الحاجات دي بجد هي اللي بعد كده هتقعدوا تفتكروها وهتحسوا ان دي moments كده في حياتكم بتحبوها جدا وبتحبوا ترجعوا ليها، فانجوي.
شكرا جدا ليك يا جهاد. جمال.
أنا جمال منيب AI انجينير، وسعيد إن أنا كنت مع دكتور طه في رحلة الكوانتم AI لاب من الأول، وسعيد إن أنا هنا النهاردة بمنتور وبساعد الشباب في الهاكاثون.
شكرا جدا، واحب اوجه طبعا شكر خاص لكل طبعا احنا عندنا طبعا جوري ممبرز وسبيكرز هتشوفوهم النهارده ان شاء الله في التوكس. هيبداوا من الدكتور هشام ان شاء الله لحد اخر اليوم. وبوجه تحيه كبيره لمكتبه اسكندريه على التنظيم، وعايز اوجه كمان شكر للاساتذه الافاضل هنا والناس اللي حضرت معانا في المونثلي سيريز. احب اشكر برضو دكتور احمد شوقي على ان هو معانا، ودكتور شريف صديقي. واحب اشكر شكر خاص لدكتور احمد يونس، حقيقه بدأ النشاط كله بتاع الكوانتم من زمان جدا، وعندنا ثمرات هنا موجوده منه، فشكرا جدا لحضرتك. وشكرا جدا للناس اللي حاضره من منظمين المكتبه. احب اشكر بشكل خاص الباشمهندس يوسف الدكر، طبعا اخي وصديقي العزيز، وكان يعني بارتنر في الرحله اللطيفه، وهو كمان مع فريق المكتبه كل المجهود بيحاول يزق فيه لحد ما المومنت دي بقت بوسيبل مع كل البارتنرز المشاركين. شكرا جدا، واحب بس لو حضرتك تاخد لنا بقى صوره جماعيه كده ممكن. مايك واحد. لا مش مشكله، انا جوه بس كده شويه ان شاء الله. دلوقتي بيسعدني تقديم السيشن الثاني في الهاكاثون، وهو بيتكلم على الكوانتم يوز كيسز او كوانتم ابلكيشن. وطبعا يشرفني ان انا اقدم استاذنا العزيز الاستاذ الدكتور هشام البدوي،
الأستاذ دكتور هشام البدوي هو he's a full professor since October 2013 in the area of network performance modeling and assessment techniques for wireless cellular networks. Since 2004, he has been an adjacent professor for mobile communications in the Arab Academy of Science and Technology. He also has more than 32 years of professional experience in the fields of mobile telecommunications, network infrastructure, and has held various engineering and managerial positions. ودكتور هشام حاليا هو رئيس وحدة التطوير والابتكار بوزارة الاتصالات. بيشرفنا جدا الدكتور هشام، تحية بقى كبيرة ليه. اتفضل.
Assalamu alaikum. Today we will talk about in this presentation about the new trends, challenges, limitations, and opportunities that may face one of the most attractive application from my point of view for the quantum technology. Especially we can say QSC, quantum safe communications. And also finally, we will mention some sort of research directions or open areas in the development and implementation, as well as the realization of such technology in the field of applied safe communication facility. The contents, as you can see, by the way, I am also the vice chair for the Egyptian IEEE Egypt section, as well as I am the chair for the vehicular technology chapter. And the quantum technology has a long penetration and huge penetration in the IEEE community, especially in the field of application looks like vehicular technology, wireless communications, and AI as well. Today we will talk about, first of all, the quantum cryptography, and then we can move forward to the most popular types, which will be discussed later, post-quantum cryptography, and then we move forward to QKD, as well as quantum random number generators. Then we will sum up all of these in the field of application of the quantum safe communication networks. And finally, we will highlight some sort of challenges, opportunities, as well as some sort of new research directions in this field. First of all, quantum cryptography. Quantum cryptography, as you can see from this very simple diagram, now we are moving or using the regular or classical encryption technique based on hash function or some sort of multiplication with special codes or something. This is called classical cryptography. The quantum cryptography will talk about some sort of deploying or use of the facility of quantum physics or quantum polarization, as well as quantum algorithms in order to have some sort of encryption and immunity to regular classical decryptor systems. Also in these days, all the operators or all the players or stakeholders are deploying what we called harvest now, decrypt later. So if you don't have enough computational power, now say your opportunity to save all what's going maybe on the internet, on WhatsApp or something, and then if you have enough computational power such that mature quantum computing, which will be maybe in 2029 or 2030, you can decrypt them very easy. And then you can have some sort of interception, as well as these powerful computing machines can decrypt all of them. So it makes some sort of threat or some sort of dangerous attacks to all our communities. Quantum cryptography uses the processes of how to protect against theoretical threats for public key distributions especially for symmetric key and under research asymmetric key. Also, this came to real world by the deployment of the Peter-Shaw's integer factoring algorithm that had been deployed in order to break or decompose the regular functionality and algorithms based on RSA or Diffie-Hellman as an example. From the point of view of quantum safe communication, we have to think about what we call quantum key infrastructure. This will provide some sort of safe communication and can provide some sort of vaccine or anti-threat methodology for the classical as well as quantum computational attacks or threats. This will have some sort of expenses, but practically it will save a lot. If you cannot protect your data, you will lose everything. So we can say that it is cost effective in spite of the real cost. You have more reward or more beneficial for such deployment. Also, it can use VPN and protect what we call cloud data, mobile communication. Special attacks will be considered for the field of wireless communication facility. So we need for quantum safe communication, not as some sort of luxury, but it will be a must for all now, today, not tomorrow. In order to protect our data to be stolen or decrypted, maybe next year, maybe next month, so we have to think about how could we protect them now. Also, the internet is evolving very fast, and we have some sort of what we call quantum internet technology, so it will be more immune to interception or penetration or threats or attacks. On the other hand, we have to migrate to the quantum communication facility in order to have some sort of protection. If we are going to compare what we have and what we need, practically we have to think about on the right side by the red color, unsafe cryptography, which is used nowadays, which is the deployment of classical cryptography, which is based on long keys, maybe AES or RSA 256512. It may take now maybe thousands of years to be breakable, but by the deployment of quantum means, you can break it in few seconds, maybe in 2030, as I said before, and maybe before this date. In the field of how to protect yourself, you have to think about quantum resistant cryptography, which is based on two main solutions, which is the PQC, as we will illustrate in the next slide, and the QKD, and finally the quantum random generators that will facilitate the opportunity and realize the immunity to threats or attacks, or at least decrease the opportunity or the possibility of decoding or decrypt your data. So in order to realize the quantum safety, we have to think about three main steps. The first step is post-quantum cryptography, or what we call PQC, which is based on mathematical algorithm, not hardware. It's just some sort of mathematical manipulation of special functions in order to achieve some sort of semi-classical cryptography, but it can be immune, maybe enough to concurrent classical attacks. On the other hand, quantum key distribution based on hardware deployment as well as software algorithms in order to protect your data based on the principles of quantum mechanics and the quantum technology. Finally, quantum random generators will be the future, near future. It is based on hardware and software that not use unique keys. These unique keys cannot be breakable by classical or regular quantum machines. First of all, let us talk about post-quantum cryptography. Post-quantum cryptography looks like classical cryptography based on mathematical foundation, but it will use some sort of special functions and special protocols. And by the way, this hackathon is some sort, maybe I hope, to be some sort of imitation or maybe on the same roadmap to what has done in the US by NIST. In 2016, they announced that they have some sort of hackathon for special algorithms for PPC between developers, programmers, researchers, or engineers in order to achieve some sort of interoperability and stability against localized attacks. This hackathon had been contributed by maybe more than 113 teams, but about 5 only has gained the prize. But these prizes has been changed or converted into public or by law encryption methodologies by 13th of August last year to 2024 and announced by NIST, and it will be by law to be used for the IoT services in US. And this is NIST, and this is the final 5 teams that had been transferred from just, as we said here, hackathon means some sort of contest, think, trials, success, failure. Now they change it into small emerging companies to deploy such technology. And the main algorithm families are lattice-based and the cloud-based, and also multivariable data, as well as hash-based. Let us take some sort of comparative analysis between these systems. For this table, no more equations, but think about, they are talking about module learning key encapsulation mechanism. It's based on lattice-based, suitable for the encryption key exchange, and it has some sort of balancing or equiprobable between the trade-off between your speed of calculation against security. Also, the DSA or digital signature algorithm, which is one of the main players in the financial protection systems, they have 2 lattice-based systems, one of them based on long keys and one which is FNDSA is used for short keys. On the other hand, hash-based and the code-based maybe looks like Hamming, quasi-cyclic. This is provides cryptographic diversity and they can protect you without hardware. This only for deployment based on software on your concurrent legacy networks. If we are comparing PQC system versus classical system, we can catch the point. On the left hand, classical cryptography, you have end-to-end encryption or not end-to-end encryption, looks like Line, Viber, WhatsApp, Signal, iMessage, and so on. On the PQC, you are inserting some sort of algorithms in order to protect or convolute your data by a way to protect them. Looks like the future of PQC establishment and how could you make it for authentication processes. On the other hand, now we are moving forward to what we call quantum key distribution, which is based not only on software algorithms, but as well on special hardware. And by the way, it is a cheap type of hardware, maybe $100, 300, 1,000, not more. Looks like quantum processors, which is by millions of dollars. Quantum key distribution, which is called abbreviated by QKD. QKD is used heavily for fiber optic communication facility looks like what had been done in Europe or China for protecting the railway systems. By the way, in China, they have now 20,000 railway QKD protected interconnecting system to protect the railway from accidents and speed limits. The evolution of QKD, as you know, it was started by first protocol PPP-PP84 and go to the what we call the Quantum Safe Security Working Group, which is developing the solution based on quantum technology, hardware and software. And the market size is growing very fast, and maybe now we have more than 20 vendors for such modules that may be inserted before your classical encryption and before and after your classical decryption. By deploying the quantum key distribution, you have the opportunity to secure your data by special key exchange, and you have some sort of real-time application for your security. The process of quantum key distribution based on very simple item that comes from the legacy or the history of the quantum. The quantum, as you know, it's some sort of ambiguity. If you don't have the 100% percentage, do you know that you have the situation or the probability of having 1 or 0, and this is presented by polarization, and by changing this polarization you can transmit your photons. If some eavesdrops coming into the inside as a man in the middle, it will change the polarization, and this will help the receiver to identify this is some sort of intrusion. And in this diagram, in legacy system, if you are transmitting from Alice to Bob and Eve and the man in the middle, if you are transmitting 101, Eve can easily, especially in wireless, have some copy of your RF transmitted signal, and they can decode it very easy. But in case of QKD, we have sort of this diagram, very simple diagram. Alice wants to send something to Paul by quantum state preparation via quantum channel or fiber channel, and they have some sort of pre-assigned keys to be transmitted and verified over the authenticated classical channel. And in this diagram, if Eve wants to just listen on the quantum channel, this will interrupt and make some sort of ambiguity of the polarized received photons to in the pop side, and this will affect the overall behavior. So it will determine that this link is not secure enough and will stop directly the transmission. And this is called non-cloning facility or non-cloning theorem. It will provide some sort of protection of your transmitted polarized signal, and can be detected easily. If you don't protect this, you will lose the polarization, and you can say that this link is not safe. Quantum key distribution use cases, we can look at healthcare, quantum cryptography for 5G and 6G, Internet of Things, government, banking, or financial inclusion systems, also smart grid for power distribution facility. For vehicle communication has some sort of very, very dangerous case, because in the vehicle intercommunication or V2I network facility, if you got the transfer or the data that had been transmitted over the air, you can destroy or change it, so the interoperability between cars will be decrypted and may be changed, so some sort of error will be done, or crash or accident. So one of the trials may be had been deployed or experimented this year by last February. It was in the FSO OKD transmitter and based on free space optics, and had been successful results. For the QKD secured V2I systems, this is a global vision for how to deploy or implement the ITS or Intelligent Transportation Facility for interconnecting vehicle to vehicle or vehicle to infrastructure based on QKD. And as you can find in this diagram, QKD is just an layer 2 device just to be inserted in your network on both sides so you can protect this network against regular threats. Types of QKD protocols. The protocols of the QKD is divided into two main categories, prepare and measure group and intelligent-based. It involves measuring states of a particle. Intelligent-based depends on exclusive quantum entanglement, and the measurement actions may be done over one particle. If we are going to summarize the comparison between the most commonly used in QKD, we have BB84, E29, MDI QKD, and device-independent QKD. We have key features, strengths, and limitation. As an example, for the BB84, which is the most popular one, it is simple and susceptible to side channel attacks, which will be solved in our next section. Okay? In E29 and E91, sorry, it's require reliable integrment generation and measurement, but MDI QKD is more complex than the PP in price of protecting your feedback key distribution channel. What about the challenges of the QKD? The challenges mainly how to merging it with your present or ongoing infrastructure. Also, the transmission range is not tested more than 100 kilometers. So it will not be suited enough for long distance ITS or for satellite facility. Also, QKD has some sort of problem of how could you protect the key distribution process or initiation process itself. If we are going to facilitate the PQC or QKD, we have to think about from the larger vision, how could we make some sort of head versus head or head-to-head comparison. If we are talking about PQC against QKD, because these technologies are already found in the market, okay? Security based, as we said, PQC based on mathematics or just software. QKD based on quantum computational technology based on software and hardware. The cost is very low for PQC and may be very expensive with respect to it in the QKD. Maturity, QKD is most mature than PQC because it is more stable and have a lot of trials. From the possibility of deployment, PQC for internet, software, cloud. But if we are going to have more and more sensitive application, we have to think about QKD in place of PQC. If we are going to the near future, we have to think about how could we going away from single key or single key distribution, which is one of the limitations of the QKD. Quantum random number generators has some sort of this solution in order to provide strong randomness and enhanced security by changing the key periodically. So if the key 1 is decrypted, the key number 2 will not be decrypted and so on. So you can use it for securing the blockchain and 6G applications. Quantum random generators already has some trials, not commercial. Looks like these processors. It is used not only for classical cryptography, but also for ongoing facilities. But they need huge investment plans. If we are going to the deployment of all of these technology to have what we start our talk today about, quantum safe communications, quantum secure direct communication is one of the underdevelopment technology that may be used to enhance and correct the error that may be caused in the QKD by protecting the key distribution technique that had been mentioned as one of the drawbacks of the QKD. QSDC, which is quantum secure direct communication, completely very, very effective as an idea in 2000, but nowadays it may be standardized in next few years. QSDC characteristics may be summarized in 3 points. Higher safety with respect to QKD because it is not used for using one quantum key. Also, no need for pre-assignment key, so the listener or the intruder will not know the initiative point, so it can work on it and they can extract or predict or estimate what is the key of the QKD. Also, it is suitable for high capacity communication facilities, and this is very, very suitable for sensor networks or what we call quantum sensing applications. QSDC security protocols has some sort of success stories for protocols. Looks like DL04. It has 18.5 kilometers and data rate up to 100 kilobit per second. Somebody will wonder that 100 kilobit is very small. 100 kilobit per second is very suitable for IoT application. Looks like control and signaling schemes. So it will be suitable for such technology, and the QKD may be deployed under the QSDC for high speed or wideband applications. One of the major application of the QSDC is the time-sensitive networking, which is deploying for providing low latency application. It looks like remote surgery or remote control system, high reliable communication, synchronization facility for vehicular to everything or vehicular to V2X, also the realization of the intelligent transportation system, as well as power distribution facility and power monitoring for smart grid and power control, also the integration between TSN and 6G. If we are talking about how to combine QSDC and TSN, we have some sort of collaboration as direct quantum communication. Also avoid the complexity of key management, because if you are using a simple key, your network will be breakable. So all of the quantum safe communication comes to have some sort of adding some sort of higher security or higher immunity. Also, it will simplify the network infrastructure and enhance anti-attack methodology. If we are going to talk about the QSDC and the QKD versus the classical TSN. From the key management point of view, you can no need for key management for QSDC. QKD, one of its main bottleneck, you have to require some sort of a strict key distribution methodology. And the TSN or classical technology requires relative complex key management infrastructure. The latency in QSDC is low. QKD, in order to achieve the interoperability of safe channel, you will pay higher latency. Scalability, QSDC is some sort of expandable network, so your network can absorb or can accommodate huge number of players in your network. QKD, according to the limitation of the number of the limited number of secured keys, you have some sort of limited scalability. The impact of QSDC on TSM, QSDC will not enhance the TSM only, but it will have some sort of more security, small latency, large scalability, and the special time synchronization because of the high speed application looks like 6G and so on, requires very strict time synchronization. And it has some sort of looks like a P2P protocol, and network complexity may be reduced. If we are going finally to the challenges, opportunities, and research directions, we can see this. This is a timeline. I get it from NEST this year about the year of the development. As you see in the green line, PQC started from previous and keep going. QKD come to be in the same field, but symmetric key cryptography is already under break. And maybe asymmetric key, maybe as we said, 2030, it will come true to be breaked. Challenges that we are facing in the quantum cryptography in large, cost and scalability issues, which has been solved by QSDC. Vulnerabilities in quantum system looks like fault error control, or temperature effect, or vibration effect. And I think this may be solved or undergoing to be solved by the development in the quantum physics. Regularity, and this is a very important point, if you are going to deploy network, you have to same sort of control or regulating it. So regularity and the standardization process have some sort of challenges, and the quantum have some sort of what we call transient state, which is called quantum hybrid security solution. Quantum hybrid security solution will be, looks like two steps. First step, if you have to deploy some sort, looks like key mixing, by mixing between the legacy key or classical key and the quantum safe key, which is QKD or PQC, and you can merge both of them in order to have some sort of protection with minimum cost or minimize the cost, hybrid quantum safe key for symmetric encryption. If we are going to financial inclusion system or financial application, we can think about the hybrid solution for dual signing certificates by merging the quantum safe signature and the legacy certificate in order to validate the signature of the user, and can facilitate the banking efficiency and safe communication in the near future. R&D direction for quantum hardware development, we have to think about how we can extend the scalability of the system, how we migrate our quantum safe communication to serve as one of the major players in the telecom industry, and on-chip integration to merge between the CMOS-based and fiber or optic-based hardware in order to have the beneficial of both of them. And in the near future, we will change the think about or the principle that previously we were using the processor as CMOS-based or electronic-based, and the interconnection or interoperability, it was based on optics. In the near future, it will be changed. The calculation will be based on optics, and the control will be based on electronics. Also, in the R&D direction for quantum software development, we have to think about, as today's hackathon, as a small version, develop specialized quantum software. Also, open source, use of the open source, looks like Wix of the IPM or Qubit for another vendors, to design and optimization of the generation of photonic graph states. Also design tools there to noisy intermediate scale quantum error. Finally, if we are think about what will be the challenges that we have to tackle in this era, we have signal attenuation, the fiber or the optic signal is attenuated in the system or during the propagation. So we have to improve the error correction facility, noise and interference. We have to make some sort of mitigation or fault error control mechanisms. Also think about the scalability and hardware limitation as well as the standardization. From the standardization and regularity point of view, this is the last slide. Okay, sorry for long talk. We have interoperability. We have to unified scheme because in the telecom network, your network must be interoperable or can be detected and integrated easily to accommodate other devices or other facilities. Also security benchmarks by using minimum key lengths in order to minimize the overhead and increase the overall system throughput, as well as the hardware requirements and regularity compliance, and for sure ethical deployment. Finally, the conclusion is quantum threat is real. Now we have to move on, not tomorrow. BQC primary solution, most efficient, cost-efficient solution, but not fully protected. QKD offers good security perspective, but in price of key distribution mechanism and how could you protect it. QRNG is the near future, and the QSDC is the solution for control the time-sensitive application. The future is using the hybrid in order to conserve the investment that had been done in the legacy or classical networks. And also we have to start planning to quantum safe migration now. Thank you. أتمنى ما أكونش طولت. لو في أي أسئلة.
شكرا جدا للدكتور هشام على التوكر الرائع ده. لو في اي اسئله، احنا عندنا دقيقه واحده بس للاسئله او سؤالين. We have 1 or 2 minutes for questions. Also you can feel free to do so in the lunch break. And now we have Professor Dr. Ahmed Shawqi Musa. Dr. Ahmed Shawqi is going to present HPC and the QC Nexus, Genesis and Prospects. طبعا تحيه كبيره دكتور بقى احمد شوقي، كان استاذ بقى في الاندر جراد وراجل منتور، يعني مش عايز اقول لك يعني فضل منتور طول الحياه. It's not only for undergrad but it continued even till today. Dr. Ahmed Shawqi Musa is a professor of computing and computational sciences at the Faculty of Computers and Artificial Intelligence, Cairo University, where he is also founder and the head of the HPC R&D lab. He also served as the HPC director at the Applied Innovation Center of the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology, where he founded and led the first HPC system at MECIT. Dr. Musa's main field of expertise is HPC and its integration with various AI paradigms to create computationally intelligent HPC systems in both the academic and industrial worlds. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for the experts who spoke before me because they saved me some time. I will not be talking too much. Dr. Hisham and Dr. Taha actually in their talks explained some concepts that I was planning to spend some time with. Now I don't have to, so thank you again. My talk today is about the nexus or the connection between the high performance computing and quantum computing. I'm mainly in the field of HPC, high performance computing. But I got introduced or started my journey with the quantum computing journey in around 2001 or 2002. It was mere curiosity. I took a course at Florida State University at the Department of Mathematics on quantum computing and quantum information. At that time, there was no quantum computing systems deployed or envisioned to be deployed any soon at that time. So I think quantum computing has the unique case when the science developed much ahead of the technology. And until today, this still holds. To start with a quick introduction, what we see here is or was the fastest computer in the world, the strongest high-performance computer in the world in 2009. A few years later, RIKEN National Laboratory and University in Japan, in cooperation with Fujitsu, developed the fastest computer in the world. I think it was 2011 or 2012. It is a K computer, the one that we see right now. I'm skipping many computers in the middle. After that, the first computer in the world became Fugaku, which was also developed by RIKEN with Fujitsu. And it didn't last as the fastest computer in the world too much because, by the way, the people who developed this are the people who developed Fugaku. And it didn't last much because there was much need and a big competition for speed in the computing systems. So Frontier became the first EXA scale. EXA means a computer capable of performing million, trillion floating point operations per second. So this became the first exascale computer in the world, and I will say in a minute why. Now it is not the fastest computer in the world anymore. El Capitan came after that to become the fastest computer in the world, also in the United States, of course, in the exascale computing system. And by the way, in the middle, some computers got into the exascale, but they did not list as the fastest computer in the world. They didn't get the chance to do that. By the time they were able to deploy their computers, there were no, they were not the fastest computer in the world anymore. If you want to see the list, it is actually on the top500.org. It is available in public. You see here that Aurora, number 3, is also in the exascale, but it never listed as the fastest computer in the world. And you can see the whole list. The speed or the competition, the race for the exascale computing started like around 2010. We can see here in the news from 2012, IBM announced that we must have an exascale computer by the year 2024. And then they tried to make it by 2028 because they couldn't wait. And they failed. They couldn't. And then they tried to make it again in 2020. And finally, they got it done, but other computers were in the race. We see here that this is an executive order, and this is the reason, by the way, these computers got into the top of the exascale, and the other computers were in the exascale, but did not catch the first place in the race toward the fastest computer in the world. This is because the United States issued a White House executive order because they consider the speed of the exascale computer, the computer who is capable of performing million, trillion operation per second, was for them a matter of national security. President Obama spoke about it publicly, and he said, it is not that the United States is going to obtain the exascale computer. The United States must be the first country to obtain the exascale computer because every day we are not number one, takes us back behind tens, maybe hundreds of years behind the number one. So this is why we can see here that these computers are now, the top 3 are all American, but other countries are still in the race, and we will see in a minute what happens. So what is HPC? It is the classical computer theory we applied. We developed a program. The program must run in the zeros and ones, the binary system. Now the binary system is too large and too complex to develop, so we have like an assembly language to have the machine instructions executed, and we have high-level languages to develop those, and programs in between, like the compiler and the assembler, develop the programs that will run on the computer. Now, the question is why HPC and why exascale? If we want to develop a program like the one on the screen, which I think any student sitting in the hall now can write this or what these 2 lines of code in the C language are about. This is a loop that if we want to run a program to run 1 trillion times in a second, we have to get these 2 lines to run in 1 second. That means we want the hardware to make 3 times 10 to the 12 trips. Trips between what? Between the memory system and the processor. This is the way the classical computer works. So we will have like 3 arrays. Each array is 1 trillion elements, and they will be in the memory system. And what we have here is the processor. So we will get the first word from the memory to the one of the registers in the processor, and then we will get another word from the memory to the processor, and the processor will do the calculation. And if the calculation is not stored in the memory system, it will be lost. So these are the 3 trips. We want to do these 3 trips 3 times in 1 second. Scientifically, from the physics, we know that this is impossible. Why? Because, speed goes with the distance, the speed, and the time. So if we want to make 3 times 10 to the 12 trips in 1 second, now we have the time and we have the distance. Now, what is the distance between the memory and the processor that will enable us to accomplish this? We have the speed, even if we assume that the speed is the speed of light, which is not true. It's an exaggeration, but let's go with this exaggeration. So we have the speed and we have the time. The distance must satisfy this equation, which is going to be translated into a word size fitting in something times 10 to the minus 10 meters. 10 to the minus 10 is the size of a small atom. It is not the smallest atom, not the hydrogen atom, but it's the size of the small atom. So until comes the day when we are able to fit 1 word of memory into a single atom, even if it is not a small atom, until that day is come, this calculation by a classical computer, even if it is a supercomputer, is physically and scientifically impossible. Now, let's assume that it became possible somehow. In that case, we are fitting a word into the subatomic level. Now, the binary computing doesn't hold. The electricity of the Maxwell equations don't hold anymore. Now we are in the quantum world. So we need to migrate into the quantum world to do that. Of course, these big speeds need huge transformations in the practice of science and engineering. In the past, the science used to be theoretical or experimental. With the high-performance computing, the supercomputers, now it became computational when we don't have a theory and it's impossible to do the experimentation. And in the modern days, this led also to what we call the data-driven science, when we don't even have a computational model to perform. So we have to extract everything from the data that we already have. This huge transformation and this expectation that things will be miniaturized, it will become smaller and smaller until they fit within an atom, led to the thinking of the possibility of using the quantum system in computation. And this made many people, including myself, think that maybe the quantum computing is the future of the computing. It is the next step after the HPC systems. And after getting into that for years, studying it and working with it, I'm coming today to say that this is not true. It will not happen this way, but quantum computing is very important. Now it is time to thank Dr. for making this introduction about the difference between the bit and the qubit. I don't have to explain that anymore, so my talk is going to be shorter. Good news for you too. As you know, in the classical world, the bit is either a 0 or 1, nothing in between. But in the quantum world, there are things in between. So it can be superposition, which is a good news. Why is this a good news? It's very simple, because when we have a classical bit, we have combinations of two numbers, zeros and 1. But when we have quantum computing system, if we have two qubits, 2 bits of the quantum type, then we have combinations of 4 numbers instead of 2. But the difference between 2 and 4 is not that big. True, but as the system scales up, we can see that it becomes huge. See here that once you have 3 qubits, now you have the required bits to represent that in classical becomes 8, and this is 1 byte. But by here, you can see that n qubits is 2 to the n classical bits. So 300 qubits becomes 2 to the 300 bits. This is a huge number. Until now, it is impossible to implement it. This actually opens the first nexus between the HPC and the quantum computing system, which is what we call the quantum parallelism. Quantum computers are parallel by nature, because when the computer is processing, it is processing different combinations simultaneously in parallel. This is what we actually try to do in the high performance computing, in the parallel system. We try to deliberately get the computers were like that in the past. It was one processor running one instruction at a time. But now we are trying to get it to process more parallel instructions at the same time. But quantum computers are by nature parallel. But there is a price for that. Is that the computing is not reversible and not stoppable. We cannot get in to see what is going on and get the intermediate steps in the middle. So we can get all these bits to work together, but we have to wait until it finishes to see it, because we cannot detect the superposition. Once we detect it, it's lost. We cannot build on the intermediate steps. So this is the first nexus between the two. Quantum computers are by nature, but they are not stoppable, and we cannot get the intermediate steps. We have to complete the algorithm until the end. Of course, there are other things. So here, this is about the difference between the HPC and quantum computing system. As I said, many people asked if quantum computing is the next step. I would say no, it is a next step, but not the next step. So the HPC is going to continue. What we see people issuing executive order from the White House, spending billion, maybe trillions of dollars on HPC system. It's not only for the next 3 or 4 or 5 or even 10 years. It is going to last, and it is going to develop, as I will show in a few minutes. Is quantum computer superior to HPC? No. They actually excel in different types of problems. There are points of superiority for each one over the other. So we're not going to see like smartwatches and phones in our pockets based on quantum computing any soon. So this is another point for classical computing system to last for at least tens of years from today. Okay, so what is next? As I actually, coming from the HPC world, I expected that there must be, I started investigating myself before I found out that actually other people are thinking about that. High performance computing is implemented by many paradigms, including algorithm, mathematics, and many things, but its main focus is parallel computation, how to parallelize the computation. So as coming into the quantum computing world from the high performance computing world, I started myself thinking, what about connecting quantum computing systems to run in parallel. They run in parallel internally by default. We can think of that like the multi-core today. Many cores are running on the same processor at the same time, but this is not enough. So what we do, we connect processors which are composed of different cores to run together. So we have like larger number of cores running on the same problem at the same time. And it turned out that actually this is what the world is doing. So what we see here is some sort of news about the high performance computing regardless of the quantum computing. Japan is working on the exascale computer. It is working on the zeta scale computer. Zeta means 1000 exa, which means billion, trillion operations every second. And I'm not talking about any quantum computing systems in here. And they're close, by the way. So the world thinks that it is the United States and China that are racing in high performance and exascale. No, actually, Japan is working silent on something else. And this computer is very close to deployment. On the quantum computing side, we spoke already about the quantum parallelism, but the world is working in many directions. As our professors, Dr. Hisham, Dr. Ahmed, and Dr. Taha spoke about, the hardware development is moving in different directions. There are several hardware technologies to develop the quantum computer. We are working on it. It is still the number of qubits is still the main obstacle. So in the near future, we expect that IBM is going, they said in 2033. I don't know, maybe they try to come with it soon. They're going to have like 100,000 qubits computer. They said 2025, they were going to have 4,000, a bit more than 4,000 qubits. I don't know if this is already released or not yet. But anyway, trying to increase the number of qubits is very important because by the time we reach the number 1 million qubit, now we are in the post-quantum computing, post-quantum cryptography era that Dr. Hisham was talking about. This is what we are waiting for. And this is why they are developing from now algorithms and solution for post, which means after the deployment of the 1 million qubits. China is working in a different direction, trying to make appliances of the quantum computing systems. So now they sell these small quantum computing systems. One of them was obtained at the American University in Cairo, I think 2 years ago, working on it. So I don't want to spend much time talking about this because the news are over the internet. But what I wanted to introduce here in the Nexus is the genesis of the Nexus. I said that we were I started thinking about why don't we make several quantum computers connect together and in parallel. Actually, Japan is actually doing that right now with IBM. Together, they started working on developing a parallel quantum computing system to work together. How is it going to work in parallel? Like, is it going to connect several computers? Are they going to connect them from the port side? No, actually, the parallelism here is more important because it's on an instruction level. So they want the instructions to be running in parallel between a high-performance computer and a quantum computer working together. So not two quantum computers working together. Actually, they want to connect the new computer being done by RIKEN also, along with Fujitsu. They wanted to run with a quantum computer to work together. And in this case, this opens a whole new way for programming the system, because the current languages and the current algorithms now either a quantum or classical. Now, if they work together and we have instruction level parallelism between the two, Now we need to think of completely different algorithms and programming languages and programming paradigms to be able to create one program that will run on quantum computer and on classical HPC computer at the same time. This is a whole different from what we are talking about. So I made the case that not one of them is going to replace the other. They are meant to coexist. And the coexistence is in the genesis, it's in creation right now. Japan is not the only country working on that, but I think from what I read, they are most advanced. As I said, it's algorithms at new scale. We must come up with different algorithms. Like when we learned about quantum physics, and we wanted to use quantum physics for computation, we had to think of different algorithms, different way of thinking, because the classical algorithms are not going to work on the quantum system. We have to think differently. Now, again, we have to think differently when we connect the classical with the quantum. They are not going to be one replacing the other. We need to fuse them, and we need to learn how to fuse them. In conclusion, the two systems are going to coexist and are about, in very few years, going to open new paradigms for programming, for the industry, for development, for everything. And we are going to have quantum HPCs and HPC quantum systems coexisting together. The two systems are different, completely different theory of computation, but they still have the same theory of computability. There are problems that are not meant for a computing system. They are by design or by definition uncomputable problem. Those remain uncomputable by the quantum computer. Quantum computer in some problems is going to perform much, much faster. Like Dr. Hisham referred to that about the cryptography. Using the current algorithms for encryption, classical supercomputer, the fastest in the world, may take millions of years to encrypt it, to decrypt it. Quantum computer is going to decrypt it like in few minutes or even in few seconds. But other problems are still not to be solved by quantum computer. They will have to be solved by the HPC systems, and this is why the advanced world is actually working now on connecting them together to write a single program that runs both at the same time. That's different, and that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dr. Ahmed, for this wonderful and nice talk. We have 1 minute or two for questions. We have question, yeah, please.
Well, excellent question, but very difficult. I don't know if I will be able to give a conclusive answer, but let me refer that the answer to that is actually the last thing I said. One point in your question, you mentioned Moore's law. Moore's law doesn't hold anymore. We know that. And even in classical computer, we reach a technological limitation because of the power voltages. We are unable to make the voltage differences any smaller. Consequently, we are not able to get the processors to be higher frequency. And this is why we went to the parallel cores or the parallel processors to compensate for that. So this is an obstacle on the HPC world, and you mentioned some obstacles on the quantum computing world. In one direction, we are trying, not we, but people are working on trying to solve both, find ways around those. But as you can see, we are hitting walls. These are physical limitations. Unless you find new physics or new material or something, we are unable to overcome these problems. And in this case, this is actually one of the reasons the fusion between HPC and the quantum computing is created. Because this is not going to be able to solve it, or maybe we'll be able to solve it in millions of years. We cannot wait millions of years. And this will never be able to solve it on the scale that we need, at least not for tens of years from now. So what is the solution? Combine them together. This is what we do. And with some AI, but I was trying to avoid the talk about AI because AI now looks like limited in the minds of many people to be machine learning or deep learning. It is much more than that. Doing approximate computation along with the HPC and the quantum computing system may be the ideal paradigm for dealing with the problems of the type that you mentioned. I hope I gave the answer at least partially acceptable.
Thanks, Dr. Ahmed again. Okay, yeah, big clap to Dr. Ahmed. And now we are going to move to lunch. We are going to have a lunch of about, I think, 1 hour. We will keep you posted about the duration, but we are going to head to lunch. And after that, we are going to have a session of quantum education and the quantum ecosystem. And we'll have our speaker will be Dr. Ahmed Yunus and Dr. Murad. Okay, so see you after lunch. Feel free to follow the PR team of the Bibliotheca Alexandrina, and then they will guide you to where is the lunch is located. Okay, thanks everyone.
Sì, no.
خلاص اتاخد كده راح افضل بقى خلاص كده.
ايه تاخد ايه؟
خلاص بقى يعني تقريبا المسؤول عنه قفل عليك خلاص كده مش هكتب.
طب يا جماعة هنبدأ دلوقتي السيشن. ماشي هنبدأ السيشن، ممكن ناخد أماكننا بس. عبد الرحمن التسجيل ورا شغال، وأحمد التسجيل تمام. ماشي. Okay, welcome everyone after lunch. Hopefully everyone is now surviving the drag after lunch, the afternoon drag. And we are now coming to a very interesting session about the quantum education and the quantum ecosystem. It's a very beneficial one for enhancing and promoting an ecosystem and educational environment, especially for quantum computing. And our first guest and the speaker will be Dr. Ahmed Yunus. So Dr. Ahmed Yunus is a professor of quantum computer science at Alexandria University and Al-Alamein International University. He's the founder and the leader of Alexandria Quantum Computing Group, AliQCG, the coordinator of Q Egypt, Q World Cousin, and the representative of Egypt in the World Quantum Day, and the representative of the Arab States in the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology, IYQ 2025, steering committee endorsed by UNESCO. Welcome, Dr. Yunus. The floor is yours.
Please raise lower your voice because many people are sleeping after lunch, so we don't want to wake up anyone. Actually, our talk today is scaling quantum education and the industry in Egypt. We have word in Egypt لو بطلنا نحلم نموت مش كده؟ This is how we can enhance or complete the ecosystem in Egypt. We have now community, we have activities, but how can we complete the ecosystem? Actually, any ecosystem has four main stakeholders: government, academia, general public, industry. I want to take advantage of this special event where all the stakeholders are here in the room. We have government, we have academia, we have general public, and we have industry. So how can we scale what we already have in Egypt in terms of quantum technology? Before we discuss this, so today I'm not going to talk about qubits, I'm not going to talk about superposition or quantum gates. I'm going to talk some strategic talks. So first of all, we have to know what is the activities companies already there are doing. We have quantum sensors, quantum communication, quantum computing hardware, quantum algorithms and application, and of course facilitating technologies. Today I'm going to talk about all quantum science and technology, not only quantum computing or quantum algorithms. This is a distribution of quantum companies. The main activity in quantum software, quantum hardware, and enabling technologies. So we have to remember this picture because we will need it in a minute. Quantum companies per region. Africa is unfortunately, is the lowest region with companies. That's what I want to discuss to change. If we can, industry should start. This is what we are missing actually in Egypt. This is very important because actually the number of jobs in quantum science and technology is expected to increase very fast, and this is published in a paper, a recent paper. The number of jobs in quantum science and technology is expected to increase very soon. So we have to be ready for this. This is a distribution for this was a study has been done over 5,929 job posts. What is the requirement? What companies are looking for? So most of these jobs requires people from physics, then software, then engineering. Physics students you are required. We need physics students, physics graduates, and computer science graduates. These are real statistics from job posts. Actually, many websites are dedicated for quantum job posts now. Because the demand on jobs in quantum science and technology is increasing very fast, and but we don't have this in Egypt right now, right? We don't have companies, we don't have jobs, so we have to get ready for this. We have to prepare the ecosystem for jobs in quantum science and technology. Currently, most of the jobs require PhD holders. And actually, no industry can work or can rely on a PhD holders. This is not normal so far. For example, in United States and Canada, 52% of the jobs require PhD students. In Europe, 67% of the jobs require PhD students. This is not normal, right? Usually, jobs require bachelor, then master, then PhD. So the pyramid is flipped. Why this is the case? Because we don't have education in quantum science and technology. We don't have enough degrees in the bachelor level for quantum science and technology. So how can we fix this? Okay, some companies offer a master degree now, offer master degree in quantum science and technology. Some are offering training. Most of them are offering PhD, but this should be corrected. Otherwise, the ecosystem, the industry will not go anywhere, because PhD degrees is not an easy one. This is a technical skills across quantum industry, materials, coding skills, data analysis, laboratory experience, electronics, optics, algorithms, and computer science. These are all mechanics. These are all the skills required for the jobs in quantum science and technology. Most of the jobs are there. Data analysis, materials, and coding skills can come from physics and chemistry, but actually we lack laboratory experience in Egypt. This is one of the problems we have to work on. We can provide all skills. I will show you now statistics that actually all skills are available in Egypt except for the laboratory experience, and this is by data. This is by evidence. So if we want to build the whole ecosystem in Egypt, we have to work on the laboratory experience. And actually, this is not something special about Egypt. The African continent suffer from this. Laboratory experience require instruments, very expensive instruments, require a lot of funding, which may not be available in these countries. This is a quantum effort worldwide, which are 55.7 billion the US dollar by the end of 2025. In Africa, we only have South Africa with declared funding. These are all empty space, including Egypt, of course. We hope this get changed. Today, I'm not going to tell you good news. Actually, I'm today coming to discuss bad news, because if we know the bad news, we have a plan. We have a view what we have to fix to correct this in Egypt. In terms of research, because research comes before education. If you have good research, then you have good education. And if you have good education, then you have good industry, right? So this is a landscape about quantum science and technology in Egypt. The data I'm going to show come from Cyvel. If you go to Cyvel and check for the quantum science and technology topic clusters. Topic cluster is a cluster which contains a lot of topics. You will find 33 topics related to quantum science and technology. And today I'm not talking only about quantum computing. I'm talking about quantum science and technology in general. We have 33 topic clusters in Cyvel. These 33 topic clusters are divided to 1,795 topics. So what is the situation of Egypt in these topics? If we check only the topic clusters, you will find Egypt represented in all the topic clusters. And some topic clusters, Egypt has very good contribution in this topic cluster. For example, we have 6 topic clusters. Egypt is ranked from order 5 to order 25. Here order among the countries in the world. So for example, in this topic cluster, Egypt is the 5th country in the world. This is very good, right? In this cluster, Egypt is ranked 17 among the world in terms of the publications produced by the Egyptian institution. Quantum energy and quantum security, Egypt is ranked 17 among the worldwide, the world countries. So we have 6 topics out of the 33 topics with position from 5 to 25. We have 25 topics. Egypt is ranked from the position 26 to 50. I'm dividing them quarters. So in quantum information and optics, which is quantum computing, Egypt is ranked 29 among the world. This is a topic TC9, includes quantum computing, quantum algorithms, quantum circuit, all these topics in this topic cluster. So we are ranked 29 among the world. This is not bad, but not good, right? We are not leading this technology, but we are represented. We have good visibility in this topic. We have 5 topics. Egypt in the order 51 to 75, and we have only 1 topic cluster. Egypt is below 75. And these topics actually are experimental, mainly are experimental topic clusters. So these are the situation in Egypt in terms of the topic clusters. But if we go further and go and look in more details about the topics in the topic clusters, which is 1,795 topics, the situation is completely different. And I'm sorry for the bad news. This is before I go to the topics, this is the order of topic clusters worldwide, and this is the order of topic clusters in Egypt. Just to check if it is aligned with the world approach. I mean by this slide, quantum information and optical state manipulation, which is the first topic cluster, is highest, is the first topic cluster worldwide. What is the order of this topic cluster in Egypt? You'll find it in the 5th place. Right? So this is the 5th order, the 5th topic cluster in Egypt in terms of the number of publication. The second topic cluster worldwide is the 7th topic in Egypt. The first topic in Egypt is the 13 or 15 topic in worldwide. The order of topics is not aligned with what's happening in worldwide. We have to reorder. We have to make research strategy to align what's happening in worldwide with what's happening in Egypt. Maybe we are doing a lot of research in topics which are obsolete. No one is doing research in these topics anymore. right? What's interests people worldwide? We don't do enough work in these topics worldwide. So this alignment is very important. This is some kind of gap analysis to understand the strategy of research if we are doing strategy of research in quantum science and technology. So, but if we go to the topics, this is very bad news. We have 1,795 topics in quantum science and technology. Egypt is contributing only to 349 topics. All the rest of the topics are missing in Egypt. This is good news if you are starting your research and you want to take the lead in this topic. So I recommend you to go and search for some topic with no contribution from Egypt. So you will be the lead in this topic. You are starting this topic in Egypt. If you are taking decision about what topic should we work on, I recommend you to start working on topics with no contribution from Egypt, because you are taking the lead now in Egypt in this. You are opening the path for people behind you. So this, for example, these topics with no contribution from Egypt, all these topics, I'm putting in only sample. Egypt has only contribution in 349 topics out of 1,795 topics. So مش عارف بقى الناس المسؤولين عن البعثات، الناس المسؤولين عن الريسيرش should support these new topics with no existence or no contribution from Egypt. These are the topics worldwide, and these are the topics in Egypt. So this is Egypt, and this is worldwide, and you can see here many topics are missing from the Egyptian side. This is, I'm sorry, I said in the beginning that I'm not saying good news today. I'm saying bad news, so we can correct and make this good news in the future. In terms of education, if you want to develop an educational program in Egypt or anywhere worldwide, we have to decide about the approach on designing this educational program. Usually, the approach is to be disciplinary programs, multidisciplinary program, interdisciplinary program, and transdisciplinary program. What are the difference between these approaches? Disciplinary program is to study from physics or math or chemistry, for example. Only one disciplinary. Multidisciplinary is to study physics, completely physics, and completely math, for example, and completely chemistry. So you are studying some subjects, but you can tell this subject belongs to chemistry, this subject belongs to math, and so on. But I believe in quantum science and technology, in quantum computing, for example, we should take the approach of interdisciplinary when designing the educational program. What is the interdisciplinary programs? The interdisciplinary program is to study, for example, physics, computer science, and some topics in between. You cannot distinguish if this topic belongs to computer science or to physics. Quantum science and technology needs some things like this, because many topics you cannot tell if this is computer science or physics or math. It is a combination in the same subject. So this is the best approach. And if we can go to the transdisciplinary approach, it will be much better. But interdisciplinary approach may be enough for the educational program in quantum. In Alexandria Quantum Computing Group, we tried to do this approach over years. In 2005, we developed a PhD level course in Faculty of Science, Alexandria University. In 2007, we started the master level course. Since 2014, we encourage students to do their undergrad projects in quantum computing. In 2021, we started undergrad course in the fourth level. It is elective so far. And we joined the Q Egypt. Q Egypt is an initiative belonging to Q World for educational purpose. Since 2022, we started a professional master in quantum science, in quantum computing and quantum informatics. 2023, we started a high school students. And in 2024, 2025, we are busy with many things related to IYQ 2025, as I'm going to show you. These are the courses has been developed in Alexandria Quantum Computing Group through years. In 2025, this is a PhD level course, Quantum Circuits and Algorithms. In 2007, quantum computers, sorry. In 2021, we started a course in Faculty of Science, Alexandria University, Introduction to Quantum Computers. And in 2022, we started a course in Faculty of Engineering. Maybe, you studied this course, New Trends, right? It was your first course in quantum computing, and now you are here. We have a course a full course on YouTube. If you are interested to know more, this introductory course in quantum computing. Through years, we organized summer schools, winter schools. This is our Facebook page. This is a YouTube channel. It contains a lot of educational videos. These are some of the graduation projects that has been developed by the students. Javantum 1, this is a graduation project, this is a simulator in quantum computing. In 2020, some students developed Alex QKit. In 2025, a group in Faculty of Engineering, Abdurrahman was one of them, was the team leader. Has been developed Javantum 2. It has many interesting features such as quantum machine learning, quantum algorithms, export to IBM, export to Circ, export to Benelin. If you want to know more about this quantum simulator, you can ask Abdurrahman. He's a mentor here with us. So in 2023, we did a quantum computing program for beginners, for high school students. Some students contributed in science fairs with projects. In 2022, we in Alexandria University, we started professional master in quantum science and technology. It contains some credits mandatory with all the basic contents. So these are mandatory courses. It include all the required background in computer science, math, and physics. Then we have these quantum computing courses. We are starting the third year now in this program. In Alamein International University, we submitted a master program, professional master program, but a master program in quantum science and technology. We are just waiting for the approval from the Supreme Council to start this master program. The master program consists of some courses, and the good thing is that you can do your master with thesis or with projects. This is an option in this program. And these are mandatory courses. And these are the elective courses, and you can have two tracks. If you are going to computer science track, you will choose quantum algorithms and computational complexity. This is one track. If you are going to physics track, you will choose quantum and reversible circuit design, and you have a very good list of courses to choose from these elective courses. In 2021, we joined Q World. It is an educational initiative. Q World has very good role in the hackathon. In 2021, we established Q Egypt. If you don't know, and I believe everyone here know about this, Q World give a diploma in quantum computing, Q Bronze, then Q Nickel, then Q Silver, then Q Cobalt, and so on. These are the level of the courses. During the year, we organized many workshops in this. This was the last one in 2025. These are the pages, the Facebook page and the LinkedIn page. We started something new this year, which is a quantum computing summer training for the Egyptian students. It carries the code Q course 110 in the page of Q World. We started with 506 applicants. We will see after the project, many of these students are here now. So we will see, we started with 506. We will end with how many? Sorry? The last lecture, the assignments, we have about 237 students completed the course, which is very good percent, 50%. This free training for the students from 64 Egyptian students. Also, I'd like to show you something new. It was a very special experience for me. It happened 3 or 4 days ago about educational activities we did in Alamein International University in the context of the Quantum City Prize. This is one of the main events in the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. The aim of the Quantum City Prize is to bring quantum to the public. People walking on the street with no plan to listen about quantum computing, we go and talk to them about quantum technology. This is the main aim of the Quantum City Prize. A group of students in Alamein International University showed their interest to organize this. So they organized events in 28, 29 August, just a few days ago, in the streets of Alamein city. Their activities among the 2 days was street interviews. Then the audience will show some simplified version of scientific terms. Then many games. These are the ideas of the students, not my ideas. These are the ideas of the team contributed to this. Then photo session and the testimonies. So their idea was to start with street interview. They go and talk with someone walking on the street. Are you interested in quantum? Do you know anything about quantum? What's your job? Quantum will impact your job these ways in a few years. Then it started with a street interview. Then if this person is interested, he will come to the booth of the event and will pass through 3 stations. In 1-2 minutes, they will introduce them to very simple concepts about quantum computing, like entanglement, superposition, teleportation, and so on. Then he or she will go to the mini game part. The mini game part, these are the ideas from the students. They designed the game, a quantum version from the Snakes and Ladder. You know Snakes and Ladder game. They invented a new version. And actually, this was a very successful idea by them. Many children wanted to play this game more than once. And you, for example, if you know by dice. So if you go, for example, to teleportation here, then you will jump to teleportation here. And if you go from teleportation here to teleportation here, you will jump. If you go to superposition, you will put your leg. It is just like a plank. So you will put one leg here and one leg here and move in two different. So students children understand this, and they always have very, very funny reaction, for example, when they have decoherence or we have measurement, because when they go to the measurement, we ask them a question. If you answer wrong, you will go down 2 steps. If you go correct, you will go 2 steps. So they invented a game for educational purposes, and this is the balance game. Put one leg here and one leg here and try to move in a superposition without falling. I'll just leave you then the photo session, of course, and finally the testimonies. I will just leave you with photo from these events. It was really interesting 2 days with unexpected reactions from the public. These are the teams, 15 students in Alamein International Universities, and it was their effort. So the first day was in المدينة التراثية في العالمين الجديدة in 28th of August. The second day was in الممشى السياحي بمدينة العالمين الجديدة 29th of August. Just the last Friday, and I'll just keep quiet and show you some pictures from the event. This is a street interview. And this is the game. So this was a new experience. It showed we didn't expect that reaction from the public. They listened and they were very interested to know more about quantum science technology. We thought that in Alamein no one will be interested in quantum, of course, but we were surprised by how many people came to the events. So this is the team of the students, and this is the whole team, including the media staff. Let me show you some. Do I still have time? Dr. Taha, do I still have time? 1 minute. So I'm just go quickly about some future ideas. I hope to see them in Egypt very soon. I have proposal for BSc degree in quantum science and technology. So if you are interested, we can discuss this in the break. This is a whole degree in quantum science and technology, includes mathematics, computer science, engineering, quantum core courses, and some advanced courses. These are the number of credits per topic. I have the full proposal, so if anyone interested to implement this in his university, so please we can talk about this. I'd like to thank you very much. I hope it was useful. Any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Ahmed, and please feel free for anyone who's interested in the new program. I think this bachelor program will open a new era of training to students and everything. Yes, that would be great.
Thank you, Professor Ahmed, for the insightful presentation. I have a question about the statistics that you shared with us about the future job creation. So my question is about the source of the data. So if you can share with us. Yes. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah, maybe just a comment. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for this nice presentation. I find you a little bit harsh with Egypt. Actually, for me, Egypt is doing very well. It's one of the best countries performing in quantum in Africa. Yeah, yes.
That's why I said.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. That for me is not bad news at all, because I don't think that Egypt or any other country, including mine or any other country, should align with the average of the world or what other countries are doing. There are still some specificities. The most important thing is to contribute, to have some strong points to contribute, and not necessarily to contribute in every single one of the 1800 subtopics. That's it.
No, I believe myself. This statistic shows that if we are moving in the correct direction, we are not going in different directions. So if we see the alignment between the topics in Egypt and topics worldwide, this one, we are not very far. So for example, these green lines, I make it color to be visible. So this green is not very far here, and this color is not very far here. We are very close, but we also always want to make corrections to go to the topics in the world. What's not good for me is that we contribute to little subtopics. 300 topics out of 1800 topics. I believe we have to work on this because these are hot topics. These are new topics. Maybe no one know about them yet. So this is very good for researchers who are studying their master or their PhD to start look for new topics, not topics that many people did work already.
Thank you for the very rich talk. I'm curious and very interested to see the details of the bachelor program in quantum science and technology, because it looks to me like it's too long of a way to get in a bachelor. The road is too long, because to get a degree in quantum science, put aside the technology, you have to get a lot of physics, mathematics, chemistry, and then you go to the technology, then it requires computing and engineering. It's too much. Okay, sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Thank you for the talk. I wanted to hear if you had any insights about also like taking the efforts towards like an institute that just like focusing on quantum technologies in Egypt, like a scientific institute. Is there some sort of vision for that in your opinion?
What do you mean by focusing on quantum science?
Like, for example, an institute for quantum optics. I know there are a lot of great here Egyptian researchers who are like very good in that. So is there like
quantum optics? Israel City is good in quantum optics. You will not find an institution dedicated for quantum science and technology. Okay. But you will find an institution with group very good in quantum optics. Very good in quantum machine learning, very good in quantum algorithms. For example, in Alexandria University and in Alexandria Quantum Computing Group, we are focusing on quantum algorithms, quantum circuit optimization, quantum image processing. We are working on certain topics. So if you are interested in certain topic, come and ask me and I tell you who to contact.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If not, we thank Dr. Ahmed. Thanks, Dr. Ahmed, very much for the nice talk and for all of this nice effort and the nice research works. Now we are going to have our next speaker, Dr. Murad Telmini. So, yeah. So, Dr. Murad is a professor of physics at University of Tunis Al Manar, Director of the Research Laboratory on Atomic and Molecular Spectroscopy Applications, LSAMA, and coordinator of the Tunisian Quantum Network, Quantum, and the president of Tunisian Metrology Association. Also a visiting professor and researcher at several international universities, including Paris-Saclay, Le Havre, Normandy, University of Sao Paulo, University of South Africa, and Bordeaux University in the United States. Yeah, Dr. Murad, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Taha. مساء الخير, السلام عليكم. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers, Dr. Taha, Dr. Yusuf, and all the team for this very nice opportunity. It's always a pleasure for me to be in Egypt. The topic I will speak about today is just to give you a flavor about the quantum science and technology in Tunisia. I will try to be as concise as possible. So I will start by some general data about Tunisia. Of course, this is more for people from overseas, or Egyptians know very well Tunisia. So about a 12 million population, 13 public universities, roughly 250,000 students. Small numbers compared to a large country like Egypt, of course. 13,000 faculty members, roughly. Most of them are doing research in either laboratories or units. These are official statistics from like 2-3 years ago from the ministry. We aim to reach 1% of GDP for research and development. The number of researchers per thousand of active in Tunisia is 5.7, including more than 50% of female researchers. For PhD studies, more than 10,000 students, and some other figures and data. Maybe an important point is the large part of international cooperation. So more than 50% of the publication are done with partners from different countries. Regarding international ranking, Tunisian universities are doing quite well, especially in some of the well-known ranking systems like Time Higher Education and QS World. For the most known, of course, is Shanghai. So we appear from time to time in Shanghai ranking among the first 1,000 universities. These are the African universities that are among the 1,000 first universities in the world. Of course, the first are from South Africa, but also Egypt is doing very well. In addition to my university, Tunis Al Manar, and a couple of other universities from other countries. Regarding publications, so let me show you this information in the form of this map. So the map is a kind of world map distorted according to the number of publication per country. So the L is more or less proportional to the production. So you can see. I don't have a pointer, but you can see on the top that US is dominating, followed by China in red, right, and then Europe in the center, and all the African continent is like shrunk to this very small part. But still, we can on this part of the map and see that in addition to South Africa and Egypt, Tunisia is emerging and doing quite well, especially per capita. So this is good news. But I agree with Dr. Ahmed that we have to also to look for doing better every time, of course. So some more information for the leading universities in Tunisia, Tunis El Manar, but also Sfax, Carthage, and Monastir, by field of research from medicine to life science, mathematics, etc. You can see the topics related to quantum, so mainly physics and computer science. The numbers here are the ranking as well. It's not bad. Can be better, of course. So to be specific to physics, I'm physicist, so I look to quantum physics from the side of physics, in addition to what Dr. Ahmed presented as a computer scientist. So for physics, in addition to the universities already mentioned, we have 6 colleges of science, several research centers and institutes, and also active scientific societies and networks. So this includes the Tunisian Physical Society, the Tunisian Society of Optics, the Quantum Network. So Quantum here is the Quantum Tunisian Network, and the N at the end, TUN stands for Tunisia, just playing with the letters here to make something funny. Just to give you one example concerning my university at Tunis El Manar, in 2019, we introduced a new curriculum, a master degree in physics, physics and nanotechnology, in which, so I'm showing here the curriculum. So three terms, 3 semesters, and you can see all the lectures which are directly related to quantum. So it goes from advanced quantum mechanics to cold atoms and quantum gases, to quantum information and photonics, nanomagnetism, superconductivity, quantum metrology, and using, of course, for the quantum computing part, the free IBM Qiskit. We are very happy to have access to these resources, of course. So to be more specific about the quantum information lecture, we teach all the basic quantum algorithms, going from Deutsch, Joseph, Bernstein, Vazirani, etc., to quantum teleportation, QKD, of course, for communication, Grover, QFT and QPE for, in the red, of course, the most famous algorithm, Shor algorithm for finding the prime factors in the relation with cryptography. Also, we introduced the variational quantum eigensolver as a possible tool for research, especially in chemistry. Okay, so now for the research in quantum physics in Tunisia, the main topics in which myself and my colleagues are interested in covers things like theoretical quantum physics, quantum information, quantum computing, condensed matter physics, including quantum dots, quantum materials, topological materials, of course, atomic and molecular physics, optics, photonics, all these things. I will more concentrate on the themes in blue, which are closer to my own activities. But before that, just to give you an idea about the others, I hope you can see at least the, I'm not sure you can see the names, but at least the topics of the papers. So these are published, for instance, in Physical Review by colleagues in quantum information and quantum computing. If you are interested in the references, I will leave the copy of the presentation here, so the organizers can share it with you if you are interested in. And you can also ask me, I will provide you with the information. So we have people working on robustness of quantum gates, for instance here, Bassel Dridi, for instance, to cite the name. Then other people working, so from University of Carthage, working on, how to say, more fundamental aspects, like the collapse and the revival entanglement of non-commutative harmonic oscillators, but also more practical topics like using the quantum cloner for the deterministic CNOT gates. So this is typically for quantum computing. Regarding condensed matter physics and the quantum dots, also the community is quite active with several recent publications. I put here some examples of recent publications in very good journals by colleagues. So in quantum, so this was for quantum dots specifically. Then for quantum materials and topological materials, also very good work by colleagues from University of Tunis and also University of Carthage. This is more or less the landscape. I will be more specific to my lab, what we are doing, and specifically in the field of quantum physics. So I'm responsible for the Laboratory of Spectroscopic Atomic and Molecular Physics and Applications, founded about 25 almost years ago. So the main topics are related to atomic and molecular physics and lasers, plasma physics, experimental physics with lasers, with applications in biology and environment science. Also, strong work in quantum chemistry, like the work presented by Dr. Taha. And in my group, more Rydberg states called atoms and the quantum computing. So, number of publications, the H-index of the lab, and the workforce. So it's quite good lab, actually. So briefly, the topics I will not speak about, but just to mention them: astrophysics and application of lasers in biology. My colleagues here, including very applied physics like studying the quality of oils with the LIPS technique. Regarding the cold atoms, which are very important in quantum metrology, and also as a candidate for to be a qubit, so for quantum computing. So these are a few references of colleagues from my team and my lab. So covering different aspects, I will very briefly go through them. The main idea is the possibility to manipulate atoms with lasers. So the idea, everyone knows that when we shine a laser on an atom, if the frequency of the laser corresponds exactly to the transition frequency between two levels, you can have an absorption and then emission. This is very basic. So with some more sophisticated physics, the main idea is that with lasers, you can manipulate atoms. What means manipulate? You can trap them, cool them, move them, so manipulate them exactly in the way you want it to be. So here on the right side, you have a kind of cartoon to show 6 lasers how we can trap a cloud of atoms here from mist. And this is a photo, this is a picture, a real picture of sodium atoms trapped by 6 lasers, what we call optical molas. I'm not going through equations. It's not, specialized scientific talk, but still, what I said is illustrated here. The two-level system, so G and E, and omega 0 in green is the frequency of the transition, and in red or in blue the frequency of the laser. I think this will be the only technical slide here. So the idea is that if the laser is detuned towards red radiation, which means that the frequency of the laser is smaller than the frequency of the transition, the atoms are trapped in the maximum of light, maximum of intensity of light. So imagine I'm shining a laser. Imagine you are seeing here a pointer, a laser, a red dot. Atoms can be trapped in the center of this disk of light. On the other hand, if the laser is detuned towards blue radiation, the atoms are trapped in the minima of intensity, which corresponds to the black region. That's it. So with that, we were able to describe different configurations related to atom optics. So how to use atoms to simulate devices that can be used in atomic interferometry with applications in quantum metrology and even in quantum computing. As an example, we studied a beam splitter. So everyone knows what is a beam splitter. In optics, a beam of light, and then it can be divided into two parts, splitted into, the name of splitter comes from that, of course, for atoms not for light. So the atoms are splitted in two beams, and what splits them into two beams is the light. So it's exactly the opposite of what we are used to. So here, a sample of atoms, of rubidium atoms, are trapped at some point, and then they fall in the field of the gravity, guided by the vertical laser. A second laser is shined in a direction with an angle here, and you can see in the picture that some of the atoms are guided here. So we could split the atom into parts. And we were also able to conduct a detailed study of the dynamics of this process. I will not go into details, but this is the main idea, to split a beam of atoms into two parts. Yes, so then came the idea to construct a deflector. Instead of dividing the beam into two parts, deviate or deflect the whole sample of atoms in one direction. This is exactly a kind of byproduct of the first idea. Instead of shining simultaneously the two lasers, we switch on the first one, and when the atoms arrive exactly here, we switch off this laser and switch on this the second one, so that all the traffic goes to this direction. So we were successful in describing that with the cold atoms, and then with Bose-Einstein condensates. Bose-Einstein condensates are a state of matter we can reach when the temperature is extremely low. It's kind of a matter wave. Okay. So for that, we have to solve some equations, like the Schrödinger equation everyone had already in physics curriculum in textbooks. Yes, so the deflection of BEC was correctly described. And then we moved to the study of the Bose-Einstein condensate themselves in a specific kind of laser beams, which are hollow lasers. I told you that if the the tuning is towards blue. So if the laser is blue shifted, we can trap the atoms in the dark region here. So we proved that for different configurations. Etc. Okay, so including the show of the sample of atoms from the let's say the standard case in 1D, 2D, or 3D, the standard case versus the case where we use the Lagergos lasers. I'm sorry for giving maybe some useless details, but just to put some substance here to show you what we are doing exactly. Then we also studied the effect of the finite number of particles in these specific potentials with some interesting result. Maybe the example I will detail more is the following. Is it possible using atoms to test fundamental principles of physics? One of the most known principles of physics is the weak equivalence principle. The weak equivalence principle is the equivalence between the gravity mass, the mass which appears when we take into account the gravity, and the mass which appears in the second Newton law, proportionality between the force and the acceleration. Nothing tells that it's the same mass. It's a principle, it's a kind of postulate, and it is known as the weak equivalence principle, the Einstein weak equivalence principle. How to test this principle? The experience is very easy. The experiment, sorry, is very easy. It can be seen as the fact that two different objects with two different masses fall in the field of the gravity exactly with the same speed and reach the ground exactly at the same time. The famous experiment by Galileo from Pisa's tower. Just falling down two objects, one in wood and one in iron, and they fall exactly at the same time. Okay. So this is known as the WEP principle. The idea here is to test it with high precision, not using macroscopic objects, but using very small things, which are atoms. So the Einstein condensates from the two different species here, for instance, potassium and rubidium, accelerate them vertically to a certain level using lasers, using the interaction with lasers, and then letting them fall in the field of gravity, and with interferometric techniques, check if they arrive exactly at the ground at the same time. Okay, so this is high precision experiment motivated. Yes, so this is the scheme. And it is motivated by experiments done in different countries in the world, where towers like this one, for instance, in Hanover in Germany, more than 100 meters tall. The samples are prepared here, launched vertically in a catapult configuration, and then detected to test this principle. So we're able to provide the experimentalists with a set of parameters that allow them to check the web principle to very high precision. As you can see, this is the evolution of the sensitivity or the accuracy of the experiment. We can start here and there at the beginning, around the beginning of the 20th century, from 10 to the minus 6, the improvement up to 10 to the minus 50. Okay, so far, the equivalence principle is not violated, and this is good news for physics. Otherwise, it will be very complicated. So maybe last slide on the research, very briefly. This is very recent. The paper is about to be submitted this week. on some specific effect in which we show that we can improve the already proposed protocol without using kind of long time. I mean, well, without going into the details, let's say that we found to make a kind of shortcut and make the protocol much more efficient. Okay, so this was maybe the hard part in my talk. For me, I mean, it was quite technical. So regarding now quantum information, the quantum computing, we started first to try to use atoms and molecules and with lasers as a kind of a medium or device to write and read information. So you can see here using 3 lasers for a specific molecule, which is a lithium dimer. We could encode, as you can see here, just integer numbers in binary form. So you can see that we were able to put up to n equals 7 correctly. And more recently, we moved to the use of the variational quantum algorithms application in quantum chemistry. So this is a quite hot topic now in quantum computing. The idea is to calculate the ground state of a molecular system using the quantum computing. It's quite easy to obtain this information for small molecules, but it becomes harder and harder for large systems. So what we did with my student Celine, we tried to take a very simple system and compare VQE calculation in green here, the horizontal line in green, and what can be done if we add layers of quantum neural networks in order to improve the quality of the eigenstate we are looking for. You can simply see on this figure that by increasing the number of layers, the blue curve, the blue dots, you can see that the difference with the best calculation decreases, and we can reach the acceptable, commonly acceptable level of accuracy, the chemical accuracy, with 8 layers. So this is very briefly the kind of things we are interested in the lab. So now for maybe the 5 last minutes, let me talk about the outreach activities in quantum. This is the 3rd pillar: education, research, and outreach. So mainly driven by the scientific societies and the networks. So for instance, the Quantum Tunisian Network, Quantum, was founded 3 years ago. Myself and my colleague from University of Carthage, Siam Jaziri. And the idea was immediately to set up a youth branch run by students. And since that time, we are organizing a lot of events in 2022, 23, 24, and this year on the occasion of the World Quantum Day, April 14th. But also, especially this year, as Professor Ahmed mentioned, IYQ 2025. So a lot of conferences, workshops, hackathons also. All this information is available on the social media, the accounts of Quantum Youth Branch on LinkedIn, on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook. You can find them very easily just with the keyword youth Quantum Youth Branch. Sorry. And most of these events were organized in collaboration with the scientific associations in Tunisia. All the activities are also reported in the official site of the World Quantum Day and IYQ 2025. As a recent example of activities, we organized 2 training sessions on Python and Qiskit in February, and then a more detailed training on Qiskit in April of this year. It was quite successful. A lot of pictures on LinkedIn. We joined the initiative of Quantum Cities as well to be on the map of the world, as Professor Ahmed have shown as shown for Alamein. So Tunis is on the map. You can see it here. Maybe hardly at this scale, but it's visible. And Tunis also is part of the initiative of quantum cities in the world. And we also conducted a certain number of activities so that we contribute to the global effort and put our country and our capital on the map of the quantum today and during this year. With this last slide, I would like to thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Professor Murad, for your nice talk and nice presentation, highlighting all nice activities and all this impressive work done in Tunisia in quantum. So, anyone have a question? Yeah, James. Sorry.
So if I'm not mistaken, you had a slide where zeta of 2 appears. Can you go back? It's like in the bottom left corner. There's some okay, there's some formula.
The special function?
I think so, yeah.
No.
If you go back, no, further. It's on the bottom
I have
left.
very few equations.
Okay, so okay, you have to go further into the talk. Sorry. Yeah,
Go slowly.
It's on the bottom left. Yeah, you keep going. Unless I missaw it.
Or maybe the Ermakov equation.
Not
this one.
A little further.
This is simply Lagergoth.
Another one. Maybe another one. That one. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Is that zeta of 2? I can't see anything. So how is that coming up? How is that arithmetic coming up? Oh. So it's arithmetic. It's arithmetic because it's some type of periodic phenomenon or something. Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Yeah, it's fair. Yeah. Okay. It's cool because I was recently thinking about the Gross-Padievsky parameterization of the Schrodinger equations. Yeah, so. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, please. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll look forward to. Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Martin. Does anyone have more questions? No. Okay, if not, then we can resume the questions in the break. Thanks, Dr. Martin. Now we have our session of IBM ecosystem. We invite here Dr. Ahmed Katacha. 5 دقائق يعني Okay, so we are ready for our next session. So everyone holds their breath. Yes, silence. Okay, so we have two speakers. I'm gonna introduce the first one, and my colleague Dr. Asma is gonna introduce the second one. Okay. Now we have to introduce them together. I'm gonna do this. Ahmed Square. Okay, so we have our nice session, IBM Quantum Ecosystem, and we have our nice guests and speakers, Dr. Ahmed Al-Qatacha and Engine Ahmed Salim. So Dr. Ahmed Al-Qatacha leads the quantum business, including quantum strategy formulation and development, as well as quantum computing and research collaboration for IBM Quantum in the Middle East and Africa. Dr. Qatacha is an IBM Senior Quantum Ambassador and a Qiskit advocate, as well as a leading researcher in material science, nanotechnology, and quantum computing. His research focuses on practical applications in aerospace, automotive, defense, healthcare, and sustainability.
Also, it's my pleasure to introduce Ahmed Salim, a distinguished technology leader. As a technical leader at IBM, he bridges the gap between business strategy and cutting-edge technology, delivering solutions that create significant competitive advantage. Also, as an IBM ambassador, he is a key educator for quantum computing, and he helped us a lot in monthly series. Thank you.
Thank you very much for hosting me. I'm Ahmed Salim, by the way, the second one. Okay, we are both Ahmeds. Okay, so first I need to set the floor why we are here as an IBM. We need to have a common understanding about quantum computing, what IBM is doing in this field, where we are starting and where we are heading in the future. We just need to clear some ambiguity about IBM progress in quantum computing, and we cannot see the future until we see what has been done before, and if there is a promising opportunities in the future that we can make the world more quantum useful and quantum safe. So these are the two missions that IBM declared in all the events. So as an IBM Quantum, it started in IBM research team, and we have more than 3,000 researchers working on different levels of quantum science. And inshallah, Ahmed, my colleague, will go through the roadmap and where exactly IBM and all these researchers are working on. Internally, we have like 6 Nobel holders. We have a lot of 6 national medals of science. Maybe the best team and scientists, they are working for IBM to develop the best quantum computer in the world. So this is a very important slide because it's giving you a differentiation between why we need quantum computer. So we definitely in our real life, we have some problems that already we are able to address it using the the classical computers or the computer that we're using on day-to-day, and some problems that we not be able to resolve because of the limitation of the computation capacity that we have as we speak. However, we have this overlap between these two areas. So, driving this from this graph, I want to highlight two main terms that we are using in the industry. And why we are keep defining these terms, because still the computer world, it's a new world for all of us. It's not comparable to the architecture, for example. In the ancient Egyptian, they started these temples, building all these buildings, but this is a ready-made science. It's an old science. We know all the basics. We have all the understanding of all its terms. However, in the computer, not only the quantum, we need to align and agree on some terms. So main terms that you are hearing is quantum utility, quantum advantage. What is the quantum utility and the quantum advantage? It might be address one of the question that has been asked. Quantum utility, which means that some problems I can resolve it by the classical computer and the quantum computer. Okay, so, and this is the era that we are living in right now. This is the quantum utility. Quantum advantage, which means some problems we will not be able to, we are not able to solve it using the classical computers or the computers that we know. It's only applicable or can be represented by a quantum machine. Okay, so this is in high level what is the difference between these two, because you might hear it a lot. Okay, IBM is working on three main categories: simulation nature, mathematics, and the search optimization. And as you can see, all these industries, IBM has partnership with giant companies in the world. They are doing a huge investment into quantum machine to define the proper use cases and solve a real use case on the problems that they are saving. Examples of these use cases, we have partnership with Vodafone for telecommunication in the UK, HSBC in banking, ExxonMobil in the logistics supply chain, Soren, Mercedes, Boeing, and all these different industries, different use cases. We have a set of researchers working hand in hand with all these customers to identify the proper use case and then work on a POC and address and evolve across the board to get a resolution for these problems that are unaddressable by the classical machines. Okay. So away from this quick introduction about IBM and the history, we need to look what will be ahead. In 2029, large scale fault tolerance systems. I think many of you, not all of you, heard about IBM announcement that the next year will be like the fault tolerance, the quantum advantage year, and by 2033 we will reach the fault tolerance. But what does it mean? We need to understand what are these terms and how IBM is progressing its research to reach the quantum fault tolerance. As I mentioned, I'm always like to look into the future, to the past, to be able to judge whether we can progress the technology that we're working on in future or not. So this is a view of the research of this. This is one of the main researchers where everything started there. So starting from World War II, it's not, I mean, it's normal that they are doing munitions manufacturing. Then they converted to building the first, or put the architecture of the first computer by 1964. And I think the era that we are living now, it's back to building or putting the architecture and the basics of the first computer. After that, after maybe 44 years, IBM was able to build the Frontier. It's a supercomputer that can do around 1 quadrillion. It's 10 to the power 15 flaps. Okay, so that was massive. And we are progressing to the research and building now the quantum computers. This is the evolution of building the computer and spread the knowledge about how to build and do the problems that we faced. If you compare between the classical computers, the problem that we faced back then, I think it's easier than the quantum machines and resolving the problems that we are facing currently. Because as you all know, the classical computer based on transistors, maybe it was easier to resolve than the quantum, because the quantum is a faulty, it's a noisy system, and it has many science and scientific problems that we are working on to resolve as we speak. This is a very important slide, because what do you mean by large scale and how we can achieve the fault tolerance? So larger scale, which means IBM is aiming to have or run multiple qubits, maybe hundreds, millions. This is the roadmap, and run it in a way in a very deep number of gates. It's maybe 100 millions of gates. So this is when it comes into the larger scale. But how we can reach this large scale? Before going to that, as we agree and as we know that the quantum computer, it's a noisy system, which means all the qubits come up with some errors. So it has problems that we need to resolve. So we want first to have an error correction, error detection, to be able to fix or do the error correction, right? So the error detection, that's what we are working on right now. And it has many methodologies or many algorithms to be able to detect the faulty results, and they will be able to fix these errors. How we are doing that? Some people, okay, what they are doing, they are maybe at 2 or 3 qubits, extra qubits, and do a parity check across all these qubits to detect the error. But imagine, and if you want to deploy this on a large scale, like hundreds, thousands, maybe millions of qubits, imagine this will go exponentially hard to be managed. So this is IBM, this is what we are working on right now, and we have the error correction. The error correction has many algorithms that IBM is working on. One of them, what we discovered or released is the dynamic circuit, where we can work hand in hand the quantum computer and HPC. Maybe this will be relevant to Dr. Ahmed Shawki's session. What is the role of HPC working with the quantum machines? So IBM 3 years back, they started doing or putting or achieving the dynamic circuit. And the dynamic circuit, simply, we need to have part of the circuit running in the quantum machine and interrupt the circuit, read it in a classical information, and the results of the classical information, this will be, it will decide which circuit and how the circuit will be executed in the quantum once again. So we have something like a loop where we can interrupt and reiterate our circuit more and more, okay? So having all these problems and identifying what is the error correction, what is the error mitigation, we need to reach the fault tolerance. The fault tolerance, we have more than 100 million operations without resistance or failure, okay? So we need to get more accurate results out of our quantum system. Just to give all of you about the power of quantum comparing to the existing classical computer. For example, if you want to represent a state of, let's start with maybe 10 qubits, for example, you might need 17 GP laptop with 17 GP RAM, so you can do the simulation. That's fine. However, if you want to increase this, if you want to represent a state of 30 qubits, which means you need around 2 modern laptops to be able to represent it. However, if you increase the number of qubits and you have like 48 qubits to be simulated, you need supercomputer to do that. It's like this is the summit, one of the IBM supercomputer to be able to represent the 48 qubit state. And by this, if you want to have like 60 qubit, going beyond all the classical computer that we have in the universe. And the Blue Jay, this is the, Starling. Starling, this is what IBM targeting to build as part of their roadmap to go beyond this, and they will be able in this by having this to address some use cases, some application that never existed before. So if we look into this graph, we can identify, if you remember what I said, this is the pre-utility regime, okay? So we have more problems that can be solved by classical and quantum. However, if you can see this chart, this is the circuit size, and this is the number of qubits. And these are the use cases that has been identified and the strength or the capabilities of the quantum computers that we have as we speak. So if you can see the problems that we can address here, and maybe in the short term, it's relevant to spin modules. However, in the chemistry and the materials, you will find it here in the PureJ. So this is promising to be a resolution or problems that could be addressed by PureJ as a IBM quantum machine. And this actually chart, if it will evolve, definitely it will shift all these problems to the left, because we will I address and identify more problems that will be addressed with more powerful quantum computers. So to drive the fault tolerance, we have these three main pillars: scaling beyond the surface code, where we want to address the error correction and the errors to have a clean results. The second thing, modular architecture fault tolerance, and Ahmed, inshallah, he will show you what we have when it comes into the quantum processor and which processors are supporting the modularity. And the third pillar, engineering for fault tolerance. So we will be able to address the error correction with the error mitigation and all these algorithms and techniques to be able to have or to achieve the fault tolerance quantum. By this, I think I will hand over to Ahmed for going through the roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed, so much. So actually, I will start my session by asking a question. What do we need in order to achieve or to start doing quantum computing? So as you can see, what we need is two things. We need a good hardware, and we need also a reliable software. So starting with software, you need something that can help you to encode data, to run the data in a more reliable environment, and can fulfill the requirements of a scientist. It happened to be an ex-colleague in IBM, who is deficiency criteria. So you need to have a system in which you can encode data, you will manipulate the data through gates, and you can optimize the mapping with the physical qubit, do the measurement, and get the results. And this is what we have been doing since 2016. So we have made a commitment to our user to introduce multiple innovations every year, covering the innovation roadmap, software, and hardware. So I'll touch base quickly with what we have done during years. So we had the pleasure to introduce Qiskit, the Quantum Information Science Kit. It's the most performant SDK worldwide. And every year we have made a commitment to make things happen with the new innovation. So example of that in 2023, in 2024, we introduced the code assistance, which is similar to a ChatGPT. So any user nowadays doesn't need to, in theory, to know programming, but he or she needs to understand the quantum physics or the quantum mechanics in order to model the challenge that you have, write it in, for example, in few sentences or a paragraph, and plug it into our code assistant, and the code assistant will develop the code for you, and it will help fix it if it did not work. Also, one of the innovation is the optimization. So in order to do quantum computing, you need to go through 4 phases. So you need to start with the data encoding and then move to optimization. Why optimization is important? Because as my colleague said, that we still live in the NISQ era. So whatever we start in logical qubit, whatever we do in data encode, we need still to map them in the actual hardware in order to reduce what we refer to as an error. These errors are inevitable for now because we need to correct them or mitigate the errors. And in 2029, we have made a promise that we will enter the fault-tolerant era. So optimization is very important to reduce errors and to increase the depth of the circuits or make more computation using more gates. And this is very important. So we introduce the optimization, the transpiling function. And this year in 2025, it's the year of functions. So we have developed our own ecosystem in which we work directly with startups. And these startups, by design, they innovate. They are good in some areas that they show great results. For example, we have a collaborator called Kipu. Kipu, they are good in optimization. We have logarithmic and multiverse. So each one of them is specialized in quantum machine learning, in optimization and other functions. And we have made their contribution as functions that you can, as a user, call these functions within the other libraries and enjoy the use of these functions in order to fulfill your requirements. And also, you are more than welcome to develop your own functions because Qiskit, as you know, is an open source and it's an area or a platform or a forum for everyone to innovate. Moving with the hardware. So the first part is the software, then we are moving with the hardware. So every similar to what we have done before, we have introduced innovation. So we started back with 3 qubits, then we scale up to 5. And nowadays with Heron R3, we reach 156 qubit. So we jump to we pass through the threshold of 100 qubit. And why 100 qubit is an important threshold? So in practice, if you do quantum circuits with less than 100, this means that you are able to simulate this circuit. So there is no commercial or scientific value of doing quantum computing on systems that is less than 100 because it can be simulated by classical computers. And when we pass or surpass the 100 threshold, there is no way that an existing classical computer can do this type of calculation. So this is a privilege for introducing Heron with 156. So in the next slides, I will divide the presentation into 2 parts. The first part is talking about our the innovation roadmap covering the quantum processing units, QPUs, that we have developed through the year 24 and 21 and 23. And then I move to cover the QPUs, the chips that we have developed this year and we will be working on the next year in order to achieve the fault tolerant. And I will explain our point of view about how we're going to achieve the fault tolerant, because we believe that we are elevating the discussion from theoretical, experimental approach into more engineering way by providing more insight about what we are going to do. So, starting with Condor. So Condor was the first chip that we have made and exceed the 1000 qubit. So as you can know that in order to do computation, you need more qubits and you need more gates and you need an accurate system with reliability in order to get the expected results. So one of the chips that we have introduced was Condor, and Condor is 1121 qubits on one single chip. And in the same year, we introduced Heron. And as you can see, all our QPUs are named after birds. So Heron R1 and R2 and R3. So we started with 133. After Eagle was 127 qubit. Then we moved to Heron R1, 133, and then Heron R3, 156. So the technology that we use with Heron R3 is we have 156 with heavy hex. So all the physical qubits are organized in a heavy hex. Heavy hex means that each qubit, which represented as a dot, can be connected with the neighboring two qubits, a maximum of 3, as you can see in the end or in the peripherals. So this technique helped us in order to reduce errors, as you can see significantly when we make a comparison between Eagle. Eagle was 127 and Heron is 156. So we increase number of qubit, we reduce the errors. And also there is another aspect of the mission of the performance of the hardware, which is crosstalk. Crosstalk is a side effect of manufacturing quantum processing units, because once you, for example, connect or initiate physical qubit, there is a tendency for the neighboring qubit to be entangled, which sometimes you don't want to have this behavior. So this is what we refer to crosstalk. So we need to ensure that if we entangle or put a qubit, a physical qubit in superposition or entangle, that this qubit doesn't talk to any other qubit except the one that we have entangled. So crosstalk is very important. And as you can see here in Heron, it's almost 0, which is a good indicator for high performance. Gate time is another performance measure, and it's very important because we need to strike a balance between making the gate time longer in order to achieve or preserve the quantum status or state, and at the same time make it shorter in order to make more computation. So with 90 to 100 nanosecond, this is the optimum that we have reached, because with this number, you can do more, but you cannot lose the quantum status. So as you can see here on R3, the data, the performance of all our QPUs are available to public. So anyone who has got an IBM ID and has access to our systems, which is available in the cloud, he can log in and go to the public domain and start to get the performance measures of these QPUs. So we don't hide them, we make it public. And we always publish and make a benchmark between what we have done and what others are doing. Flamingo is the next on the scale for Heron. So our technology is modular, which means that we have an analogous of the GPU. So like GPUs, which use stack, we have developed our technology such that you can entangle two QPUs together using our technology, the L-couplers, which ensure that the quantum state is connected and it's not collapsed between two QPUs, which allow us to do more computation, as I have explained previously. And also, this is the physical presentation of the QPU. And with the Crossbell, we have multiple connected QPUs, Herons. And this will, for example, provide us with the capability to have multiple Herons in one quantum hardware. So in this example, we have 3 times 160 qubit. So I have explained what we have achieved to date till 2024. Moving toward achieving the fault tolerance, we have introduced a new set of quantum processing units. So these quantum processing units have been developed in order to meet the requirement of the error correction special code, which we have developed, and we refer to it as a gross code. Why the gross code is important? We've been working with the surface code, which allow us to entangle two physical qubits on a 2D level. But this approach has showed that we need to produce more physical qubits, as my colleague has stated. So in order to compensate the error detection, error correction, and error mitigation, we need to produce more qubits, and this more qubits consumes energy, create more errors, and require a lot of correction. And the source code, as per our researchers, is not helping. So this is why we have changed our strategy, and we moved with the gross code. So the gross code, it's a mathematical approach that allow us to do error correction in a surface, which I refer to it as a 3D topology, which looks like a donut. So in this donut, a theoretical donut or the 3D topology, we connect qubits using C couplers, increasing the possibility for connecting each physical qubit with 6 other qubits. So in the helix, as I mentioned, because it's 2D, using surface code, maximum we can connect 2 or 3, but here we can connect 6. And this breakthrough allow us to do or achieve error correction very quickly, but it has made an engineering challenge for us to manufacture new types of QPUs. And this approach has been welcomed by leaders in research like IDC. They said that we have introduced a game changer and changing the whole conversation from research experimental based approaches into an engineering approach, which can ensure the scientific and non-scientific community that we are heading toward achieve the fault tolerant. So I will start with the gross code. So the gross code simply it's a mathematical approach in which we ensure that we increase the connectivity of the physical qubits by just imaginarily turn the space to make it like a donut. So with this theoretical approach, we have shown that we were able to reduce number of qubits, physical qubits, by more than 10. And the beauty of this approach that it comes in dozens. So it comes in multiple, it allows us to manufacture our physical QPUs, physical qubits in 12 multiple, which is something amazing. And we have published this, and it has made a lot of noise in the scientific community, and it has been published in the cover of Nature. So basically what we are trying to do, so in 2025, we managed to manufacture the first chip, the first QPU, which fulfill the requirement of the gross code. And we have proved that the gross code is really the solution for the fault tolerant, and we introduced Loon. Loon is a chip that can produce 2 logical qubits corrected and without the need for error mitigation. And the technology that we have used is the C couplers. And we have demonstrated the effectiveness of the C couplers to make this happen. Also, we have introduced another chip, Nighthawk, in the same year. And Nighthawk is another demonstration of the power of this type of manufacturing in order to achieve the fault tolerant, but with more qubits. In 2026, we will introduce Kookaburra. Kookaburra is a demonstration of a chip in which we increase or hit the 100 qubit and extend the use of the C couplers in order to bring to the world the first logical processing unit for quantum that can work like a quantum memory. In 2027, we will introduce Kokatu, introducing another types of couplers, which is the L couplers, in which we can entangle or ensure that the quantum states between two quantum processing units are preserved. And in 2028, 2029, we will introduce Starling. In Starling, we will extend the use of the L couplers, and we will introduce the magic state factory such that we will be able to offer our users a new type of gates, which is the T gates. So, because nowadays, all what we can do is use the C node for the fully gates, but with the magic state, we can do also the T-types gates. So this is just a demonstration about the ideas which I have explained. So as you can see, it's a two-dimensional connection. So each qubit can be connected to two or maximum three, but with we have attunable couplers, C couplers, which can show the architecture of the six-way connectivity. So this is another demonstration in which we have proven to have six-way connectivity, which reduce the possibility to use more qubits, offer our users more computation, and less effort to do the cross code, which will assure that we reach the fault tolerant. All right, now, as you can see, there is another type of qubits or QPUs, which is the Nighthawk. So the Nighthawk is the same structure of the loop, but with more qubits, and it's based on what we refer to square. So in order to explain the advantage for the square-based connectivity and the heavy hex connectivity, next year we will hit the quantum advantage in material science. And this is very important to prepare for this event by introducing the right QPU that will achieve this. And in order to do a demonstration, we have made a comparison between how R3, which is the best heavy hex structure in IBM, will behave in comparison with Nighthawk. One example is, for example, for ethane. If we wanted to simulate ethane, so in this type of calculation, we need for the square, which is the new architecture, 27 qubits, whereas in here, R3 65. This is an extra number of qubits that will make it difficult for us to optimize the circuit. So the square architecture based on the tunable coupler technology has provided us with less number of qubits, less errors, and high accuracy. And if we, for example, compare this with benzene, carbon, the diameter of carbon, and the 4Fe, 4S, you see that there is a trend that we reduce number of qubit, we increase, and also we reduce number of gates, which means that we can do more computation. This is an actual or a topological presentation of what is the difference between Nighthawk and Heron. So the difference is, as you can see here in the bottom, that each physical qubit can connect only to two, which will limit the way how we deal with errors. So we need to encode more qubits in order to overcome the noisy errors which will happen. But here in the square architecture, in between we have the couplers which allow us to connect more qubits. So one qubit can be connected with 6. This is another example, and as you can see, we have published this, so we don't hide anything from the scientific community, and we share it with the scientific community, and we are pleased to present this structure. Okay, now I will change the topic, talking about if we are users and we wanted to pick what modality. So in market, there are different modality that we can use quantum computing. So some of those modalities are based on superconducting qubits, which we call transmon. Some of them, they are based on cold atom, like the ones which Professor Murad was working on. Some modalities are photonics, some other modalities are based on trapped ions. So in order to provide a guidance, what we believe is, in order to do an assessment of the hardware, you need to look into different aspects, because no one will buy a car because, for example, it's fast. No one will buy a car because it has 4 wheels. So you need to look into differentiators. And in our views, because we are the leader in this field, we always put the measure and the other service providers, they follow. So we believe that speed is very important, because you don't expect that you put, for example, your program in a computer, on a hardware, and you wait for results. So there should be a reasonable time for processing. So speed is very important. I'm not talking about the time, the waiting time. I'm talking about the processing time. And also scale. This means that the technology that you are using is scalable. So you don't want to end up with a technology that cannot be scaled in order to achieve, for example, certain numbers of qubit that fulfill your requirements. So this is very important. And also performance. And there are multiple measures for performance. So some of them about the coherence time, T1, T2, and the fidelity of the 2-qubit gate and 1-qubit gate. And we always publish this and make it available or in public use. And also one important thing, because most of us, they don't have the luxury to buy a quantum computer, because this is not something that you do every day. So it's very important for you to ensure that the system that you are using is reliable and the system has latency that can fulfill you. And what I have discovered, that some of the modality is available on other clouds or other platforms. This create another problem about data security. So dealing with one service provider is much better than dealing with multiple. So these are, and of course the hidden one is the cost. Cost is very important. If you can compare what you can do in $1 with equivalent to what you can do with others. So to cut the story short, we have mapped what is available in market in terms of number of qubits and the error. And as you can see, there is the boundary of the 100 qubit. And I need to emphasize that 100 qubit is important, because whatever you can do in less than 100 can be simulated. So you are wasting your time and effort if you invest or do any calculation in a device or a modality which is less than 100. And there is another advice because, and Dr. Ahmed, he knows about it. So what we are targeting to achieve is a fault tolerant universal machine that fulfill the deficiency criteria. So be aware of this. So as you can see in market, there is only IBM and Google who had the 100 qubit, and we achieved 156, and we are expected to hit the 200 qubit soon. I'm not going to talk about other modalities, but as you can see, either they are good in error, but they don't have a scalability, they don't have qubit, and some of them, they are good with qubit, but with less fidelity. Another aspect is talking about the speed, which is a measure of the SDK. So Qiskit is the most performing SDK. It's an open source. And this has been assessed in the eye of the users. And I bet that most of you, if not all, have been working with Qiskit and you know it maybe better than me. So making a comparison between number of projects. So worldwide, Qiskit has been used in more projects than others. And also what you can do in Qiskit in 5 minutes requires 27 hours with other modality. So be aware of this. And this has been published. This paper, this benchmark paper, we refer to it, the word bench press, has been published and public. So the idea of this, we compared our SDK with many others SDKs, and we make a comparison about how efficient is Qiskit in comparison with others, using making an apple-to-apple comparison. So we have picked certain databases in which we apply the calculation with, and this is the results. So in conclusion of that paper, Qiskit is faster with high quality and extensibility. And when users have been asked about Qiskit, so they mentioned that it's the most the performant source and the most reliable one. I think I need to pause here. I left this link for my LinkedIn detail, and I'm happy with to have your questions if there is any question, and apologies if it was too long. Yes, Dr. Ahmed. QBUs, we sell them like souvenirs. No, I'm just kidding. No. No, actually, we have some of them. We use them for other research and development. Some of them, they are kept in our research centers across the world. So if it happens, and it will be our honor, if you come to Yorktown, for example, you will find some samples of them. Some other of them, we use them to do some benchmark, for example. So one of the questions, if I wanted to do a simulation of 27 qubit or 127 qubit, this is example here in the comparison that we did between Eagle, for example, and Heron. So Eagle is retiring, so it's no more available. But we still have some machines in which we run to do a benchmark with Heron, for example. So part of them, we reuse them for research and development and calibration. Yes. 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 This one? This one, okay. Okay. Let me explain. So in engineering, the dimension, so we are not doing science. So scientists, for example, will tell us that this architecture, this is the phases of research. Science will tell us that this is the best architecture. Now it's the role of engineers to tune it. So in order to tune it, we have multiple objectives to achieve. So talking about crosstalk as a problem is a function of different many parameters. But let's say that one of these parameters that we want to optimize is the distance between two physical qubits. So we can solve this problem by trying to make them, for example, while manufacturing, close far away, and we optimize it. So if it's only one factor, but I can guarantee you that there are at least 20. So it's not an easy engineering problem. So once this problem is done, the architecture, because it's a heavy hex architecture, is there. It has created another problem. This problem is I need more qubits in order to present one logical qubit. So in order to simplify this problem, when you initiate your circuit, so in your, for example, Jupyter notebook, you refer to the qubit with Q0, Q1. So this is a logical qubit. But the black box, when you send your job, it's our role to optimize it, to map it. So we it. For example, you start with 10 qubit. Maybe when we map it, we need 100, maybe, or less. And you can see that there is some other functions in Qiskit which will optimize number of circuits, and it will show you how your circuit is mapped. And you can physically see in Qiskit how the mapping happened. So this mapping, this structure require more qubits. So in order to solve this problem, we have come up with the square structure, which allow us to do 6 connections. And that was the solution of another problem. So crosstalk has nothing to do directly with the 6 or square structure. Any question? So we were thinking about, yes. Yes, please. Yes. Yeah, the modalities. Yeah, I did actually. No. Actually, I did not explain it, but it's in the slide, and I will explain if you want.
Thank you. My name is Jan Blommaert, by the way. Because during research, if you have a single project, you could say, okay, I'm not so interested in the run cost. But at some stage in the coming years, when we are doing something like production, whether it's scientific production or business production, the run cost will become important.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And this is why I said that speed, scale, performance, reliability, and cost is directed, is associated with all of them. And I will explain why. Because, so suppose that you wanted to run a circuit, and this is what we have done here in the bench. We have a paper, I can share it with you. It's called the bench press. So the idea of the bench press paper is if I had a certain database or a repository of some problems. And I wanted to run the same problem with different SDKs, for example, with X, Y, Z. How long it will take, how accurate is the answer, because the answer is there in the database, and also how many qubits I will need to initiate. So all these questions have been answered in that paper, and based on that, we have made this, for example, summary. So here, as you can see, we have different comparisons. So we have CERT, we have Ticket, Continuum, Penilane, and Qiskit. And we have more. Also, we make a comparison with simulators, QCODA. So in terms of time, what you can do with IBM in 5 minutes require 27 hours. Going to the way how they structure their prices, we discover that we are cheaper in comparison with these people by 1,200 times, and in some cases, 70,000 times. So cost is there. Maybe we've been perceived as that we are expensive, but what you can do in 1 minute in comparison with others is really valuable, and it has already been proven scientifically with the bench press paper, which I can share with you. So yes, I agree with you. Cost is important. The other dimension is time. So because of the superconductivity, the technology is very fast and the gate time is small. And this is how we can, in our engineers, they strike a balance between keeping the quantum state on collapse for a while and make it fast. Because some technologies, for example, like the trapped ions or cold atoms, they have longer coherence time. And in order to decohere, you need additional time. So to manipulate qubits, which are entangled, it required additional time. And another challenge is that this technology for now is not scalable. They did not reach 100 qubit or more for now. So these challenges make it more expensive as an offer for the users. But thank you very much for highlighting this, because it's there, but I did not discuss it in a proper way.
Let's say, I'm interested in business running costs.
You're right.
But that's also a wider concept, not just cost per minute.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Then there's another issue, and I'm working with Dr. Taha on modeling molecules, smaller molecules, or even electronic transitions in atoms and in ions. That's the concept of more accurate results before achieving the speed up. Yeah. What is your comment on that?
Actually, I was about to discuss this because my background is in material science, and we've been collaborating with Riken University in Japan. So we had a strategic partnership with Riken University in which we use a new concept which called the quantum-centric supercomputing. So in this work, which has been published in Nature, we demonstrated how we can hand by hand use HPC, classical calculations, along with quantum in order to achieve results better than, for example, CD and DFT for molecular computational modeling and simulation, using an algorithm which we refer to as sample-based quantum diagonalization. So it's a combination. So the HPC has been used in order to diagonalize and get the parameter of the circuit, and then feeding up into a smaller problems in order to achieve the more accurate results. So also this is an example of using quantum classical or quantum for material science. But if you are worried about the cost, how with our customers? So it depends on how you want to use quantum computing. So some people, they wanted to use quantum computing for education. So for education, you don't need to buy access. All that you need is just to sign in, get into IBM ID, and have the 10-minute free access, which is more than enough. If you want, for example, to try more things, then we believe that pay as you go is the best because it's relatively good. If you want to do research, we have two offers. One of them is the Flexi, which like the phone, the prepaid. So you buy the access and you have 1 year to finish it. So it's handy. And if you want to do a hardcore research, then you need to buy a premium access, and we can help you to calculate what sort of capacity you need. And we use a unit called the Quantum Allocation Unit, QAU. So this will depend on the size of the data, how big is your data, what you are doing, the shots that you need to run in order to achieve an accurate result. So all these dimensions are taken into consideration to help you to pick the right plan. So we are like Vodafone. We help you. Yes.
Hello. Thank you so much, Ahmed, for the great presentation, although I missed a little bit of it. I just want to ask more about the error correction. So what is the state of the art? I've been like reading the latest paper, I think it was in 2024, but I'm excited to know like what's the state of the art in terms of error correction in 2025 and IBM's like current hardware.
But so as I said, error correction is related to two parts. So the first part is to pick the right approach, which is similar to the approach that we did 80 years ago. So just to provide an explanation of the severity of error correction. So why do we need error correction? So we need error correction because the nanotechnology that we are using still have a quantum phenomena that create a lot of noise. And this type of noise has been detected back in 1940. And the first type of problem was the flip bit problem. So, for example, if we have transistors, we moved from vacuum tube to transistors. And in order to set the voltage, for example, for 0 by 0.5, let's say, not all transistors will act similarly for 0.5. Some of them will have 0.5, 0.4, 0.6. And that problem was 80 years ago. And we have corrected this problem with the flip bit codes. Now, in the quantum era, the problem is more complicated because we need to fix the amplitude and the phase. And we've been experimenting with the surface code because our hardware is 2D. So in 2D, you need to encode more qubits in order to act for error detection and error mitigation or correction. And this is not handy. Why? Because, for example, if we wanted to break, I think Dr. Hisham will like this. If we wanted to break the RSA, the 2048 RSA, currently we need 20 million physical qubits, which is not available for two reasons: from manufacturing and from error correction, because it's really crazy to error correct 20 million qubits. This is why surface code is going nowhere. This is our view. We invested in another approach, which is called the gross code. In the cross code, the challenge is with the topology. So we need to have a donut topology in order to increase connectivity. So this represents an engineering challenge for us, but we have made it with Loom. So in order to implement the cross code with the donut topology, the 3D topology, we have come up with a new design. We demonstrated this with a chip called Loon. And in Loon, we introduced a new technology called the C couplers. C couplers allowed us to connect 6 qubits. So it's more connectivity, which ensure that we have less errors and more accurate results. So this is in brief what we have done for this year, and next year we will have Kookaburra, Kokato, and Starling in 2029.
And with this technique, have you reached below threshold in error correction, or is still a little bit far?
We increase the number of gates. So how we can translate this? Reducing errors means that you have more gates to do calculation because there is 2 dimensions. So you need to increase number of qubits to a certain limit because you encode data exponentially. So as I have seen, or my colleague has shown you, so data goes exponentially. So with 200, we have the capability to encode 2 to the power 200 bits, which is really massive. So we need to stop, for example, at certain number of qubit. But what is more important is the depth gates. What we wanted to do is to reach 100 million gates. And in order to reach 100 million gates, we need to invest in the gross code. And we have demonstrated this here in Nighthawk. So we made a comparison between Nighthawk and her. As you can see, we reduce number of physical qubits needed to encode the data. So for example, to simulate ethane or benzene with the using the square, we have reduced the number of qubits with 55 and the same number with 380. So we reduce qubit and we reduce number of gates, which allow us to do more computation.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for your valuable.
Thank you very much, and please forgive me.
Okay, now let's have a short break, about 5 minutes only, and let's go back. Thank you.
Okay, so everyone, please take a seat. We're gonna have our last session for today. And I promise you are gonna have two nice talks by Clark Alexander and Amr Imam. Ziad, can you call the students from outside? Okay, guys, so only have 40 more minutes. So our nice speakers have promised us to make a very entertaining but also very nice talk. And we promise it's very nice, really. You are going to see quantum computing from a different perspective. And also are going to know about the blueprint of Arab innovation. Okay, so please have a seat. This one. Yeah. Okay, so let's start. You get. Okay, so welcome everyone to our last session. And our first speaker is Dr. Clark Alexander. Dr. Clark is, of course, a very nice friend of mine. He's a co-founder of Enerjuice, a renewable energy IP firm, co-founder of Open BlackBerry Network, a non-profit data and energy training company. He's also advisor for NETL, mathematics and physics and data processing, advisor of ODE L3C, a quantum computational chemistry company. He also holds multiple roles at Batch Freight, head of AI, senior director of engineering, and head of R&D. He's also have been teaching in several universities, and of course been invited to be a speaker in different events. And he has an interest in deploying blockchain with quantum and AI. So, welcome, Clark. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. I'll try to keep this short. This is my talk. That's it. Okay, I'm just going to put this away. Okay, let's start with the question. I like this. And I actually want you to think about this. So if you're looking on your phone, shame. No, don't do that right now. Okay. What is the tallest tower you can build out of Legos? I really want you to think about this. What is the tallest tower you can build out of Legos? These little blocks that you play with. Who likes Legos? Hands, if you're not raising your hand, you're not being honest. Or you're not paying attention. Stop it. Okay. What's the tallest tower you can build out of Legos? Okay, we give it maybe 30 seconds to think about it, but you'll come up with two answers. There's really two answers. There's the math answer, and then there's the physics answer. The physics answer was sort of answered about 13 years ago. In England, they built a tower 114, 11 inches, like 35 meters. That's about it. Okay, because we're asking things like, how much can the brick handle? How many bricks do you need? How many bricks do we have? Does gravity change that high? But the math answer is as many bricks as you want. Build it straight up to the moon. Now, what's the point? Why am I asking such a silly question to start? It's because when you're talking about trying to build a Lego tower to the moon, as Qamar, the physics changes. The rules actually change. The mathematics does not, but the rules do. So this idea of scale is very important. Scale at the level of massive things like AI, scale of miniature things like quantum. Now, the rules change, and that's important. Okay, so when we're looking at cosmological things, we have relativity, we have gravity coming into effect. When we're looking at quantum mechanics, very, very, very tiny. The geometry, completely different. It's not the geometry we look at. It's not even commutative geometry. It's like its own unique thing with its own unique set of rules. So if we're trying to build a quantum computer, we have to follow a different set of rules, right? The quantum software follows math rules. Programming follows math rules. Hardware does not, follows a different set of rules entirely. Totally different set of rules. So that brings us to this question. Second question. And other Ahmed, who's, yes. Quantum advantage and quantum supremacy. We hear these terms a lot. Kind of answered this a little bit. Now, let me step back really quick. In modern computing, when we're teaching at the undergraduate level, we think about two types of metrics that we measure computing by. We've heard a lot about this today, speed and memory. Okay, these are kind of gone, right? We do the algorithmic analysis. Can you sort in log in time, all this, right? And we realize that you can trade off speed for memory. But memory is super, super, super cheap. You can buy terabytes and terabytes and terabytes of storage. Super cheap. So that trade-off is not that important. But there's this third idea that's come up, and that's energy usage. Right now we're talking about scale. So, quick anecdote. A few years ago, I interviewed to work at Oak Ridge National Lab in the quantum machine learning division. And at that time, they were putting in Frontier, which we've already seen. Yes, Ahmed, right? Ahmed and Ahmed all gave me like good talking points to talk about. So, and Professor Shkif, yeah. I mean, I'm just going to guess the next reference I make is going to be Ahmed as well. So, they built the world's biggest computer at that time, fastest and critically most energy efficient per computation that had ever been built. So when I was interviewing, the guy talked to me, he said, the reason we built this twice as big is because we couldn't afford the energy bill. And they work for the US Department of Energy, right? So we're talking like not small, we're talking like massive, massive, massive scale. And these are the guys saying energy is the most important factor, okay? So let's look at this. I'll pick on IBM real quick. How much energy does it take really to compute such a thing? Well, let me step back real quick. I didn't say what advantage and supremacy are. Quantum advantage. Quantum advantage is when you have a quantum computer that can outperform in at least one of these three metrics, speed, memory, or energy. Right? That's what quantum advantage is. We've probably seen this already. I think Luca Pistoia at JP Morgan and probably the Gaussian boson sampling probably got it in speed. I think we've achieved advantage in speed, random circuit sampling, such things. So whether these are actually useful or not, we can debate that. We can debate that forever. But advantage, probably we've seen. Now, supremacy is going to mean that we are going to achieve better results on a quantum computer in speed, memory, and energy in a large, large, large set of problems. We're not talking about floating point operations. We're talking about massive utility scale, weather prediction style things. And from my perspective, I don't think we're going to get there maybe ever. It's hard to say. But so let's look at this energy thing here. The way I want to think about quantum advantage and quantum supremacy is that, advantage, we've got speed. Now, let's look at memory. I don't think quantum memory is even in the discussion yet. Anyone working on quantum memory? Like terabytes of quantum memory? No, we're not there. So that's out. That's out for a while. But so we can actually talk about energy. So this is from IBM's blog. Heron, 156 qubit processor. Yes? Yeah? Okay. So on their blog, they say it takes, they've built this like amazing dilution refrigerator. which is super, super, super cool. Cool, like I like it in like actually cold, temperature cold. It takes 25 kilowatts to cool it, and it takes 4 days to cool it. So someone do the math. How many kilowatt hours have we used to cool the refrigerator? So 96, right? It's 2.4 megawatt hours. So how much does it take to run a laptop? 50 kilowatt for 4 days? Oh, that helps me out a lot, right? That makes the energy consumption way more. So I'm going to go with 2.4 megawatt hours and give IBM the benefit of the doubt. I mean, this was on the blog, so I could be wrong. Not maybe as wrong as ChatGPT, but wrong. Okay. Well, yeah. I have energy concerns about them. You can talk to me at dinner about that. Okay. 2.4 megawatt hours of energy in 4 days. So this laptop you're using 64 watts. So we're saying you could run at full capacity 400 laptops for 4 days to get one computation. So how much computation can you get done with 2.4 megawatt hours in 4 days? The answer is like a lot. Like my arms don't go that far, but like the stage, I'm going to fall off the stage, but whoa, I am really actually going to fall off the stage. Don't do that. Okay. 2.4 megawatt hours will do that to you. Right? That's a lot of energy, and that is a lot of time processing. So I've spent a lot of my career working in optimizations, approximations, stuff like this. So in trading stocks, I don't have 4 days to make a decision. I've been working on supply chain optimization recently. I don't have 4 days to make that decision. It has to be done right now. And so can you get an approximate algorithm to get you there faster that's good enough, right? This is a totally different metric. I know we're talking about reliability, but in practice, in like real situations where optimization is important, reliability is like not that important. It really is not. I want to get a stock portfolio that returns for me 20%. But if I looked for 4 more days, I could find one that gives me 20.0001%. Any investor will be like, take the early one, dude. Got 4 days to invest it. We make that 0.0001% back. Right? This is a realistic scenario. So, okay. So that's the energy barrier on the top. Right? Okay. We're going to get lower. IBM is very clever. I like that they're building different qubit designs. I like that the spectral expander graphs are coming in. He didn't talk about it, but as a mathematician, I'm like, spectral expanders are getting better connection. Woohoo! Expander graphs is another thing that I work on. So, right, I can see it, how the mathematics is coming down. Right? Some of the energy costs coming down. Perfect. Now, let's talk about this barrier on the other side. This is where we're really getting into the quantum mechanics of it. So, third question. Anyone remember the uncertainty relation? This is for undergrads. Where are my undergrads? The sleeping one. She's pretending not to notice so she doesn't have to answer. Uncertainty relation. What is it? Anyone know it off the top of the head? Put it in your quantum computing courses. But it's there. You got it? What is it? Yes, Heisenberg. My natural habitat. What is it? What's the exact number? I'll write delta. Well, you could write sigma if you like that, if you're in statistics. Delta x delta p. Exactly right. And that only comes from the complex commutator of the operators. It's actually more than that in reality. We're not ever getting close to that. But no, let's do the numbers. That is approximately, if we go in Newton meters or electron volt seconds, we can do it this. But let me give you the energy calculation. That's about 3.1 times 10 to the minus 35 joule seconds. Yeah, you can't get below that. So here's why this is important. This tells us that quantum Fourier transforms will never, ever, ever, ever work. And Shor's algorithm will never, ever, ever work. It will not. It cannot. There's a physical energy barrier down there. Now, let's quantify it. So what am I saying? What's the quantum Fourier transform? Right? It's this thing where you have to have all the qubits connected, no interference, no nothing, all fault tolerant, all logical, everything good. And you have two registers, top register in qubits, bottom register in qubits, and you rotate pi over 2 to the n, right? So rotate basically in qubits gives us this. For quantum Fourier transform requires exactly pi over 2 to the n over 2 angle rotation. We need to rotate that angle. Okay, at 156 qubits, what's that? Pi over 2 to the 156 over 2. Undergrads, good. 78, fantastic. You guys are doing a great job today, helping me out here. That's about 10 to the minus 23. Okay, this is angular. Okay, so we're not quite there. Now, I worked this out for you. The most that we could ever get before we get under the uncertainty limit, 236 qubits. That's the maximum. There's an energy barrier, not a suggestion. There's like a fundamental law of nature. So n less or equal to 236. Done. So RSA double that. So what do you get? 472. RSA 472. That's all Shor's can do. It cannot do more than that, and it's not a suggestion. Now, there's good news. I want to quote a movie from the 90s. You may know it. It's called The Zero Effect. Okay, Bill Pullman movie. Silly quote here. It says, if you're looking for something specific, your chances of finding it are very bad because of all the things in the world. But this is a comedy movie. If you're looking for anything at all, your chances of finding it are very good because of all the things in the world. Okay, that's a little bit philosophical. Bill Pullman, whatever, fine. Okay, but here's the thing with quantum computing. What we've been doing right now is we've been going down this lane of annealing, and we want to find something specific there. We've been going down the route of gate computing. We want to find something specific there. Okay, prime factorization is an interesting thing because up until 3 months ago, we had one way to define prime numbers. But now we have infinitely many ways to define prime numbers. There's a result from Craig Van Itterson and Ono, Ken Ono, like genius mathematician. They just put out a paper called Partition Functions Detect the Primes. So they give, with partition functions, additions of integers, a new way to detect prime numbers. This function zeroes out if and only if you have a prime. And then they proceed to show that there are infinitely many such functions. Okay, so what we've seen here is this sort of black swan idea, right? Thinking about Nassim Taleb's black swan, stuff that you can't predict, it'll come up, it shows up somewhere, and it has a massive effect on the ecosystem, right? What we need to look for now is any one of these infinity prime definitions that can be broken by a quantum computer. We just need one. Right, so I'm not saying past factorization can't happen. In fact, I'm saying it probably will happen. What I'm saying is that Shor's can't. Shor's is bounded below. Not possible. Again, not a suggestion, just not possible. Okay. Yeah, so last couple things. How do we get around this? We talked about this in depth today. Gate count, circuit depth, and then, yeah, then looking for anything at all. Those are kind of how it does. So gate count, back in 2016, Ross and Sellinger out of Dalhousie University in Nova Scotia put this paper out called Optimal Ancilla-Free Rotations for Z-gates. So they're looking for gates in this form. They're rotating through Z, right? But it was e to the pi over n, e to the minus pi over n. So you'll recognize that as a Z rotation if you work in gates. And so they wanted an optimal thing. They wanted to use the fewest number of gates to get there. Now, of course, when n gets big enough, we've shown that that's meaningless. Not mathematically meaningless, right? They were approximating to 3,000 decimal places, but physically meaningless. If you rotate more than this or less than this, it is physically not readable, right? There is that barrier. But they were the first to sort of give this, we need a shorter gate count to get these rotations. Okay, so that idea has been around about 10 years now. Second thing was circuit depth. Now, there was this interesting paper from Simon DeWitt back in 2009, which probably most of you have read, in Intro to Quantum Error Correction. You may have seen this, a lot of you have probably read this. He asked this one really interesting question. What is the difference between these two circuits? Or these three, let's, what's the difference in those three circuits? There's two answers. There's a math answer, which is there is not a difference. Mathematically, those matrices multiply to give you identity. But the physical answer is, Ahmed, what's the physical answer? There's noise. There's noise. When you actually apply gates, there's actual noise. The mathematics and the physics do not agree at this scale. They do not, right? This is what really the big problem in the NISQ era is that this thing does not give you back the identity. The engineering at that scale is so difficult. So when we get these actual breakthroughs, the IonQs, the IBMs, we should applaud them because it's so difficult. The mathematics is like thousands of years ahead of where we can actually get the engineering, right? But that's an energy calculation now. Okay, I want to stop there. Leave you guys time for questions. Please come talk to me at... Yes.
Thank you very much for this elaboration. But I myself, I want from you a confirmation about how do you see the quantum? So what I understood from you, quantum is not going to happen to add a value add thing.
No, misunderstood.
Yeah, but because you said that it will require energy. So I have two comments about what you have said. First of all, you limit the discussion only about Shor algorithm.
Oh, yeah.
You did not consider other aspect of quantum in material science.
Oh, yeah, there's
and quantum machine learning, which has shown a lot of progress. So I wonder why you have limited the discussion about Shor algorithm.
Because
and you did not
consider there. There's an energy.
Speaking about the energy, we make an apple-to-apple comparison. So if we consider a classical algorithm that will take 10,000 years, you need to calculate the energy of this algorithm and compare it with the running of this quantum algorithm in a machine that can do it in 3 minutes.
Correct.
So this is the comparison. This is the apple to apple. So keep talking about energy without making an apple to apple comparison will mislead people.
It may.
It will.
Okay.
So this is one dimension.
Okay.
The second dimension is about the value of quantum. So maybe I was really annoyed by keeping the discussion about Shor algorithm. The fact that Shor algorithm is only one step, and I can show you in my notes that we in IBM many other algorithms that supersede Shor algorithm, and they will definitely factorize numbers. But when we keep saying or giving the honor to Shor, because he was amongst the pioneers along with the board, and this is why we bring Shor algorithm, Shor himself, and Groover to the discussion. So really, I'm annoyed. The discussion should be scientific and we make apple-to-apple comparison. So we need to talk about, for example, the energy consumption in the context of making a comparison between two problems and see how much energy they will take in order to make judgment. Speed, we consider time between two algorithms, and this is how we can show the quantum advantage. Also cost. Thank you.
Yeah, any more questions?
Sure.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Again, let me just say that I'm not saying these things can't happen. I'm saying they don't happen this way. Well, what I wrote before. It's not going to happen with shores, right? It's very, very important. And part of this is because the way of how we define primes. Okay. Now, material science, almost certainly we're going to get bigger discoveries, right? And again, like I said, I see that IBM has developed the circuits in a more spectral expanding way, makes me think that it's actually going to happen sooner, right? So let's not forget that, there's a lot of deep math going on here that I'm acknowledging, but, right, that one, it's the famous one, right? Because it's 94. Mathematically, it's proven. I proved it in a class that I taught 8 years ago, right? Shores, mathematically, it works. Physically, it can't. Okay. Other quantum algorithms, we don't know. I think we're kind of at the point. The gentleman who spoke first this morning, name slipped my mind. He said something really interesting. He said, we're kind of at the space where we don't know which algorithms are going to perform better in quantum and which are going to perform better in classical. We're kind of in that space in quantum right now. So the point is that I'm not sure we even know the correct questions to ask quantum computers. When we find them, it's going to take off. Very much black swan style. Okay. But I don't misunderstand. I'm not saying quantum can't work. I'm not saying there's not value in it. I'm saying there are strict energy barriers to certain algorithms that we are sometimes ignoring. Agreed. Okay. I think we should take this discussion to dinner.
Yeah, I think that's
We're very excited to continue this. Please come talk to me. I'll be here all week.
Yeah, but I wanted to say that it's good to see that quantum is still in early research, and of course there's a lot of challenges, and one of them is the physical limitations, which one of these aspects is the energy, and the energy, of course, is one of the fundamental aspects of limitation of quantum. So that's so yeah. You have another question, Clark? Yeah, you have another question. Yeah, yeah, we are talking about that. It's different aspects is the research, and one of this is the energy, as Ahmed has laid down, and of course this is the energy and this research. So please go ahead.
So if I understood your point, you use like scaling law as the number of qubits increase. The phase you need in QFT becomes smaller and smaller, and at some point reaches some ground, let's say a boundary that cannot go low. Okay, but this at most will put kind of upper limit on the Shor algorithm. You say sure will not work, but in more specific, what will be the upper boundary you can put according to your argument?
Well, I mean, so any quantum Fourier.
Because 15 equals 3 by 5, this is what you are doing. This is very simple. So we can Chinese. You are aware about
Yeah,
Chinese.
so we have this
to 50 digits. So it would be an upper limit. Maybe the 20 is 48. So
472. 472 is the limit.
472 is what? The number of qubits?
Bits.
So what would be the number n equals p by q, the equivalent in short algorithm, compared to the RSA numbers, I mean?
Yeah, RSA 472 is kind of where it tops out.
RSA 472.
So RSA 512 is safe from Shor's algorithm. I'm not saying it's safe from Ken Ono's stuff. I'm not saying that it's safe from other stuff. So the upper bound, the biggest number you could factor,
yes,
purely with quantum Fourier transform, 472 bits. Before you get to uncertainty limits, now
it's quite a lot.
Yeah, that's big.
Almost 500 digits. It's a lot.
Yeah, it's a huge number, but it's not RSA 2048. RSA 2048 is much.
Yes, it's 67.
Fall off the stage again, trying to show you.
Yeah, it's 17.
Yeah, it's huge. So we're not totally safe. Don't like, leave your laptop open without a password, right? But what I'm saying is the hype around what can be factored in the way that we do internet security now, roughly safe for the current status of what we're hearing in the news. They say RSA 22-bit was broken. I can do this with a laptop in 0.3 of a second in Python. Right. That 22 bits I could ask an 8th grader to do by hand, and they could do it in a week. Right. But 2048, not possible. Not with this. It's possible by some other algorithm which is not yet developed. Okay. Right. Something is going to come up that we don't know. For sure it will. Yeah, exactly. Gate depth. That was my mitigation plan. Gate depth and circuit.
Which make it impossible. But this is a nice challenge for us. When I say us, for the researchers. So IBM responded to this challenge by introducing a new algorithm, and I can show you in a presentation what is the name of this algorithm and who was the researcher. And also we respond to this by reducing number of qubits and reducing the gates and excelling in our hardware. So there are different techniques.
Completely.
So this is our point of view. I'm sure that other service providers or other modalities, they have many answers for that and maybe better than us. But the point which I would love to make that quantum is useful. It comes with a lot of challenges. And this is our responsibility as researchers to sort them out.
Thanks very much for the nice discussion. I think it was a very nice talk. Now Clark has outlined what could be the limitations. And of course, from the discussion, we know between Ahmed and Al-Qatacha and the Clark, it's an ongoing research, and all the time it's about how to overcome those challenges by working around, as also Clark has laid down the mitigation also strategy. So thanks, Clark. And Clark is going to be in the dinner, so feel free to bomb him with all the questions that you have. And now our next speaker is Amr Imam. Yeah. Come. So we are now finishing the last speech. Since now we are gonna to not hold you back from going to the castle. Okay, so welcome Amr. Amr is a trained physicist and Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed scholar, currently pursuing his MBA at Stern at New York University, Abu Dhabi.
He's specialized in quantum algorithms at New York University, Abu Dhabi, obtained a master degree in applied physics before joining Google Spin Out and Sandbox EQ. His work includes the design and the management of the New York Abu Dhabi Tandon Hackathon and New York Abu Dhabi, New York NYC Hack and the support for NYAD Annual Quantum Hackathon for social good in the Arab world. Amr is also co-founded QM, the Quantum Accelerator, aiming to bolster the quantum ecosystems development in the Arab world. Welcome, Amr. The floor is yours.
All right, we'll try to take the heat a bit down. This will be the last talk. I'll keep it short and sweet. No more science for the most part, no more math. Just sit back and enjoy. I have a message to deliver. In the 9th century, not too far from where we stand here today, one man's vision set in motion an unprecedented wave of innovation, science, and philosophy. This man's vision led to the creation of Ibn al-Haytham's modern optics, al-Khwarizmi's algebra and algorithms, Ibn Khaldun's sociology, Jabir ibn Hayyan's chemistry, Ibn Sina's canon of medicine that was taught as the primary text of medicine in Europe for centuries, and many more like them, but I have less than 20 minutes with you today. The man with the vision was Al-Ma'mun, and his vehicle was Baytul Hikmah, the House of Wisdom. The House of Wisdom acted as an academy, a research institute, and as importantly, a translation hub. Al-Ma'mun very clearly understood the value of translation. He understood it so fact and well, to the point that he would reward the translators of books their worth in gold. Now, if we go back even further in time, but zoom in closer in distance, we find that where we stand here now, the city housed the great ancient library of Alexandria, another example of a magnificent and mighty intellectual hub in our region. And it is no coincidence that the first national quantum hackathon in Egypt is being housed here at the Library of Alexandria. This is not a mere event, but the start of an elaborate effort to create the next quantum intellectual hub, right here in the Arab Republic of Egypt. Or even the creation of the next Khwarizmi or two. We might be looking at them. And so for that effort, Dr. Taha, Engineer Yusuf Al-Dakar, OQI, and all the team behind putting this effort together. Thank you for your ambition, but as importantly, your execution. The question now is, where am I going with this little history episode? It is only to highlight the disparity of where we are now and where we could be. Quantum computing and information is a nascent novel field. A gap in talent and academic programs is everywhere across the world, not just here. Columbia University only launched a master's in quantum science and technology in the fall of 2024, last year. And through its work with us at Sandbox AQ, NYU only launched an undergraduate minor in the spring of last year and is still working on the creation of a master's program. The University of Science and Tech of China will launch a quantum PhD in 2026. What is not lacking in the quantum ecosystem, however, are quantum hubs. The Chicago Quantum Exchange is a hub for quantum research, education, and commercialization. It is a collaboration between the University of Chicago, Illinois, Northwestern, and national labs like Argonne and Fermi, and many industry partners alike. There's also Boston's Quantum Hub, Canada's Quantum Valley, and Quantum Delta in the Netherlands. These hubs have collectively gathered over $1 billion in funding, both from public and private sources, and have trained thousands of individuals, still in a nascent and a novel field. What about the Arab world? What hubs exist here? None. The closest we have to a quantum hub effort is the New York University Abu Dhabi's Quantum Hackathon for Social Good in the Arab World. But that happens only once a year for 3 days. And true legitimate innovation requires so much more face time. This is not in any way to discount the benefits of the hackathon. I personally, as I'm sure many of the attendees here, have benefited greatly from the hackathon. But we need so much more to establish an ecosystem. Therefore, today, I propose a MENA Quantum Oasis, made of the following main academic partners and research centers with room for expansion. In the UAE, New York University Abu Dhabi Center for Quantum Topological Systems, in tandem with the Technology and Innovation Institute's Quantum Research Center. In Saudi Arabia, KAUST and Aramco. In Qatar, the Qatar Center for Quantum Computing at Hamad bin Khalifa University. And at home, here in Egypt, the collective of the University of Alexandria and the Alexandria Library. Collectively, these institutions, through knowledge and talent exchange, research collaborations, and faculty rotations, could create a viable pipeline for talent creation, publications, and potentially commercializable IP. VC funding in the GCC is actively growing to integrate further regional investments in their portfolio. We see this through the creation of tech incubators like Abu Dhabi's Hub 71 or KAUST's Entrepreneurial Center. Furthermore, many of these institutions have industry partners that could be leveraged for these training or research efforts, such as Quantinium, Pascal, Xanadu, or IBM. So that maybe we can go from this to that. Hand in hand with this ambitious suggestion, a more modest initiative that treads the same path of the Oasis is an online cross-border community in the Arab world that can serve as a forum for discussion in quantum locally and regionally, a centralized location for current opportunities like full-time roles, internships, and scholarships, and educational resources catered to an Arab-speaking population. In this spirit, and on this wonderful blessed day, we launched CAM to do exactly that. CAM is Arabic for quantum. And no, it's not an acronym, not yet at least. We have held on to this announcement so that we can do it here in commemoration of the quantum hack. Please feel free to scan the QR codes to join the Discord server that will function as our main discussion forum. Whether you're a student, academic, or industry professional, or even an investor, there's room for you in CAM. We also hope to use CAM as a platform to further translate the most important current content in quantum computing into Arabic in a manner similar to Al-Ma'mun with the House of Wisdom. This extends an effort we undertook last year with the University of Bayazid in Palestine to translate IBM's Qiskit textbook into Arabic. The reason being, as Arabic-speaking students, the challenge to learn quantum is twofold. One is to comprehend and navigate the tricky landmine of differential equations, quantum mechanics, linear algebra, solid-state physics, and so on, but to also understand it in a language that is not yours. Not only is this an extra burden of effort to the learner, but it psychologically distances the learner from the science, putting him or her in the position of a mere consumer rather than an innovator. And for the non-Arabic speaking guests in the room, I hope you can excuse me as I speak to the students of this hackathon in their native tongue for a couple of minutes, so that for a change, they can exclusively focus on the contents of what they're hearing without the burden of translating the words. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعزائي الهاكرز، حبيت أتكلم معاكم بدون رسميات عن موضوعين. أولهم مرض متفشي في شعوبنا العربية وهو عقدة الخواجة. وجود البرامج والمؤسسات الأكاديمية والتمويل الاستثماري وفرص العمل ليست لها جدوى إن كان المستقبل غير مؤهل للاستنفاع من تلك المزايا. وعقدة الخواجة هو مرض يستهدف تلك القدرة الاستيعابية. من المهم كعرب إن احنا نكون على يقين إن قدرتنا على الابتكار تتفوق على قدرتنا على الاستهلاك. مفيش فرق بينك وبين شخص غربي في القدرة على الابتكار. ومش كل حاجة بتتعمل في العالم الغربي صحيحة ولازم تتقلد بالسيف. كل مجتمع له قيمه وثقافته وتقاليده، والشعوب المتحضرة دايما بتفتخر وبتستغل ثقافتها بدلا عن النفور عنها أو منها. ثانيا، هجرة العقول. كتير منكم ممكن يسافر يكمل دراساته العليا أو شغله في الخارج. دي حاجة عظيمة لأنك بتضحي بوقتك وبجهد. ولكن لو استمرت دائرة الهجرة بدون نقل للمعرفة أو الخبرات إلى أوطاننا، فمن يلغي ويحبط هذه الدورة الغير مستدامة. أحب أحث جميع الشباب اللي معانا النهاردة، إذا أكرمكم الله بالعلم والخبرة ما تبخلوش على زمايلكم والجيل الأصغر منكم بالمعرفة. كون الشخص اللي أنت محتاجه دلوقتي. ما تستناش لما شغلك في الخارج ينتهي عشان تنقل الخبرة. اعمل اللي في وسعك من تطوع، مشاركة فرص، صناعة محتوى، عشان تقدر يوما ما تكسر لعنة هجرة العقول. ربنا يوفقكم ويوفق منكم. السلام عليكم.
Questions? Okay, so now I hear the internal voices in our minds about when we are going to the castle and when we are going to have our dinner, like sort of like I hear the whispers and in the mind. So, let's conclude the session and conclude the day. And thank you very much for being here. And I'm going to leave them.
Thank you, everyone. There will be time for more questions with Amr and everyone else because we still have 2 more days and we will have the chance to talk to each other. So now we have to really speed up and head out to catch the bus, right? Thank you, everyone. It was a very good day.